can be used against a 9-leaf cultivator? Lu Zhou was puzzled. Zhou Wenliang continued to say, this armor was sent by the Crown Prince Lu Ji. He said that a 9-leaf cultivator will be able to activate the armor's special power. In any case, I don't believe it at all. Please examine this thoroughly, Senior Ji. After he finished speaking, his eyes instinctively wandered to the sides again. He wondered where the other little villains were. Why were there only 2 repulsive men in the hall apart from the pavilion master? Naturally, he did not dare give voice to these questions. Pan Zhong said with a sneer, there's no need for you to tell us what to do, since you're so good at telling others what they should do. Why didn't you tell Lin Xian to personally come and apologize? A helpless expression appeared on Zhou Wenliang's face as he said, even the president can't persuade the Patriarch, let alone us. Wang Jianrang, who was kneeling at the back, hastily said, please examine this thoroughly, Senior Ji. The 3 of us are sincere in our apologies. That old fart, Lin Xian, is trying to push the Taishu Academy to destruction. As elders, we can't stay idle when the academy is being pushed onto the path of destruction. Lu Zhou remained silent. He rose to his feet and descended the steps. He came to a stop in front of Zhou Wenliang and studied the armor again. He flipped his palm, and the armor floated up. It was covered in fine red threads. Every detail was meticulously carved. Although Zhou Jifeng did not understand the veins on the armor previously, he had been ordered to make copies of the veins on the coffin. Therefore, he still had a vague recollection of the veins on the coffin. When he finally saw the veins on the armor, he exclaimed in shock, why do they resemble the veins on the coffin? Lu Zhou stroked his beard and continued to study it. Zhou Wenliang looked up and said, the Crown Prince, Lu Ji, has said that the unique power of this armor will be activated when it encounters a 9-leaf cultivator. It's only a despicable lie to fool children. Lu Ji wants to use the Taishu Academy to keep the Evil Sky Pavilion occupied. Hence, he produced this so-called special armor to drive a wedge between us. Lu Zhou looked at Zhou Wenliang and asked, why do you say that? Well, this is just my opinion. If there's truly a way to deal with a 9-leaf cultivator, the Crown Prince would have used this when the 7 great sects attacked you back then. Otherwise, why did he keep the armor hidden and send the other sects to meet their deaths? Zhou Wenliang replied. Lu Zhou did not refute Zhou Wenliang's opinion. After all, Zhou Wenliang had a point. However, when the 7 great sects laid siege on the Golden Court Mountain, nobody believed that the 9-leaf stage existed. If Lin Xian were to don the armor with his skills, he could stand up against cultivators of the 8-leaf stage and below. At that time, only a 9-leaf cultivator could take Lin Xian down. Senior Ji, please examine this thoroughly, Zhou Wenliang said in a clear voice. Only an outstanding talent can recognize current trends. Lu Zhou turned around and paced with his hands on his back. Put it on. Ha! Zhou Wenliang was taken aback. He did not know where this was going. Without waiting for a reply from Lu Zhou, Pan Zhong urged Zhou Wenliang. Get on with it. Wear it. Yes, yes, yes. Zhou Wenliang dared not dally. He hastily put on the thick and heavy armor. After donning it, he remained in his submissive position and dared not move. Lu Zhou gauged him for a moment. The veins were basically the same as the ones on the coffin. He said tonelessly, stand up. Zhou Wenliang did as he was told. He stood up, trembling with fear and trepidation. The moment he stood up, he saw Lu Zhou raising his big wizened hand. There was a flurry of movements before he saw a shining golden palm seal shooting out of Lu Zhou's palm. Ah! Zhou Wenliang did not expect Lu Zhou to suddenly attack him. He was completely caught off guard. Bam! The palm seal landed on Zhou Wenliang's chest. He keenly felt the impact of the attack as he was sent flying back with his back arched. Wang Jianrang and Zhang Gong frowned as they looked at Zhou Wenliang, who was sent reeling back. The palm seal did not fade away immediately. It stuck to Zhou Wenliang tightly as he flew out of the great hall. Thud! When the power subsided, Zhou Wenliang lay on the ground, facing the sky. He felt as though his joints had come loose. It was a terrible feeling. Evidently, the special power of the armor was not triggered at all. At this moment, Wang Jianrang was the first to react. He cried out, "Look! This item is a fake, after all." Zhang Gong chimed in, "Lin Xian is too despicable. He has no regard for the safety of the Taishu Academy. We were almost fooled by Lu Ji." To be honest, Lu Zhou's palm strike was that of a 2-leaf nascent divinity realm cultivator. It was not a 9-leaf elite's attack. Lu Zhou felt helpless as well. I can't just launch a 9-leaf attack just because I want to. Regardless of the strength of the blow, it was still of the 2-leaf nascent divinity realm. Pan Zhong interjected, "Your control over palm seals have truly reached amazing heights, Pavilion Master." Zhou Jifeng. Outside the Great Hall, Zhou Wenliang picked himself up with difficulty. He stood outside and bowed at Lu Zhou as he said, "That was a powerful strike. Senior Ji, this armor is completely useless." One of his hands was pressed to his chest as he endured the pain and walked into the Great Hall again. Lu Zhou studied the armor and the veins on it again. Nothing was triggered at all. Nevertheless, he had a hunch, just like the coffin, the armor was not a fake. So, it can only be triggered by a 9-leaf attack. Lu Zhou was still lost in his thoughts when a loud voice rang from outside the Great Hall. "Master, your palm seal is too dazzling. I could see it clearly from afar." Zhu Honggong walked into the hall with his back bent. "Mr. 8th. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng greeted Zhu Honggong at the same time. The 3 Taishu Academy's elders turned around and saw the fat and big-eared Zhu Honggong walking into the hall with his back bent. They were puzzled. Was this the Evil Sky Pavilion's Mr. 8th Zhu Honggong? This guy was the Evil King? When Zhu Honggong was walking past them, the ingratiating smile on his face disappeared. However, as soon as he passed them, the ingratiating smile appeared on his face again. Clearly, he had reached great heights in changing his expressions. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng were duly impressed. Pan Zhong remembered his own attempt at flattery moments ago. Compared to Zhu Honggong, it seemed like he still had ways to go. "What is it?" Lu Zhou looked at Zhu Honggong. Zhu Honggong said, "Fourth senior brother wants me to pass on a message to you. He said that the Taishu Academy has long been associated with the imperial family. Is he not a disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion? Why does he need to help someone to pass on a message?" Despite the thoughts running across his mind, Zhou Wenliang fell to his knees immediately as soon as he heard Zhu Honggong's words. "Please examine this thoroughly, Senior Ji. That's the old fart Lin Xian's idea. The 3 of us have nothing to do with it." Lu Zhou looked at the trio calmly. Nobody could tell what was running through his mind. Finally, he said indifferently, "I can feel the sincerity from 3 of you. Leave the armor here." Zhou Wenliang was overjoyed. He immediately removed the armor. Then, the trio from the Taishu Academy thanked Lu Zhou in unison. "Thank you, Senior Ji." Ding! Worshipped by 3 individuals. Reward: 3 merit points. But, the trio who had just relaxed tensed up again. "Once I ascertain Lin Xian is the only one causing trouble, I'll spare the 3 of you. Lock them up for now." Lu Zhou waved his hand. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng bowed at the same time. "Understood. Please examine this thoroughly, Senior Ji." "Senior Ji, I'm telling the truth." As he was dragged away, Zhou Wenliang wondered when he had misspoken. He could find any fault with his words. What was happening? In the end, the trio was locked in the Northern Pavilion's warehouse where they could even see the sun. Inside the warehouse, Wang Jianran asked, "Elder Zhou, will you plan work?" "Don't worry, it'll work." With his hands on his back, Zhou Wenliang said, "At the very least, old villain Ji didn't outright kill us, right? The problem is, now that the armor is proven to be fake, how is Lin Xian going to deal with old villain Ji?" Wang Jianrang asked. Zhou Wenliang frowned. "It doesn't matter if it's real or not. So long as old villain Ji believes Lin Xian is in cahoots with the Crown Prince, it's enough. With Lin Xian out of the picture and President Xiao Shan in Yu Province, the Taishu Academy will belong to the 3 of us. Old villain Ji is a 9-leaf cultivator, after all. He won't be defeated that easily. Wang Jianrang nodded. You've truly thought this through, brother Zhou. Zhou Wenliang snorted. Men die for riches while birds die for food. How can you get the cub without entering the tiger's den? When the tiger's den was mentioned, Zhang Gong said in a hushed tone, by the way, the evil sky pavilion doesn't look as scary as I expected it to be. Zhou Wenliang nodded and said, you're right. Based on our short exchange, old villain Ji didn't seem as short-tempered as rumored. Also, he's somewhat reasonable. What are we going to do now? Wang Jiangrang asked. It's all right for us to stay here. Once Lin Xian is dead, old villain Ji should release us. Most importantly, we can't afford to say the wrong things after this, Zhou Wenliang said warningly. Understood. Meanwhile, in a certain court in the southern pavilion of the Evil Sky Pavilion, the 4 elders had gathered together. At this moment, Leng Luo, Pan Litian, Hua Wudao, and Zui Yushu took turns to study the armor. After learning about the situation with the Taishu Academy, the 4 of them were lost in thought. After a moment, Lu Zhou said, Elders, what do you think? Leng Luo said, the formation veins on the armor are fine. I've never seen them before. I don't think anyone in this world is capable of making them. That's what I thought as well. I agree, Hua Wudao chimed in. The 3 elderly men exchanged a look as though commending each other for sharing the same wise opinion. Lu Zhou looked at Zui Yushu, who remained silent. Zui Yushu rolled her eyes at the 3 old men. She muttered to herself for a brief moment before she asked, is this the armor really from Lin Xian, brother? Of course. Lu Zhou suddenly recalled that Zui Yushu was originally a Confucian elite. She shared the same roots as Lin Xian. Zui Yushu said with affront. To think that he has gone and colluded with the crown prince. I am reminded of one thing, though. What is it? Back when I had just attained the 8-leaf stage, I was invited to the palace to meet His Majesty. We discussed our thoughts and experiences of being at the 8-leaf stage. His Majesty once asked if I looked forward to the 9-leaf stage. I smiled and said there was no such thing in the world. In hindsight, the imperial family must have long known about the 9-leaf stage a long time ago. This armor is surely made by a 9-leaf cultivator, Zui Yushu replied. Leng Luo, Hua Wudao, and Pan Litian were inwardly shocked by Zui Yushu's words. It was common knowledge that the Confucian school was adept in formation veins. There was no reason to doubt her words. If my observations are correct, once these formation veins are activated, they'll produce a powerful surge of energy that 8-leaf and 9-leaf cultivators would find difficult to defend against. The others inhaled sharply upon hearing this. Zhu Honggong wore an incredulous expression on his face as he asked, it's so powerful? Of course, you're still young and inexperienced. The Confucian school is an expert in formations. It's nothing to be surprised about. I'm enlightened. Zhu Honggong bowed. Lu Zhou nodded. I see. He raised his palm and sent a surge of energy to carry the armor over. The 4 elders and Zhu Honggong retreated. They saw a faint blue light shining from between Lu Zhou's fingers. 4 huge scripts could be seen around his hand. This was the technique Abandon Wisdom. The palm seal struck the armor. Lu Zhou had thought the armor's special powers would not be triggered, but it suddenly buzzed. Stand back, Lu Zhou said gruffly. The 4 elders pushed away from the ground and shot out of the great hall. Wait, me. Wait for me. Zhu Honggong turned around and ran out. The armor unleashed a scarlet light. Lu Zhou did not leave. He stared at the armor. What kind of power was capable of dealing with a 9-leaf cultivator? BZZT, BZZT, BZZT. The armor kept vibrating. The red veins seemed to be set on fire as it spread. The veins turned into energy lines that crept into the surroundings like a spider's web. A slight sense of unease stirred inside Lu Zhou. Should I use my critical block card? Lu Zhou could sense the danger from the energy lines. It was strange, stranger than those on the coffins. At this moment, realization dawned on him. The Heavenly Writings human scroll was slightly stronger than a 9-leaf cultivator. It was the heavenly writing power that triggered the special power of the armor. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Pavilion Master. Master. The powerful energy instantly enveloped the courtyard at lightning speed. Stand back. Zhuyu grabbed Zhu Honggong and flew away. As expected, its power is comparable to the 9-leaf stage. Lung Luo, Hua Wudao, and Pan Lydian stayed as far as they could. The red web covering the air above them kept spreading. It spread toward the skies and eventually vanished. Everything fell silent again soon after. The 4 elders and Zhu Honggong stood unmoving, stunned. Although they were former 8-leaf elites, they were still shocked by the strange power that emitted great danger. A frown could be seen on their faces as they looked at the courtyard. None of them dared to speak or move. Zhu Honggong fell backward and sat limply on the ground. He began to cry out, "Master! Master! You can't die! Master!" The 4 elders of the Old Age Pavilion. Die! That's unlikely. However, the elders were uncertain if Lu Zhou was completely unharmed. After all, in their eyes, Lu Zhou was a bona fide 9-leaf cultivator. Although the armor could unleash an energy comparable to a 9-leaf elite, surely the Pavilion Master could withstand it if he went all out? Creak, creak, creak. Strange creaking noises rang from the building at this moment. Crack. The entire building seemed to be made of tofu as it began to fall apart in pieces. The ground was littered with debris. The red webs of energy lines had sliced through the building with their might. The cuts were smooth and even. Boom! More debris crashed onto the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. "Oh, Master! Ah, you! That's... Master! It's good to see you're unharmed." The dust settled. Their vision cleared, and they saw Lu Zhou standing in his original spot with his hands on his back. He did not move at all. He was completely shrouded by a faint blue layer of electricity, protecting him from damage. Ding! Obtained the Earth Scroll Remnant Piece. Reward: 1,000 merit points. Earth Scroll Remnant Piece? Lu Zhou glanced at the Earth Scroll on the system dashboard. As he expected, the scripts on the scroll seemed to have been activated as they jumped about. This resembled the scene when he first read the contents of the human scroll. This meant that he could start meditating on the Earth Scroll. He had traveled far and wide to search for it only to find it so easily. Then he checked his critical block cards. They were not triggered at all. This meant his power to silence everything had negated the blast from the energy lines. If it were not for the heavenly writing scroll, he would have had no choice but to use an impeccable card to defend against the armor's mysterious power. For the time being, it was a win. "Your amazing might is astonishing, Pavilion Master. I'm impressed by your technique, brother. Although I don't know what this technique is, it's certainly more powerful than an 8-leaf move." Hua Wudao was stunned speechless. Then he quickly said, "When I first came to the Evil Sky Pavilion, I could still spar with the Pavilion Master even if I lost. However, now I can't imagine sparring with you at all. To think I've treated you as a rival. What a joke. Someone like you can only be admired but never surpassed." The 4 elders offered their praises. Zhu Honggong was taken aback by this. He was about to say something as well when Lu Zhou asked, "Old Eighth, why are you sitting on the ground?" "Ha!" Zhu Honggong immediately raised his hand to slap his face a few times. "Master, I will deeply reflect on my actions." "Reflect." Zhu Honggong continued to slap himself loudly. "That's enough." Lu Zhou had just obtained the Earth Scroll and was in a good mood. He had no time to entertain Zhu Honggong. He said, "Tell Lin Xian that I've changed my mind. I want to see his head in 7 days." Lu Zhou walked out of the courtyard. It completely exceeded his expectations to obtain the remnant piece from the armor. When the red energy lines exploded, he discovered someone had hidden the Earth Scroll remnant in the armor. The heavenly writing scroll in the Melilot graveyard was not damaged even though it had been left there for a long time. How did the armor survive for centuries? It was all due to the Earth Scroll remnant piece. Is this the source of the armor's so-called unique power? At this moment, Zui Yushu bowed at Lu Zhou and said, "Brother, Lin Xian and I share the same roots. After all, should I pay him a personal visit?" Lu Zhou looked at Zui Yushu. "If you have your cultivation base, I'd approve of this without question. However, you've severed your lotus and are recultivating. How are you going to deal with him?" Zui Yushu raised her walking stick slowly and tapped it on the ground. An avatar appeared behind her. No golden lotus could be seen under the avatar's feet. Only 2 leaves could be seen spinning around it. "With your help, brother, I'm now in the 2-leaf nascent divinity realm." A hint of pride could be seen on her face as she spoke, as though she was showing. Indeed, she had the right to brag. After severing her lotus and having to recultivate, her talent was evident in how she had managed to reach the 2-leaf stage again in such a short time. Lu Zhou shook his head. "The 2-leaf stage is too low." Zui Yushu's face fell. Zhu Honggong interjected, "Don't be depressed, Elder Zua. I'm only at the 1-leaf stage. At our level, we'll be cut down in no time if we venture out there now." Zui Yushu staggered and nearly lost her footing. "Elder Zua. I'm fine." Zui Yushu looked at Zhu Honggong, who was next to her. How frustrating. Talents, cultivation base, experience, and technique. Which of these am I weaker than Zhu Honggong? She found it difficult to accept that he was catching up to her. "Stay here and focus on your cultivation. You'll have plenty of chances to show your skills in the future," Lu Zhou said before turning to leave. "Safe journey, Pavilion Master." Lu Zhou returned to the Eastern Pavilion. He did not rush to meditate on the Earth Scroll. Based on his experience of meditating on the Human Scroll, and when he obtained the first power, he would enter an unconscious state. However, he did not draw much attention to himself back then because of his weak cultivation base and also because he was ensconced in the hidden chamber when he was meditating. The imperial family was keeping a keen eye on the Evil Sky Pavilion at the moment. If there truly was a method to deal with a 9-leaf cultivator, this armor would not be the only trump card they had. To be safe, Lu Zhou decided to intimidate them further. The next day, a letter arrived at the Taishu Academy's main branch. For a time, the content of the letter terrified the entire Taishu Academy. The elders of the Taishu Academy immediately called for a meeting. Inside the discussion hall, Lin Xian swept his eyes across the elders who were present before he asked, "Where are Zhou Wenliang, Wang Jianrang, and Zhang Gong?" "Patriarch, the 3 elders went out yesterday and have yet to return." Lin Xian frowned slightly. "Forget about them. Patriarch, the Evil Sky Pavilion has sent another letter. This time they're demanding your head. This is going too far." It seemed like the Crown Prince's visit had bolstered some of the elders' confidence. Lin Xian said apathetically, "I've decided to challenge Old Villain G 3 days later on Dangyang Peak." "Men." A disciple appeared inside the discussion hall. "Yes, Patriarch. Bring me my armor." "Understood." In no time at all, 2 disciples carried a box into the discussion hall. When Lin Xian saw the box, he spoke in an extremely valiant manner. "Our success or failure will be determined by this." Shortly after, the news of the Taishu Academy's Patriarch challenging the Evil Sky Pavilion's Old Villain G spread like a wildfire. It was like a single pebble that gave rise to 1,000 ripples. Lin Xian, the Patriarch of the Taishu Academy, was only at the 8-leaf stage in his prime. Where did he get the courage to challenge Old Villain G? There were many differing opinions regarding this matter. In the afternoon, the Henku branch was also made aware of this. The Henku branch master, Shi Hong, called for an emergency meeting with the elders. "I think everyone has heard that Lin Xian intends to challenge Old Villain G on Dangyang Peak. What are your views on this?" Shi Gong asked. "Is Lin Xian out of his mind? He didn't even dare to provoke Old Villain G when he was in his prime. Why is he throwing his life away now by challenging Old Villain G, who has entered the 9-leaf stage?" At this moment, the 3rd elder said, "I heard that the Crown Prince Lu Ji visited the Taishu Academy and had given them a boost of confidence." "A boost of confidence?" Unless someone else in the Divine Capital has attained the 9-leaf stage or the 10-terminal formation has been moved to Dangyang Peak, I don't see where their confidence could have come from. The branch master, Shihong, shook his head and said, "Our Grand Elder, Xianxia, is most likely killed by the Evil Sky Pavilion. There's a chance the next target on the Evil Sky Pavilion's list is our branch." The others were stunned. That was right. Making fun of the Taishu Academy was the same as making fun of their future selves. Second Elder, lead some of our men to Dangyang Peak and secretly observe. Understood. The Big Dipper Academy. President Zhou gathered several disciples and said, "I heard that the Taishu Academy's Patriarch Lin Xian is challenging old villain Ji to a fight on Dangyang Peak. You are to investigate this but not interfere. Remember that well." Understood. Zhou Yukai nodded and said, "If Lin Xian loses, act as though you've seen nothing. If Lin Xian wins, send me a letter immediately." Understood. At the same time, the Sky Conduct Academy, the factions in the Divine Capital, the Crown Prince's retainers, the Imperial Guards, and the remnants of the 10 great sects that survived the Evil Sky Pavilion's slaughter sent their men to Dangyang Peak as well. On the third day, Dangyang Peak. It was a bright and sunny day. A gentle breeze blew in the air. Lin Xian, the Taishu Academy's patriarch, sat in the center of a huge rock platform in a stately manner. 2 disciples stood not far behind him. Both of them were sweating profusely due to their lack of confidence. "Has the word been spread?" Lin Xian asked. "It has been sent out 2 days ago, Patriarch." Lin Xian looked at the sun above and said, "Help me put on the armor." "Yes, Patriarch." The 2 disciples opened the box and took the armor out. They walked respectfully to Lin Xian's sides. Lin Xian glanced at the armor and asked, "Why is it wrapped in a cloak?" Elder Zhou said this way your magnificence would be magnified when we unveil it. One of the disciples replied dutifully. At Lin Xian's age, he no longer cared for appearances. However, on this day, he felt that it was necessary to appear valiant and formidable. He donned the armor as he said, "Just as well. I'm sure many sects are here to watch me fall. I'll show them. Patriarch, we're counting on you," the 2 disciples said before retreating. Lin Xian said with a chuckle, "I know that people in the academy and the other sects are saying that I've lost my mind. However, they don't know the source of my confidence is given by His Highness, the Crown Prince." Patriarch, is the armor the source of your confidence? You'll see soon enough. Lin Xian stroked his beard and nodded. The 2 disciples did not know what else to say. At this moment, many cultivators flew to Dangyang Peak and hid in various corners and crevices around the peak. All of them had their eyes trained on the peak. When the sun was beginning to set, Lin Xian turned around and looked in the direction of the Evil Sky Pavilion. He did not see any cultivator flying toward him in the cloudless sky. He scoffed before he said, "It seems like old villain Ji is afraid." "You're right, Patriarch." The later Lu Zhou arrived, the more confident he felt. Finally, after some time had passed, he was about to turn around and leave. At the same moment, a flying chariot that left a glowing tail in its wake like a comet appeared on the horizon. It was finally here. The cultivators who were hiding around the peak saw the flying chariot as well and began to spread the word. The Evil Sky Pavilion's flying chariot is here. The hidden cultivator looked at the meteor-like cloud-splitting chariot unblinking eyes, unwilling to miss even a single detail. It's here. It's truly the Evil Sky Pavilion's cloud-splitting chariot. I'm scared. What if old villain Ji goes all 9-leaf on us and kills? Scram! There were some cultivators gathered at the foot of the mountain as well. When Lin Xian saw the cloud-splitting chariot, he was taken aback at first. Then he said loudly, "Right on time. The others should stand back." Understood. The Taishu Academy disciples retreated until they were off the round stone platform. At this moment, Lin Xian was the only one left standing on the round stone platform. The cloud-splitting chariot flew quickly. From the moment it appeared within everyone's eyes, it took only a few brief moments before it arrived above Dangyang Peak. Lin Xian sneered as he looked up and said, "Old villain Ji, you're finally here." Meanwhile, the cultivators hidden among the forest and at the foot of the mountain looked up eagerly. The cloud-splitting chariot was silent as it hovered in the air. It was motionless as though it had been frozen in time. Old villain G, let me have a taste of your 9-leaf power, Xianxia said. As soon as he finished speaking, whoosh, a spear shadow shot out of the flying chariot. The spear shadow drew an arc in the air at lightning speed before it transformed into an energy spear. Xianxia said, displeased and smug. Even without my protective energy, you can't hurt me with this. After all, the armor he was wearing was made by a 9-leaf cultivator. The intricacy of the formation veins on the armor was mind-boggling. He had studied the veins for an entire night and was convinced the armor was one of a kind. The special power could only be triggered by a 9-leaf attack. Anything below that could hardly get a rise out of it. It was only natural that he disdained the spear. Xianxia held his ground and stood motionlessly. When the spear's tip was upon Xianxia, it suddenly spun like an electric drill. With a final spurt, it pierced his armor. Shit! Xianxia reacted quickly. The instant his armor was pierced, he let out a burst of energy and sidestepped it. Alas, the Overlord spear was too close to him. He did not manage to avoid getting his vital points pierced. The spear's tip easily sliced through the side of his waist. The battle ended just like that. There was no 9-leaf technique, no extravagant palm or energy seals. There was no battle that shocked the world or made the gods and ghosts cry. The onlookers from the various sects were stunned. They felt as repulsed as though they had been forcibly fed flies. That's it. Meanwhile, on the flying chariot, Duanmusheng had the same thought. He had gone all out when he attacked. He would never hold back when he attacked, even if it was just his first move. He had thrown his Overlord spear out with all his might, but he did not expect his spear to easily stab a great 8-leaf elite. He looked at his palms in confusion as he thought to himself, did I unknowingly grow so strong while I was training all this time? Duanmusheng had hit an 8-leaf cultivator with a single strike. Who would believe him if he told them this? At the same time, Xianxia lowered his head. His eyelids twitched. The sun shone on his chest. The Overlord spear had pierced through his waist and was now embedded on the ground. Blood flowed down the Overlord spear to its tip before eventually dripping on the round stone platform, looking like a river of blood. The heat from the sun dried the blood into a sticky mess. How's this possible? Xianxia tore his clothes, removing them. There was no special armor. He only saw ordinary armor worn by ordinary soldiers. A fake? This is a fake. Xianxia's eyes widened, and his lips trembled. He struck with his palm. Bam! The Overlord spear was pushed out of his waist. He did not mind the twofold damage he suffered as he forced the Overlord spear out. At this moment, Duanmusheng leaped off the flying chariot. He raised his hand and summoned the Overlord spear back to him before he landed nimbly on the round platform. On Dangyang Peak, the Evil Sky Pavilion's Mr. Third, Duanmusheng, wielded the Overlord spear with a hand at an angle behind him as he looked at his opponent. Xianxia, after suffering 2 blows, staggered backward. He forcibly tapped his meridian points to keep himself from toppling over. Although he was getting old, an 8-leaf cultivator was still an 8-leaf cultivator. Meanwhile, the onlookers were stunned. After a long pause, Xianxia pressed on his chest and mumbled, I get it now. He chuckled as he spoke. What do you get? Duanmusheng pointed at Xianxia from a distance. Everyone wants me to die. The Taishu Academy elders, the disciples, and the Crown Prince. All of them want me dead. Xianxia laughed as though he had lost his mind. Duanmusheng said, You deserve to die anyway. Yes, I deserve to die. Although Xianxia had stopped his bleeding, the spear had injured his internal organs as well. He looked at the flying chariot as he said, I want to talk to old villain G. After a short pause, Lu Zhou slowly rose to his feet on the flying chariot. He stood beside the helm and looked down at Xianxia. Xianxia, what more do you have to say? When Xianxia saw Lu Zhou, he felt invigorated. I've never feared anyone in my life, but you, Ji Tiandao, might be the first. I do not wish to explain myself further. Lu Zhou placed his hands on his back and asked, Nothing else? If it's possible, I'd like to exchange a few blows with you before I die. Lin Xian unleashed a dense stream of primal qi. The primal qi grew denser. His aura was clearly different now. It was clear he had chosen to burn his sea of qi. This was like a struggle before his death. The onlookers were shocked by Lin Xian's decision to burn his sea of qi. From afar, he looked as though he was on fire. The fight had not even begun, but he was already burning his sea of qi. Lu Zhou said tonelessly, You can't even defeat my disciple, and you're fantasizing about fighting me. Upon hearing Lu Zhou's words, Lin Xian's eyes widened as he stumbled a step back. Indeed, he could not even stop the old villain's third disciple. What right did he have to fight the old villain? Duanmu Shang stepped forward fearlessly. He did not fear any 8-leaf cultivator, let alone a heavily injured one. Lin Xian looked at Duanmu Shang and said, If it weren't for this armor, you wouldn't have had a chance. The weak will only find excuses for themselves. Duanmu Shang suddenly stepped forward swiftly. Thousands of spear shadows appeared. Bam! 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 They stabbed Lin Xian. Get lost! Boom! Duanmu Shang was pushed back by the surging power. He rolled as he retreated. An 8-leaf cultivator was indeed powerful. The moment Lin Xian let out a burst of primal qi, the wound on his waist suddenly tore and widened. He grunted in pain, causing his primal qi to scatter. Patriarch! A figure rushed over. Splat! A cold light glinted in the sunlight as Lin Xian was slashed from his chest to his abdomen. His sea of qi had been cut as well. His eyes widened as he looked at the figure who had rushed up to him. The person was smiling as he wielded a weapon that was neither a saber nor a hook. The weapon was densely wrapped in primal qi. Meanwhile, the 2 Taishu Academy disciples did not move from their spots at all. As the Taishu Academy's patriarch, throughout all the long years he had lived, Lin Xian had never felt as humiliated as he did at this moment. He felt as though he had played right into his enemy's traps. Everything was a ploy. Despicable! Lin Xian cursed. I'm sorry. Cursing at me won't help you survive. You can't even beat me, and you're thinking of challenging my master? Heh! Lin Xian looked at his open chest, furious, before he looked at the flying chariot again. Then, he announced in a loud voice, You've won. He chose to submit to his fate. He closed his eyes and fell backward. Thud! The oldest patriarch of the Taishu Academy, Lin Xian, had gone to the Yellow Springs before he even got to fight the Evil Sky Pavilion's patriarch. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 1,500 merit points. Duanmu Shang stabilized himself as he landed. He looked at Mingshi and said, Sneak attack. Mingshi hastily said, Third senior brother, it's all thanks to you. Your spear strike truly shocked the world and made the gods and ghosts cry. You actually impaled an 8-leaf expert. Duanmu Shang nodded slightly. You're not bad yourself. Thank you for the praise, third senior brother. While the two were flattering each other, the disciples who stood outside the round platform were frightened out of their wits. They hastily turned around to flee. Fortunately for them, Duanmu Shang and Mingshi did not consider them as opponents at all. Meanwhile, the observers from the various sects were still in shock by the sudden turn of events. Lin Xian was an 8-leaf elite after all, and yet, he did not even get to fight old villain Ji. How could they not be shocked? The news of Lin Xian's death spread like wildfire. In the corner where the members of the Big Dipper Academy were hidden, their leader looked at Danyang Peak and waved his hand. Retreat. We saw nothing today. Go! The disciples of the Big Dipper Academy who came to watch the battle immediately hurried away from the spot. Meanwhile, the Henke branch disciples could not understand what they had just witnessed. How were they supposed to explain how the Evil Sky Pavilion disciples killed a great 8-leaf cultivator? Notify the sect master that Lin Xian is dead, and that old villain Ji didn't even need to make a move. The remnants of the 10 great sects were the most affected by this result. They thought they could avenge the deaths of their brethren through the Taishu Academy. Lin Xian's death dealt them another heavy blow. Is the evil sky pavilion truly unstoppable? Someone sighed. I expected too much. What a joke. How can an 8-leaf cultivator possibly win against a 9-leaf cultivator? It's laughable, really. If I were old villain G, I would have summoned my 9-leaf avatar and annihilate the Taishu Academy. Old villain G is too merciful. As the saying went, it's better to remove the roots of all troubles. As the hidden cultivators were leaving, the evil sky pavilion's flying chariot flew toward the Taishu Academy's main branch instead of returning to the evil sky pavilion. Duanmu Shang and Ming Shi'in had already returned to the cloud-splitting chariot. Lu Zhou stroked his beard expressionlessly as he looked at the Taishu Academy's main tower. Ming Shi'in said, "The eye of the formation should be on the main tower's tip. I don't think they'll be bold enough to stop us." Shortly after, under everyone's eyes, the cloud-splitting chariot moved to the air above the main tower. The Taishu Academy disciples were baffled. The cultivators who had not left yet were perplexed as well. What's old villain G trying to do? He can't be thinking of breaking the barrier and letting loose, right? None of the Taishu Academy disciples dared to step out of the barrier. In the cultivation world, the reason why the major sects remained firmly established was due to their respective formations. When the 10 great sects attacked the Evil Sky Pavilion back then, Golden Court Mountain had remained untouched for quite some time due to its barrier. The Taishu Academy is a Confucian school, after all. Confucian schools are filled with great formation users. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to breach their barrier. Indeed, will old villain G use his 9-leaf strength to wipe them out? It's possible. In any case, an 8-leaf cultivator can't possibly break this barrier. At this moment, Lu Zhou stood next to the helm of the cloud-splitting chariot as he directed a palm downward. His fingers shone with a blue light as the scripts of abandoned wisdom hovered around his hand. The Taishu Academy disciples looked up at the main tower. The Confucian technique, abandoned wisdom. Whiz! He pushed his palm down, touching the top of the tower. He continued pushing down, and the tip of the tower shattered in just an instant. Debris fell to the ground. Boom! A huge palm seal struck the barrier, and a stunning scene unfolded. Crack! The huge palm seal seemed to have struck a sheet of glass. A 5-fingered hole appeared immediately. As the saying went, pull the hair and the whole body moves. The barrier immediately dimmed. However, the palm seal was not done yet. Traveled down. Boom! The main tower seemed as though it was being devoured by the palm seal as it kept decreasing in height. Boom! 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 The abandoned wisdom's palm seal finally touched the ground. It seemed as though the entire world had fallen silent at this moment. The tallest building in the Taishu Academy's main branch was flattened in just a blink of an eye. The tower was gone, and there was a clear 5-fingered pit on the ground. The tower was the eye of the Taishu Academy's formation. Now that the eye of the formation had been destroyed, naturally, it meant that the Taishu Academy's barrier could not be mended as well. Without a barrier, everyone could enter and exit the Taishu Academy as they pleased. Anyone could come over and beat them up. It's over. The Taishu Academy is done for. Lin Xian's death had been a heavy blow to them, but the abandoned wisdom made them despair. The elders were extremely remorseful. Why did they have to provoke the Evil Sky Pavilion? Why did they not insist on Lin Xian apologizing? Alas, there was no remedy for regrets in this world. Outside the Taishu Academy, the hidden cultivators gulped. At the same time, a voice rang from the Evil Sky Pavilion's flying chariot. I've given you a chance previously, but you didn't appreciate it. This is a small punishment for that. Nobody dared to speak. The Evil Sky Pavilion's cloud-splitting chariot flew in a different direction. All of the hidden cultivators who had come to observe only had one thought in their minds at this moment. It was better not to offend the Evil Sky Pavilion. Even the Taishu Academy's barrier was destroyed by the Evil Sky Pavilion's Patriarch with a single palm strike. An hour later, the cloud-splitting chariot appeared above the Henku branch's main branch. The Henku branch's elders and disciples were unaware of what had happened to the Taishu Academy. They took flight and looked at the cloud-splitting chariot in the skies. The cloud-splitting flew at an impossibly high altitude in the air. Shortly after, the Henku branch disciples saw a blue sword seal shooting toward them. There seemed to be an exquisite small sword in the center of the sword seal. The small sword was unleashing a strange runic power that complemented the blue radiance. Rip! Everyone had to cover their eyes. The collision between the sword seal and the barrier released a dazzling spark. Eventually, it penetrated the barrier and embedded itself into the ground. Boom! The Henku branch's barrier was shattered. After the radiance faded away, the cloud-splitting chariot had already turned around and was sailing to the horizon. In the Eastern Palace in the Imperial City, the Crown Prince, Wuxia, was clearly pleased as he hummed a little tune to himself and admired the drawings before himself. Your Highness, the outcome of the Taishu Academy's Lin Xian challenging old villain Ji is out. A eunuch said as he stood respectfully behind Wuxia. Wuxia snorted and said, I bet old villain Ji didn't expect such a powerful trump card from the imperial family. We've been too lenient on him in the past. That's why he has grown so arrogant. Your Highness, the results are... The eunuch tried to speak up. There's no need to say anything else. I'll explain the matter regarding the armor to my father. He's currently cultivating in seclusion. I'll take the responsibility and clear away the remnants of the evil sky pavilion. Wuxia smiled confidently. It won't be long before my father attains the 9-leaf stage and unify the 10,000 tribes. After Wuxia finished speaking, an expression of confusion appeared on his face when he saw the eunuch standing still with no intention of leaving. He asked, perplexed, What are you still standing here for? The eunuch shook slightly as he fell to his knees with a loud thud. He stammered, Have mercy, Your Highness, have mercy on me. Lin Xian failed to defeat old villain Ji and has died on Dangyang Peak. Wuxia, the crown prince, froze. His eyes slowly widened as he looked at the kowtowing eunuch. His voice was hoarse and stern as he said, Come again. Lin Xian failed to defeat old villain Ji and has died on Dangyang Peak. The eunuch replied honestly. Although he was afraid, he knew he could not lie or hide anything from Wuxia. Upon hearing this, flames seemed to be lit in Wuxia's eyes. His expression was complicated as he said in a daze, How's that possible? He could not accept this outcome. His eyes were brimming incredulity. Then, he asked, The special power of the armor wasn't triggered? Why, Your Highness? Old villain Ji didn't even fight. Wuxia. How strange. Although the special powers of the armor were not triggered, its defense was top-notch. Moreover, Lin Xian had an 8-leaf cultivation base. As the saying went, an emaciated camel is still larger than a horse. How could Lin Xian be defeated when old villain Ji did not even make a move? Was it Yu Zhenghai? Or Yu Shangrong? Wuxia asked gruffly. If old villain Ji did not act, then it had to be either Yu Zhenghai or Yu Shangrong who had killed Lin Xian. Among the 9 disciples, those 2 were the only ones who were capable of killing Lin Xian. However, Yu Zhenghai was preoccupied with the battle at Yu province. He would not have the leisure of leaving the battlefield to kill Lin Xian. Moreover, it was common knowledge that Yu Zhenghai was at odds with his master. Then could it be Yu Shangrong, the sword devil? The eunuch replied, It's the evil sky pavilion's Mr. Third, Duanmu Shang. Wuxia's expression darkened as he asked in a deep voice, Has Duanmu Shang attained the 8-leaf stage? Your Highness. Lin Xian had underestimated his enemies and his stomach was impaled by Duanmu Shang's spear. The armor wasn't useful, the eunuch replied. Wuxia frowned deeply. The armor was useless? He did not believe this. When he first received the armor, he had tested it. Ordinary nascent divinity cultivators could not do anything against the armor. How could this be? The eunuch continued to say, After Lin Xian's death, old villain Ji made 2 moves. He broke the Taishu Academy's barrier with a palm strike and destroyed the Henku branch's barrier with his sword. Wuxia no longer wanted to listen to the eunuch's words. He closed his eyes to suppress the rage that threatened to boil over as he gruffly said, "Get lost." The eunuch scampered away at once. When Lu Ji finally opened his eyes, he mumbled, "Must I ask the old man to do something? Perhaps I should continue asking that mysterious elite for help." He frowned, unable to think of a good solution. Meanwhile, the news of Lin Xian's death on Dangyang Peak spread like a wildfire. If it had only been Lin Xian's death, it would not have spread this quickly. However, the act of destroying two huge barriers with a palm and sword strike truly intimidated the various sects. In the past, they could count on hiding behind their barriers. However, the Evil Sky Pavilion had clearly demonstrated that was no longer the case. The Evil Sky Pavilion was capable of easily breaking barriers. Who would dare to stand against the Evil Sky Pavilion now? Even a major sect such as the three sects with more than 20 barriers had to tread carefully, let alone the minor sects. This was Lu Zhou's objective for destroying the two barriers. He wanted to deter the other sects from making a move so he could focus on cultivation in seclusion. When the cloud-splitting chariot returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion, Ming Shirin said, "After Master broke the barriers with a palm and sword strike, I don't think anyone will dare to look down on the Evil Sky Pavilion in the future." Duanmu Sheng nodded and said, "Naturally, moreover, second senior brother is back. It's only a matter of time before the Evil Sky Pavilion is restored to its glory." The cloud-splitting chariot was about to descend when a melodious tune from a flute sounded from the top of the southern pavilion. The tune was sometimes hurried and sometimes slow. There were parts that sounded like a storm while other times it softened to a drizzle. When Ming Shirin heard the flute song, he exclaimed, "Oh no! That little girl, Conk, is going to attract wild beasts over." Ming Shirin had the best view since he manned the helm. He looked to his left and to his right. At this moment, he saw a fine horse with a red mane, snow-white coat, and shining golden eyes circling above the Evil Sky Pavilion while stepping on auspicious clouds. He remembered Tiango and said, "Master, a beast has breached the barrier." Duanmu Sheng shouted, "Cursed livestock!" He flew out of the flying chariot with his overlord spear in his hand before he launched himself at the steed. Nay! The steed suddenly rose to 2 feet and neighed at the skies. It did another lap before running away. Duanmu Sheng was taken aback as he said, "That cursed livestock has been scared away by me." From the top of the southern pavilion, little Yuaner rose into the skies and said, "Third senior brother, it's all your fault." "Ha!" Duanmu Sheng straightened his overlord's spear. He scratched his head, not understanding little Yuaner's words. "We were this close to capturing that horse. This close." The flute stopped playing. Conk stood up. She looked up with a gentle gaze as she flashed a sweet smile at Duanmu Sheng. "All of you have returned." Lu Zhou stepped out of the flying chariot. At this moment, Hua Yueshing flew over. She pulled on her bowstring and fired an arrow. Whoosh! The energy arrow went after the steed before it vanished in the air mid-flight. Hua Yueshing frowned and said, "That horse is strange. No matter how many times I shoot, I can't seem to hit it." "Stop," Lu Zhou said calmly. Hua Yueshing turned around. "Greetings, Pavilion Master." The 4 elders appeared at the base of the southern pavilion. The female cultivators, Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng, looked up. "Pavilion Master, you arrived just in time. That cursed livestock has been giving us trouble outside the barrier since morning. The elders have slashed their lotuses and are recultivating. There's nothing we could do to it," Hua Yueshing said. Little Yuaner pouted and said, "Master, if Conk didn't calm it down, the Golden Court Mountains barrier would have been breached again. That wretched beast." The others kept voicing their opinions and venting their displeasure about the steed. It was clear the house had given them considerable trouble throughout the day. Lu Zhou remained silent. He stroked his beard as he looked in the distance. The steed went further and further away. When it was quite some ways away from the Evil Sky Pavilion, it came to halt, standing on auspicious clouds. Lu Zhou looked at Conk and asked, "Did it say anything?" Conk knew the tongue of beasts. She should have communicated with it. Conch shook her head and said, "It doesn't want to talk." In other words, it was not willing to communicate. Lung Luo cupped his fists. Even the little girl couldn't tame it. This beast is wild and might end up causing disaster. I propose that you kill it to protect Golden Court Mountain's barrier, Pavilion Master. I support the decision to kill it as well, Panlitian chimed in. Zuyushu said, "It's strange. Golden Court Mountain is bustling with human activity. Powerful beasts wouldn't venture into human territory, usually. Why would this beast come all the way here? Perhaps this is a scheme of the other tribes. Don't forget, the other tribesman envoy, Lanny Bonner's family, had even sent a coffin here. If a vicious beast such as Tiango were to let loose here, how are we supposed to deal with it?" Hua Wudao asked. While the others were actively discussing this matter, Lu Zhou said tonelessly, "Calm down." He stepped into the air. He covered dozens of feet with a single stride. In the next instant, he was already above the evil sky pavilion. He looked at the steed that was hovering in the distance. The pavilion master is making his move. That cursed livestock. It'll taste the might of the pavilion master's invincible strike. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Lu Zhou did not summon unnamed. Instead, he looked at the steed and waved his hand. He said apathetically, "Ji Liang, come here." His voice rolled out thunderously in a sound wave. The others were stunned. That horse is called Ji Liang? In any case, will it obey the old man just because he asked it to come over? Is this a joke? They were still fearfully respectful of Lu Zhou, but Lu Zhou's action left them puzzled. The cultivation world knew how difficult it was to tame a beast. Otherwise, everyone else would have been riding on mounts through the streets. Moreover, this horse, Ji Liang, could not even be controlled by Conch, who was gifted in the tongue of beasts. In any case, they certainly could not voice out their thoughts. The others were still puzzled when the steed neighed loudly. Then it galloped toward the evil sky pavilion. Everyone else held their breaths. That wild horse was going to tackle the evil sky pavilion's barrier again. A livestock was a livestock after all. Dear Pavilion Master, you should use your ultimate skill soon. Just kill it with a palm strike or pierce its heart with an arrow. Just do something. Shortly after, the steed arrived above the barrier. Lu Zhou waved his hand and an opening appeared on the barrier. "Ah!" Then, there was a collective exclamation of surprise. The pavilion master had allowed the beast into the barrier. The steed descended through the opening. It slowed down, seemingly calm. It trotted up to Lu Zhou obediently and softly neighed. It did not attack, instead, it fell to its knees. The beast had submitted to Lu Zhou. Upon seeing this, everyone was stunned speechless. What was happening? Was this not the same horse that was haughty and hot-tempered just moments ago? Why was it suddenly obedient and submissive now? The four elders registered various expressions on their wizened faces. Hua Yueshing bowed. Pavilion Master. How did you do that?" Lu Zhou stroked his beard. He smiled without saying anything, making himself seem even more mysterious. When he saw the envious looks from everyone, he nodded. He was pleased with himself. "Perhaps, this is my charisma." Lu Zhou raised his hand and patted Ji Liang's back softly. "Nay." Ji Liang neighed loudly, clearly delighted. Conch understood what Ji Liang said. She said happily, "It's greeting us." Hua Yueshing and the others could not understand this. Ji Liang did not seem to be greeting them at all. To them, with its fangs bared, it seemed more like it was trying to scare them. It truly looked ferocious. The others instinctively took a step back. It was better to be cautious. It was a beast, after all. They could not easily trust it. Who knew if it would suddenly turn around and attack them? Upon seeing the others' reactions, Lu Zhou patted Ji Liang again as he said indifferently, "There's no need to be afraid." Ji Liang rose to its feet, rose high in the sky before it dove down. The others exclaimed in shock as they retreated. Ji Liang landed near them and lifted its head proudly. The people present on the scene were the elites of the Evil Sky Pavilion. The very mention of their names would strike fear in those who heard them. Yet they seemed to be cowering before this horse. After a while, when they saw that Ji Liang was truly not aggressive, they finally relaxed. They crowded around Ji Liang and began to study it. Pan Zhong, who was standing in front of Ji Liang, heard it snorting at him. It's quite haughty. Hey, who do you think you're looking down on? Nay, Ji Liang responded. Pan Zhong clicked his tongue in wonder before he chuckled. You're quite tactful. Conk covered her mouth and giggled before she said, It's said that you're short. The others burst out laughing. In any case, none of them dared to reprimand it. Zuiyushu observed Ji Liang for a moment. Then, she cupped her fists and asked, Brother, where did you find this steed? Lu Zhou descended from the air. He placed his hands on his back and said, I've been to the land of Wuwang in the extreme north in the past. There are many beasts there. I was in my prime back then, but there's no need to mention that since I have a glorious past. This beast is extremely intelligent. It must have submitted itself to me back then. I'm sure that it had come to the Evil Sky Pavilion to rely on me. He did not care if the others believed him, as he simply pulled out an excuse. How or why Ji Liang came was not important. What mattered was it here. Ji Liang lifted its head and neighed. Conk pointed at Ji Liang and said, Ji Liang said that's the truth. I'm truly impressed by your might, Pavilion Master. Hua Wudao cupped his fists. To be capable of taming this divine steed, I'm sure that you must have displayed your shocking strength in the land of Wuwang, Pavilion Master. Lu Zhou enjoyed the praises from the others. After a while, he waved his sleeve and called out, Ji Liang. Ji Liang understood Lu Zhou. It stepped on the clouds and galloped toward Golden Court Mountains forests and vanished. Lu Zhou looked at the Lantian jade flute hanging at Konk's waist and said, Konk, give me your hand. Oh! Konk seemed to be used to this as she presented her wrist. Lu Zhou placed 2 fingers on her wrist. He gauged her extraordinary 8 meridians. Ever since they returned from Penglai Island, he had never paid attention to her cultivation. As he expected, after being nourished by the Lantian jade for some time, her extraordinary 8 meridians were smoother and tougher. In other words, she was now officially a mystic enlightening realm cultivator. For a person who had never cultivated to begin with to advance directly into the mystic enlightening realm, who could have done such a thing? Finally, he removed his fingers and said, Come with me, MHM. Lu Zhou did not talk to the others. He turned around and returned to the eastern pavilion. Konk followed him obediently. The 4 elders sighed as they shook their heads. Mingxirin asked, Why are you sighing, elders? I'm just filled with emotion by the possibility that the Evil Sky Pavilion might have another genius cultivator soon, Panlydian said. Zuiyushu was a genius herself, the best of the Confucian school, in fact. Faced with the little girl who had directly advanced into the mystic enlightening realm, she could only admit defeat. She looked at the duo's retreating backs and said, If it were someone else apart from brother, I would have fought to the bitter end for a disciple like her. Elder Zua, I haven't finished speaking. If I have a disciple like her, I'd give her my gourd bottle, Panlydian said. Panzhong. Lung Luo glanced at Panlydian and Zuiyushu as he said, If this were in the past, I destroyed what I couldn't have. However, since it's the Pavilion Master, I'm willing to yield. Hua Wudao remained silent. He decided to stay out of the 8-leaf cultivator's bragging competition. Then, Zuiyushu looked at Ci Yuaner, who was standing next to her, and said, Little girl, what stage are you at now? Little Yuaner lowered her head and counted her fingers. Then, she said sheepishly, I'm only at the 3-leaf stage. Only. Little Yuaners only made Panzhong and Zhou Jifeng feel like vomiting blood. The 4 elders had slashed their lotuses and were recultivating. The strongest among them were only at the 2-leaf stage now. If they did not consider everything else and just compared it this way, they were now weaker than little Yuaner. Mingxirin said, Little junior sister, should I help you? No. Little Yuaner rejected Mingxirin decisively. I'll smash the heads of whoever that tries to do something to my golden lotus. She waved her fist fiercely as she spoke. The others took a step back. The young girl was more polite than before, but she was still as fierce, if not fiercer. They would do best not to offend her. Meanwhile, in the eastern pavilion, Lu Zhou brought Conk into the hall. "Do you know why I called you here?" Lu Zhou asked. Conk shook her head, indicating that she was clueless. Lu Zhou sat down slowly and said, "Are you willing to cultivate?" "Cultivate? Just like this?" Lu Zhou raised his hand. There was a surge of primal qi before an energy blade materialized in his hand. The energy blade morphed between a saber, spear, rod, and prong. Conk's eyes gleamed as she watched. She pointed at the energy blade and applauded as she said, "That's fun! I want to learn this." Fun? Lu Zhou felt slightly helpless. However, when he thought about it, the people who started cultivating in their youth did so for various reasons. Some wanted to walk on air, some wanted to fly on swords, some wanted to traverse the lands armed with a sword, or tame beasts. There were countless reasons. "I'll test your perceptivity." Talents and foundations were one thing. Perceptivity was also important. Conk nodded. She walked up to the rush cushion and sat down properly. "Hold your breath and focus your mind. Direct your thoughts toward your dantian. Can you feel the primal qi in your dantian? It's like seawater. Try to guide its flow. Let it flow into your meridian vessels and push it out of your body to form qi. Condense it into energy." Lu Zhou had never taught anyone as patiently as he was right now. Perhaps he felt there was something different about this young girl. That was also probably why he had thoughts about accepting another disciple. "Very good," Lu Zhou said when he saw that she had successfully conjured up her primal qi. This primal qi was the primal qi she obtained when she opened her 5 apertures after entering the mystic enlightening realm. Although it was a piteous amount, it was sufficient to lay down her foundation. At this moment, Conk looked up at Lu Zhou. Her confidence clearly wavered as she asked, "Is this right?" A soft, resonating sound rang from Conk's right palm. A cluster of irregular energy that resembled a chicken's egg hovered above her head. Lu Zhou widened his old eyes. "Ah!" The body tempering stage was to train the tenacity of the body as a vessel, especially the Dantian sea of qi. That was how it could contain primal qi and energy seals. The mystic enlightening realm greatly heightened a cultivator's senses so that they could guide and sense primal qi in a practical way. The sense-condensing realm improved a cultivator's will. When the cultivator's will was strengthened to a certain stage, he would be able to condense primal qi into energy. The more profound the cultivation base, the stabler the cultivator's will would be. Eventually, the cultivator would be able to do this at will. However, although Conk had directly advanced into the mystic enlightening realm, he did not expect her to easily condense her qi into energy. Hence, he was taken aback. Conk misunderstood Lu Zhou's reaction and thought she did not do well enough. She said softly, "I'm sorry. I can't turn it into a sword." Lu Zhou cleared his throat. This little girl is thinking of forming a sword on her first try? It was already amazing that she had managed to condense it into an irregular energy seal in the shape of an egg. To think that she was aiming for a sword. Keep it together. How am I supposed to be her master otherwise? Lu Zhou stared at Conk and asked, "I'll ask you this. Are you willing to cultivate under my guidance?" When Conk heard this, a delighted expression appeared on her face. However, she did not agree to it immediately. She placed her right index finger between her lips and teeth as she mulled over it. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. There were many who under the heavens would have loved to become one of his disciples. "Little girl, know your place. It's a blessing on your end for me to accept you as a disciple." After cultivating, can I fly?" Conk asked. "You can. Can I make a golden giant like Sister Yuaner did?" Conk asked timidly. "You can. Can I defeat those monsters?" When he heard this question, Lu Zhou did not answer immediately. Lu Zhou did not answer in haste. Based on Conk's talents, she should be able to control those beasts. Even a powerful beast such as Tiango was captivated by her flute. Why would she need to defeat them? "Are you scared of them?" "Without the flute, they're scary," Conk replied. She had a point. Her present condition was that she did not have full control of her talent at all. If it were not for the divine steed, Ji Liang, her flute's song today would have attracted many beasts. Also, it was truly a waste if she did not cultivate with this talent of hers. When you start cultivating, those beasts will leave you alone, Lu Zhou finally replied. When Conk heard this, she nodded vehemently. Then, I'll cultivate with you. Good. Lu Zhou had an idea. He pointed at the rush cushion. In that case, kneel. You'll carry out the ritual of kneeling 3 times and kowtowing 9 times. Conk stood up and stepped over the rush cushion. She stood before Lu Zhou and kneeled respectfully. If he was a stickler for etiquette, he would have notified everyone in the Evil Sky Pavilion and have Conk perform this ritual before everyone. However, he felt accepting a disciple was a personal matter and would rather do away with the convoluted and unnecessarily elaborate ritual. However, the act of kneeling 3 times and kowtowing 9 times could not be skipped. It was partly to have Conk remember that this was necessary if she were to acknowledge someone as her master. It was also to make her submit herself genuinely. A master for a day, a father forever. With this, she was now part of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Master. Ding. Inheritance and Teaching Mission amended to October 10th. Original Ji Tiandao teaching system is officially removed. Reward. System Upgrade Card X1. Reversal Card X10. Merit Points. 10,000. Famous Teacher trains a fine student mission card. System Upgrade Card. Increases the permissions of the merit point system. Famous Teacher trains a fine student. Supervise your disciples' painstaking cultivation with greater strictness for at least 3 months. The series of instructions gave Lu Zhou a shock. When he had just transmigrated here, he received a notification that the teaching mission was completed. He did not give it much thought before, but he did not expect it to be officially removed. I hope that my system won't be removed with it. Lu Zhou called up the system dashboard at once. The familiar interface popped up. Fortunately, it's still here. Why are you panicking? You're already an old man. Lu Zhou shifted his gaze downward and saw the system upgrade card. What does increasing the permissions mean? He tapped the upgrade card, and a message popped up. System upgrade card. Time needed. 5 months. Throughout the upgrade process, the system cannot be used. Are you sure you want to continue? Not now. Lu Zhou considered it for a moment. It was slightly disadvantageous to not be able to use the system's various functions. The 5 months upgrading time was also too long for him. If someone were to come looking for trouble while during that time, he would be in a difficult situation. Moreover, the 4 elders and his disciples were not too powerful at the moment. It seemed like it had been the right call to eliminate Lin Xian and break the barrier of the Taishu Academy. Lu Zhou continued scrolling down. Famous Teacher trains a fine student? Famous Teacher trains a fine student. Supervise your disciples' painstaking cultivation with greater strictness for at least 3 months. Are you going to use it? Yes. At this moment, Lu Zhou saw a famous teacher trains a fine student mission on the mission list. It would last for 3 months. He nodded and closed the system dashboard. He returned his gaze to Conk. He calmly said, "Get up, Emicham." Conk got up happily. "You should address me as master from now on." "Oh, master." Conk lowered her body slightly in an attempt to mimic little Yuaner. Lu Zhou waved his hand. A cultivation method tome about breathing from the nearby table flew toward him. "This will teach you the basics about breathing. Cultivate according to the instructions listed inside every day. You can look for me if there's anything that you don't understand." Lu Zhou tossed the tome toward Conk. The basic cultivation method was something every cultivator must cultivate after entering the mystic enlightening realm. This was the basic way to increase one's primal qi and widen one's Dantian sea of qi. Then, they would choose between the directions of Confucian, Buddhist, or Taoist methods, combine it with their own advantages and inclinations, and eventually fix the direction of their cultivation. "Thank you, Master." Conk received the tome with a dazzling smile on her face. Lu Zhou expected to hear a notification and receive a reward from the system. Unfortunately, the system did not give him any merit points. According to the system's treatment of his 9 disciples, apart from Yi Tianxin, who was banished and would not earn him any rewards, he would receive merit points as rewards so long as they acknowledged that they had returned to the pavilion. Yet Conk was not counted. This was awkward. The bright moon shines over the sea. From far away we share this moment together. Could it be that the criterion for accepting disciples is so rigid? Lu Zhou wondered. In the end, he decided it was pointless to dwell on it. If he truly had to recruit disciples according to the poem, he could just recruit another one when he ran into him or her. Moreover, Conk's talents were comparable to his 9 disciples. She would surely become a great helper to him in the future. With this thought in mind, he brightened up. "Anyone there? Your orders, Pavilion Master?" A voice rang from outside the door. "Summon everyone to the Great Hall." Understood. Inside the Great Hall, everyone from the Evil Sky Pavilion was gathered there. Yet Lu Zhou was taking his time to show up. The 4 elders, Duanmu Shang, Mingshi Yin, Zhu Honggong, Zhao Yu, and Little Yuaner stood at the side. They occasionally looked out of the Great Hall as they waited for their master. The others stood at the other side. What's with Master today? What's with all the ceremony? Mingshi Yin wondered out loud. Just stay calm. We'll know once the Pavilion Master is here, Pan Litian said. At this moment, Lu Zhou held Conk's hand with his other hand placed on his back as they slowly strolled in from outside the Great Hall. The others turned to look. The 4 elders were perceptive enough to understand what was going on when they saw Lu Zhou leading Conk here. The 4 of them bowed and said in unison, "Congratulations, Pavilion Master." Lu Zhou brought Conk to the front and turned around to face the others. With a clear voice, he said, "I have 2 things to announce." He paused. The Great Hall was silent. "From this day onward, Conk will officially be my 10th disciple." Although the others had expected this, they were still slightly taken aback. Everyone knew about the strict requirements of becoming an Evil Sky Pavilion disciple. There were countless people who wished to become a disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion's Patriarch. Even geniuses such as Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng were not considered by him. It was clear just how difficult it was to become his disciple. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng felt nothing but envy at this moment. They looked at Conk before both of them and the female cultivators bowed in unison. "Greetings, Miss 10th. Conk seemed reserved-faced with all this situation. Lu Zhou glanced at her. Conk nodded. She stood before Duanmu Shang. "Greetings, 3rd senior brother." "Hello, little junior sister." Since Conk was just a young girl, he did not think it was appropriate to maintain a stern expression. Therefore, he mustered up what he thought was an acceptable smile. Conk walked up to Mingshi Yin and said, "Greetings, 4th senior brother. Little junior sister, you must work hard in your cultivation. If you want to slash your lotus, you can look for me," Mingshi Yin said with a smile. Conk immediately turned toward Zhao Yu and said, "Greetings, 5th senior sister." Zhao Yu said, "I've only learned about this today, so I didn't have the time to get you a welcome present. I'll get you a present in the future." "Thank you, senior sister." Conk went up to Zhu Honggong. "Greetings, 8th senior brother." "You're very polite, little junior sister," Zhu Honggong replied. At last, Conk finally stood in front of Little Yuaner. Before Conk spoke, Little Yuaner said, "From this day on, you're my little junior sister. I'll protect you." "Thank you, 9th senior sister. You're very nice," Conk replied. Shortly after, Conk greeted the 4 elders. Lu Zhou nodded, pleased. After the ceremony, Conk was officially a member of the Evil Sky Pavilion. "Old 4th, notify Old 7th about this." "Yes, Master. Fellow disciples should know about each other's existence." Lu Zhou continued, "The second matter I have to announce is that I'll be cultivating in seclusion for 5 months. Throughout these 5 months, no Evil Sky Pavilion disciple is to venture out without due cause." The others looked confused. The Pavilion Master was already at the 9-leaf stage. Why would he need to cultivate in seclusion? Constant improvement? Yes, that must have been why. The Pavilion Master was constantly trying to improve himself. Yes, Pavilion Master. Yes, Master. Everyone bowed. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. The disciples will stay back. The others may leave. Apart from Lu Zhou's disciples, the others left the Evil Sky Pavilion's great hall. Lu Zhou walked up the steps. He swept his gaze across his disciples and said, "All of you should work hard and cultivate while I'm in seclusion." "Yes, Master." Naturally, this simple instruction was not enough. A strict teacher would produce fine students. In that case, he would need to have strict requirements of them. "When I'm out of my seclusion, I'll judge your cultivation bases. If I see that you're slacking off, you'll be severely punished." His disciples shuddered. The fear they once felt while being physically abused seemed to have returned to them. They kept their heads lowered and dared not move. Lu Zhou said, "Conk is new here. All of you should guide her." Thud. Zhu Honggong suddenly fell to his knees. His forehead touched the ground as he said, "Don't worry, Master. I'll work hard and cultivate. Little junior sister is new to all this. As her senior, I'll surely help her." "You can rest assured, Master." The other disciples were rendered speechless by this display. Although Old Eighth was shameless, his antics were needed at such crucial moments. Lu Zhou nodded and said, "Very well, Master. Why did you suddenly decide to cultivate in seclusion?" Zhu Honggong asked. The others looked at Lu Zhou. They were curious as well. Lu Zhou said, "Do I have to explain all my decisions to you from now on?" Zhu Honggong immediately kowtowed. "I dare not, Master. I was wrong." He raised his hand and decisively slapped himself. The sound of the slap was loud and crisp. The other disciples were still speechless. "Bring me the formation veins copied from the red coffin. At once." Lu Zhou stood up and said, "If there's nothing else, you're dismissed." "Rest well, Master." The disciples bowed. Lu Zhou did not return to the Eastern Pavilion this time. Instead, he went to the hidden chamber. When he entered the hidden chamber, he surveyed it. After the refurbishment, the hidden chamber was restored to its original appearance. Compared to before, it seemed sturdier now. Lu Zhou walked up to the rush cushion and sat with his legs crossed. Shortly after, Duan Mushang sent the formation veins copied from the coffin over. Then he left respectfully. Lu Zhou spread the printout and examined it. "As I expected, it's exactly the same as the ones on the armor. It was possible for these formation veins to be purely drawn. Copying them by scrubbing in this manner was one of the ways. However, it would be extremely difficult to operate these many formation veins. The precision of control over primal chi required for this would exceed what 8-leaf elites were capable of. Why did this person come here?" He remembered the advice on the last pages of the secret tome and sighed softly. Was the 9-leaf stage unattainable? Until now, he was not certain. Whether it was severing the lotus or the problem with the golden lotus he observed from Yun Tianluo's experience, he could not be completely certain that the 9-leaf stage existed. After all, he was not a real 9-leaf cultivator. Lu Zhou shook his head to clear away the distracting thoughts. It was useless to think about these things at the moment. He decided that it was more useful to meditate on the heavenly writing scrolls. Lu Zhou called up the heavenly writing interface. Then he flipped his palm. Upgrade card. He looked at the system upgrade card and thought, the heavenly writing scrolls won't be closed, right? Use. He gave the order in his mind. The upgrade card dissolved into spots of starlight and scattered on his body. They vanished in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, Lu Zhou noticed that apart from the heavenly writings interface that was still active, the other interfaces were now gray. A progress bar appeared at the side. It read, "Increasing permission." Finally, it was time to meditate on the heavenly writing scrolls. He was confronted with messy runes. The first impression he had was that he could not understand them. They could not understand each other. Perhaps it was due to his experience with the human scrolls. He merely took a deep breath before he memorized the runes regardless if he understood them or not. All he had to do was act as though he understood them. A moment later, Lu Zhou entered a state that he could not explain. Just like the first time he meditated on the human scroll, his consciousness entered a void space. There were no sounds or sensations. Everything seemed to have frozen over. Before he knew it, his eyes were shut. Under this mystical state, blue spots of starlight appeared on his body. The general's mansion in Liang province. Si Wuya brought the sheets of information he gathered from various places and walked into the hall. He seemed to be in a good mood. Yu Zhenghai noticed Si Wuya's expression and asked, "You look happy, wise brother. Do you bring good news?" "Indeed, I do," Si Wuya said. "The first good news is that the Taishu Academy's Patriarch, Lin Xian, has been killed by third senior brother with a single strike. It's currently the hottest news in the cultivation world." "Is third junior brother that bold and powerful?" Yu Zhenghai was slightly shocked. Si Wuya told him about how the Crown Prince, Lu Ji, had colluded with Lin Xian. Then he offered his analysis by saying, "Master has broken the barriers of the Taishu Academy and Henku branch. That's a good thing for the Nether sect." Yu Zhenghai nodded. "You've got a point. The third good news is, we have another little junior sister now," Si Wuya said. Yu Zhenghai was taken aback. He said skeptically, "Another little junior sister? I didn't believe it at first, but I had no choice but to believe what's written in fourth senior brother's letter." Si Wuya presented the letter to Yu Zhenghai and continued to say, "We don't know this new little junior sister's real name. She's going by the name Conk for now. She's talented in tune, knows the tongue of the beasts, and most importantly, she directly advanced into the mystic enlightening realm. 5 of her apertures are already connected, and she can easily condense chi into energy. Eldest senior brother, don't give me that look. That's right. She's the young lady on the heaven worship platform." Yu Zhenghai was inwardly shocked by such a talented person. He sat down and read the letter before he said, "Does he have the energy to accept another disciple at his age?" Si Wuya spread his arms and said, "Master has already attained the 9-leaf stage. Perhaps his life has been extended. Moreover, Old Fourth mentioned that Master has ordered his disciples to work hard on their cultivation, and they're not allowed to leave the evil sky pavilion without due cause." Yu Zhenghai shuddered as though he had just recalled some unpleasant memories. He likes to act like a teacher as he aged. Just as well. He's a 9-leaf cultivator after all. Anything he says goes. Conk, I hope that she's as likable as 9th junior sister. Ding! Disciplined Yu Zhenghai. Reward, 200 merit points. Lu Zhou was in a state of chaos. He did not seem to have heard this notification, and it did not affect his meditation. Si Wuya shook his head and said, "However, I can't help but feel that the little girl is strange." "Why do you say that?" "Not only is she gifted in tunes, but she also directly advanced into the mystic enlightening realm without cultivating." "Do you believe it, eldest senior brother?" Si Wuya asked. "Indeed, it seems strange. What are your thoughts, wise brother?" "I remember that when I returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion, I went into Master's room once. There was a poem hanging on the wall. The bright moon shines over the sea. From far away we share this moment together." Si Wuya beckoned a nearby subordinate over. "Bring me the 4 treasures of the study." The items were delivered shortly after. Si Wuya picked up the brush and wrote the words on the paper. Then, he listed the names of his fellow disciples beside them. "Eldest senior brother, take a look at this." Yu Zhenghai looked at the calligraphy paper on the table. Yu Zhenghai, Yu Shangrong, Duanmu Shang, Mingxirin, Zhao Yu, Yi Tianxin, Si Wuya, Zhu Honggong, Ci Yuaner, Conk. Si Wuya drew circles on their names. When put together, they formed the words for the poem. The bright moon shines over the sea. From far away we share this moment together. I never noticed this. Yu Zhenghai was inwardly shocked by this revelation. That's why I suspected Master wanted to recruit 10 disciples from the very beginning, Si Wuya said. Wait, Yu Zhenghai raised a hand. If what you say is true, why isn't Conk the Shi in the poem? Si Wuya said, I've asked Hua Chongyang about this before. This little girl is pure and naive. She doesn't know her own name. Yu Zhenghai's eyes brightened. He nodded and said, Could it be that the little girl is Master's daughter born out of wedlock? Perhaps she's hiding her name from us so that we won't find out about Master's promiscuous past. Si Wuya nearly choked when he heard Yu Zhenghai's speculations. Yu Zhenghai said, "Don't get so worked up, wise brother. I was only joking." He was fortunate that his master was not around. If he was, Yu Zhenghai would have suffered a good beating. It was not Si Wuya's style to badmouth his master behind his master's back. "I've gone through the ancient texts, and I didn't find the origins of this poem, whether in the history books or collections left behind by literary masters. With Master's skill in poetry, I don't think that he can even come up with a limerick. How could he have penned this magnificent poem?" Si Wuya wondered out loud. Yu Zhenghai placed his hands on his back and said, "The world is vast and full of wonders. When Master was at his peak, he traveled the 9 provinces and the 4 seas. It's only natural for him to have encountered unusual happenings or heard some lesser-known folk songs and the likes." Si Wuya nodded at the moment. This was the only explanation. "Wise brother, now that we're in a good position, let's talk about business." Yu Zhenghai was not interested in this poem. He was merely entertaining Si Wuya. He removed the calligraphy paper from the table and rolled out Yu Province's map. Si Wuya dismissed his thoughts and focused his attention on the map before he said, "Half a year. We should pick up the pace then. I think tonight's our best chance." His statement was shocking. Yu Zhenghai did not expect that. He asked, "Are we in a hurry?" "We should strike when our enemy least expects us to." "Good." Yu Zhenghai smacked Si Wuya's shoulder heavily. "Your words are just what I like to hear, wise brother." Inside a room in the temporary general's mansion in Yu Province, a valiant-looking woman was tidying her martial attire in front of a mirror. Her hair was tied into a bun. Even her armor and sword could not hide her fair facial features. "General Ji, you're certainly a match for men. It's up to you to defend Yu Province now," a person next to her said in an attempt to flatter her. This woman was the only female among the 8 great generals, Ji Qingqing. Ji Qingqing said disapprovingly, "Do you think that Yu Province can be defended?" The deputy general immediately fell to one knee. "General, you're our mainstay. You must remain strong." "Nonsense." Ji Qingqing frowned and placed one hand on her sword. 4 of my 8 deputy generals have already been lost before the battle started. The Nether sect is like the sun at high noon. How am I supposed to keep them at bay? The deputy general stammered. The Taishu Academy's president, Xiao Shan, is bringing 1,000 disciples here as reinforcements. They'll certainly be of some help to you, General. That's enough. Ji Qingqing waved her hand. She did not want to discuss this further. Night fell. On the southern city gate, a huge, dark flying chariot slowly sailed into view. Yet, the Ji province city remained silent. The cultivators at the top of the gates looked up at the night sky. What's that? A flying chariot? The night was too dark. They did not have much visibility. They rubbed their eyes and widened them to look again. Suddenly, a saber shot out from the flying chariot. The saber glowed with faint radiance. Then, there was a bright flash as the energy saber instantly enlarged. It dropped toward them like a large pinwheel. As it descended, scores of densely packed starlight shot out. This was the famed saber technique, Great Dark Heaven Memorial's Dark Heaven Starlight, that Yu Zhenghai, the sect master of the Nether sect, cultivated. This is bad. The Nether sect is here. Boom, 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 boom. They did not even have the time to light the fire signals before they activated the ballistae. The Great Dark Heaven Memorial broke through the western city gate in no time at all. Outside the gate, tens of thousands of Nether sect members swarmed into the city. Their shouts resounded in the skies. On the flying chariot, Yu Zhenghai stood with his hands on his back as he observed the battle below. Wise brother, what do you think? Your saber technique is shocking, eldest senior brother. I'm awestruck. Si Wuya looked at the Great Dark Heaven Memorial, stunned. The Nether sect cultivators poured into Yu Province city swiftly. Whenever they ran into the garrison, they killed. The flying chariot began to slowly advance. It was progressing like a hot knife through butter. High above the southern city gate, a figure crossed his arms in the dark night skies as he looked down. He glanced at the skies to the west and shook his head disapprovingly. What a crude way of swinging his saber. Utterly boring and ostentatious. Its lethality is low. All it has got going for it is its appearance. He continued to watch the battle. He did not join in. This was because the garrison soldiers were too weak. They were boringly weak. He could not bring himself to be bothered with them. A moment later, he saw almost 1,000 individuals flying toward him in groups. Perhaps he had been hovering in a remote part of the skies. Combined with his green robes and the night skies, the people did not seem to notice him. Shoo! The leader raised his hand. President, what do we do now? Let's avoid being caught for now. We'll take a detour and leave Yu province. Then, we'll launch a sneak attack on Jing province. The others nodded. I didn't expect Yu Zhenghai to be this powerful. It's a fine idea to avoid him. Some of the Nether Sex elites were stationed in Liang province to guard against the other tribes. Yu Zhenghai and the others originally guarded Jing province themselves. Now that they were launching this large-scale attack, the province was naturally left unguarded. Old villain Ji has destroyed our Taishu Academy. I must have my revenge. At this moment, a voice rang from above the cultivators. My apologies. Who's there? President Xiaoshan shuddered as he looked up. He saw a green-robed swordsman hovering in the night sky. Zing! A faint scarlet sword flew out from behind the green-robed swordsman's back. The sword split into two, then it multiplied, until the sky was filled with densely packed energy swords. Whiz! An avatar appeared. The avatar that was missing a golden lotus shot toward them with thousands of energy swords in tow. Swoosh! 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 The energy swords easily pierced the chests of the Taishu Academy disciples. They were powerless to fight back. Xiao Shan summoned his avatar and rose higher in the air in an attempt to block the energy swords. As soon as Xiao Shan rose into the sky, a faint smile appeared on Yu Shangrong's face. He adjusted his grip on his longevity sword as he stepped forward. There was a flurry of movements. 5 leaves circled the sword's blade. Before Xiao Shan could react, the leaves were already on the move. They sliced through his protective energy with uncanny sharpness. The longevity sword followed closely behind the leaves, and it pierced Xiao Shan's Dantian's sea of qi. Xiao Shan felt a chill spread throughout his body. His heart sank to the depths of his soul as he witnessed his disciples being stabbed by Sword Devil's destiny. He cried out, I'm taking you with me. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately detonated his Dantian's sea of qi. Boom! Yu Shangrong was set to be caught in the explosion. He felt the incoming wave of energy as he swung his longevity sword. A tidal wave of sword shadows was launched. The scene where he slashed the fiend Zen was reenacted. He focused all his attention and worked with every fiber of his being as he swung his sword. He moved like the wind. The area within 2 meters of him was completely filled with the longevity sword's shadows. On the Nether Sex flying chariot, Yu Zhenghai looked in the direction of the western city gate. At night, they could not see the details of the techniques or the appearance of the other person. However, it was difficult to miss the huge avatar. A 60-foot avatar with no golden lotus? Yu Zhenghai was inwardly shocked. He was not shocked by the profundity of the person's cultivation base, but at the speed at which the cultivator managed to recultivate to the 5-leaf stage after severing his lotus. It was a truly shocking feat. Eldest senior brother, that must be energy swords. It's most probably from the Sword Path elite who has been helping us, Siwuya said. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhenghai's eyes brightened. He hastily said, If that's truly him, I want to meet him. Wise brother. I'll be back. As soon as he finished speaking, he prepared to fly out of the flying chariot. Siwuya quickly grabbed Yu Zhenghai's arm before he said, Eldest senior brother. We should prioritize the bigger picture here. At this moment, the Nether sect was about to completely conquer Yu province. They had the upper hand. Although their momentum was akin to running a hot knife through butter, There were many elites hiding inside the divine capital. Nobody could say when an elite would suddenly show up. When that time comes, without an 8-leaf cultivator such as Yu Zhenghai taking charge, the tides of the battle could be reversed. The 8 great generals of the divine capital and the elites who lived in the divine capital were no pushovers. With Yu Zhenghai here, they could rest assured. Yu Zhenghai sighed helplessly. What a shame. Hua Chongyang. Yes, sect master. Go and help this friend of ours. If it's possible, I'd like to have a drink with him. We'll drink to our heart's content at that time. Yu Zhenghai said. Yes, sect master. Hua Chongyang leaped off the flying chariot and moved at lightning speed. He did not hesitate and summoned his 7-leaf avatar. Upon seeing Hua Chongyang's avatar, the garrison cultivators were scared out of their wits. They hurriedly scrambled away. Little did they know, they were not Hua Chongyang's target. Hua Chongyang moved toward the southern city gate. In just a few breaths, his 7-leaf avatar charged into the roiling primal chi airwave. Yu Shangrong saw the 7-leaf avatar charging toward him from the corners of his eyes. He shook his head and murmured, boring. Then, he intentionally slowed down the speed of his energy swords. Bam! 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 Xiao Shan's ferocious energy landed on him. Yu Shangrong reeled back. Senior! Hua Chongyang cried out despite himself. He was being extremely respectful by addressing Yu Shangrong as senior. Although he was a 7-leaf nascent divinity realm cultivator, he did not dare to act impudently in front of a 5-leaf cultivator who had severed his lotus. At this moment, he had not seen Yu Shangrong's face yet. Yu Shangrong rode on the momentum as he retreated. His avatar faded away as he flew toward the forest outside the city. Hua Chongyang shouted, Open! His 7-leaf avatar grew to its biggest size at once. It dispersed the storm of primal chi before it shrank in size again. Hua Chongyang looked down. Xiao Shan, who was currently falling to the ground, had already been dealt with. He joined his palms together and made several hand signs as he said, The Taishu Academy's Xiao Shan? You refused to walk on heaven's path but chose to rush to hell instead? Looks like the lesson Senior G taught you isn't enough. Bam! 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 Several palm seals shot out and landed on Xiao Shan's chest. Boom! Xiao Shan crashed onto the ground. Hua Chongyang did not even look at Xiao Shan as he sped toward the forest south of the city. In just a blink of an eye, he had entered the forest. The surroundings were silent. Apart from faint primal chi lingering in the air, there was no trace of the senior. He's fast. Hua Chongyang muttered to himself as he recalled his avatar. He looked at the forest before him and hesitated. In the end, he did not proceed further into the forest. He cupped his fists together and projected his voice. My sect master admires you, senior. He sent me here to invite you to our quarters to have a chat with him. Will you accept the invitation, senior? The forest was as quiet as ever. There was no reply. Hua Chongyang knew his place. An elite who managed to recultivate to the 5-leaf stage after severing his lotus would not be a weakling. It would be futile even if he gave chase. After a while, he said, Your sword skills are amazing, senior. It's on par with the Evil Sky Pavilion's Mr. Second, if not better. It's a shame that I'm not fortunate enough to meet you. I'll be taking my leave now. When he finished speaking, he left at a blinding speed. The forest was as silent as ever. A moment later, Hua Chongyang returned to the area and searched for a moment while hovering in midair. He's gone. Hua Chongyang sighed helplessly. He turned around and flew toward Yu Province City. Behind a huge tree in the silent forest below, Yu Shangrong carried his longevity sword and murmured, crude acting skills and boring tricks. Then, he pressed his chest to stabilize the chaotic flow of primal chi inside his Dantian Sea of Chi. A 5-leaf cultivator was only a 5-leaf cultivator, after all. Against the 7-leaf Xiao Shan, it was shocking enough that he managed to break Xiao Shan's Dantian Sea of Chi and escape with his life intact. Perhaps, he was used to being an 8-leaf cultivator, he had gone slightly overboard this time. Yu Shangrong gripped his longevity sword tightly and smiled faintly. There's no need to rush. I'll return to the peak soon enough. After returning to the flying chariot, Hua Chongyang bowed at Yu Zhenghai and said, Sect Master, I couldn't catch up with him. That mysterious elite is too fast. Yu Zhenghai said, clearly displeased, Chongyang, you've been slacking off lately. Have I not been treating you well? Hua Chongyang fell to one knee and said, I dare not. I am useless. Si Wuya said, eldest senior brother, you can't blame brother Chongyang for this. How can an elite who has recultivated to the 5-leaf stage be easily caught? Yu Zhenghai nodded. You have a point, wise brother. Hua Chongyang felt frustrated as well. He felt as though he was experiencing bad luck that was accumulated from 8 lifetimes. It was one thing for him to fail his mission at the Heaven Worship platform, but he even brought Senior G to their branch, resulting in his sect master being beaten. Additionally, it was slightly unacceptable that he was not able to catch up to a 5-leaf cultivator. Yu Zhenghai helped Hua Chongyang up and said, You've worked hard. Hua Chongyang was moved. He said immediately, I'll do better. At this moment, Si Wuya pointed at the city and said, We're at the general's mansion. Eldest senior brother, it all depends on you now. The others looked down at the general's mansion instinctively. The Nether sect members had already surrounded the general's mansion. Based on Si Wuya's calculations, Ji Qingqing should have shown up on the battlefield a while ago. However, up until now she had not made an appearance. Soon after, Yu Hong, the Green Azure Hall's second seat, rose into the air. He bowed and said, The general's mansion is empty, sect master. There's no one inside? Yu Zhenghai frowned slightly. Si Wuya pondered on this for a moment before he said, They're rather tactful. It's no wonder our progress has been smooth. Ji Qingqing has given up on Yu province early on and fled during the night. Yu Zhenghai was invigorated upon hearing this. The Nether sect members on the flying chariot bowed. Congratulations on conquering Yu province, sect master. Early next morning, inside the purple bamboo forest north of Yu province, Ji Qingqing, one of the 8 great generals, sat in a stately manner among the bamboo. Her 4 deputies kept watch around her. General, Yu province has fallen. I see. Ji Qingqing raised the water skin to her mouth and drank. Then, she slowly rose to her feet. She looked in Yu province's direction. There did not seem to be any strong emotions on her face. It's getting late. Should we make a move, General? There's no rush. Let's wait for a while more, Ji Qingqing replied. Wait. Her 4 deputy generals were puzzled. Since they had given up on Yu province, why were they not leaving? Fleeing the battlefield is a crime worthy of the death penalty. General, there's something that I don't understand. It's only meaningless resistance, Ji Qingqing said. At this moment, a green-robed swordsman wielded his sword as he slowly walked toward them from the northern edge of the purple bamboo forest. The 4 deputy generals' faces fell. They immediately drew closer to Ji Qingqing and unsheathed their swords. Ji Qingqing glanced at the green-robed swordsman and said, Stand down. General, I know what I'm doing, Ji Qingqing said. The 4 of them retreated behind her. Ji Qingqing faced the green-robed swordsman from a distance. You're here. I made a promise with someone. I can't possibly go back on my words. The green-robed swordsman smiled faintly. Ji Qingqing said, I kept my promise to you. I hope you'll hold up your end of the bargain. Yu Shangrong said, What I say, I'll do. What I do, I'll carry through. Since you left Yu province, you're no longer on my list. Upon hearing this, the 4 deputies figured out the identity of the green-robed swordsman. Recently, there was a sword path elite who had been imitating the Evil Sky Pavilion's Mr. Second in Yu Province City by making a hit list. Ji Qingqing and her right deputies were all on the list. Her remaining 4 deputies had difficulty eating and sleeping in peace because of this. They did not expect the green-robed swordsman to be that mysterious elite. Do you know why I promised you that I'd leave Yu province? Ji Qingqing asked with a smile. I'd like to hear it. Because your every move, the way you go about doing things, the style of your speech and movements, resemble someone I admire deeply, Ji Qingqing said bluntly. Ji Qingqing glanced at him and continued to say, Perhaps you think that someone like me, who's used on the battlefield, has a heart of stone and won't be easily moved. That isn't the truth. He's the only man who's worthy of Xianxia. He's the only one who fits my image of a man. However, he's from the evil sky pavilion and we're an ill fit. Your expression seems unnatural. Are you looking down on me? Under normal circumstances, it was considered inappropriate for a woman to publicly talk about the man she admired. Xianxia remained silent. Xianxia said, "Forget it. You won't understand even if I tell you about it." Xianxia only smiled faintly in response to her words. "If it weren't for him, do you think I'd leave you province so easily? Don't think I listened to you and left just because you resemble him. Xianxia is his eldest senior brother, after all. If I kill Xianxia, he would hate me for life." Ever since Xianxia challenged the elites from the various paths with his sword, he had gained a strong following of admirers. His fan base consisted of 8-leaf elites to common civilians of all gender and age. However, those who had seen his face were few and far in between. Those who were worthy of facing him in a battle usually did not live to tell the tale. "All right, I've said enough. I should get going now," Xianxia said. "Wait," Xianxia said. "What?" Xianxia asked. "You seem to have great taste in men. Because of that, I'll give you one piece of advice." Xianxia paused for a beat before he pointed to one of the deputy generals on Xianxia's left with his scabbard and said, "Kill him." The deputy general trembled and took a step back. Xianxia frowned. She did not know what Xianxia meant. "Since you're fleeing from the battlefield, the people around you should only be your trusted subordinates. In any case, that's just my suggestion. It's up to you to kill him or not." Xianxia smiled faintly. In other words, this person next to Xianxia was a mole? Xianxia looked at the indifferent expression on Xianxia's face and the deputy general who had been by her side for many years. Logically, she should trust her subordinate. However, for some unknown reason, she felt the green-robed swordsman standing before her was more trustworthy at this moment. Zhou Huai, the deputy general, bowed at once. "General, don't listen to his lies. The sun and the moon can attest to my unwavering loyalty." Xianxia frowned. Her energy surged from her body as she looked at Zhou Huai. She asked in a deep voice, "Zhou Huai, the divine capital are strangely privy to my movements. Did you leak the information to them?" "General, give me a reason to believe you." There were many things in the world that could not be explained. Let alone a woman had spent much of her time on a battlefield. Even spouses who lived together for decades would have trust issues if the tiniest hint of an affair reached their ears. Swoosh! Without a second word, Zhou Huai turned around and ran. Things might have turned out differently if he remained calm. Alas, as soon as he fled, it was as good as admitting his crimes. Xianxia shook her head with disappointment. She raised 2 fingers. Her sword was already unsheathed. Dozens of energy swords formed a ring that converged before herself. Whoosh! 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 Zhou Huai was about to summon his avatar when the energy swords swept over him, piercing his chest. He did not even have a chance to defend himself. Soon enough, he dropped to the ground. Xianxia turned around. With an indifferent expression on her face, she cupped her fists together and said to Xianxia, "Thank you for the advice." "It's nothing," Xianxia replied. Xianxia took a liking to his polite and gentle manner, so she asked, "I'm not sure that I've gotten your name." Xianxia turned around. He pushed away from the ground lightly and leaped into the purple bamboo forest. He projected his voice to her before vanishing in a blink of an eye. "My name's not worth mentioning. Take care." "General," a deputy general behind her bowed and said, "If I'm not mistaken, that person is the Evil Sky Pavilion's Xianxia." Xianxia's eyes widened immediately. She hurriedly followed in Xianxia's footsteps and searched the area. Alas, Xianxia was nowhere to be found. Although Xianxia had promised to spare her life, Xianxia knew it was not because he liked her. Whether it was Prince of Qi's daughter, Qin Ruobing Xianxia, one of the 8 great generals, or any of his beautiful admirers, Xianxia had never placed them in his eyes. This was how it was, and this was how it would always be. Half a month later, all 5 cities of Yu province were under the nether sect's control. At this moment, the major cultivation sects of Great Yen were in a period of absolute recuperation. Everyone was recultivating in earnest after severing their lotuses. Under the double threat of the Evil Sky Pavilion and the Nether sect, the cultivators from various sects refrained from taking part in the war. A month later, Qing province fell. 3 months later, Yang province fell. Currently, the Nether sect had conquered 7 provinces. At the same time, the general public was sprouting leaves during their recultivation at an increasing speed. Inside the southern pavilion, the Evil Sky Pavilion, Mingshi furtively climbed up a branch. He looked at Duanmushang, who was silently cultivating at the edge of the cliff. Third senior brother, from this day on you're my hero. You've severed your lotus, and I have nothing but respect for you. Mingshi gave Duanmushang a thumbs up. After their master began to cultivate in seclusion, Duanmushang decided to sever his lotus and recultivate. Moreover, he had personally severed his lotus. Old Fourth, get down here. Just say what you want to say. I don't have to go down, Mingshi said. Duanmushang shook his head with a sigh and said, Why aren't you severing your lotus? Why should I? That's only needed by someone who's attempting the 9-leaf stage. I'm not planning to become a 9-leaf cultivator, Mingshi replied. There are many who can't even reach the 8-leaf stage their whole lives. And yet, they're severing their lotuses just because the others are doing it. They're crazy. Duanmushang scratched his head. Mingshi words sounded reasonable. If one could not even reach the 8-leaf stage, it was meaningless to sever the lotus. What was the point of severing one's lotus to attempt to reach the 9-leaf stage? Becoming a 6 or 7-leaf cultivator was difficult enough as it was, let alone an 8-leaf cultivator. They could have easily become core elders of most sections. However, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was off. He looked at Mingshi and asked, Old Fourth, are you making fun of me? No, I'm not. I'm complimenting you. Third senior brother. You can surely reach the 9-leaf stage, Mingshi said. Duanmushang agreed with Mingshi words. He looked forward to becoming a 9-leaf cultivator. Then he asked, Why isn't 9th junior sister severing her lotus? Mingshi spread his arms. The little ancestor doesn't want to. Who would dare to bother her about it? That was true. In any case, there might not necessarily be a disadvantage to sever the lotus after you've reached the 8-leaf stage. The 4 elders are already on their way to sprouting the 4th leaf. Duanmushang was shocked when he heard this. He asked, So soon? Mingshi shook his head and said, Not really. When I wrote to 7th junior brother 3 months ago to notify him about Conk being our new little junior sister, 7th junior brother sent me a reply. Guess what he said? When Duanmushang heard this, he frowned at once. Just tell me everything you know. It's annoying when you leave me hanging. 7th junior brother said there's a sword path elite who has already recultivated to the 5-leaf stage, Mingshi said. Duanmushang was utterly shocked. That man must have been an 8-leaf elite before he severed his lotus. It's shocking that he managed to recultivate so quickly. In my opinion, he must have sprouted another leaf during these 3 months. After all, it's much faster to sprout leaves when you're recultivating compared to when you're first cultivating to sprout leaves. I don't think the other sects are slow as well. Mingshi leaned on a tree trunk. He glanced out of the corner of his eyes. Where are you going? Third senior brother. I'm going to cultivate under the waterfall. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. Duanmushang leaped in the air and vanished. Meanwhile, at a door of an unknown and dark hidden chamber in the imperial city, the divine capital. Greetings, grandfather. I'm Luji. His voice sounded distant and deep. However, the door of the hidden chamber did not open. The imperial city is under threat. I sincerely request an audience, grandfather. A brief moment after Luji said this, the stone door made a noise before it slowly opened. Creak. Luji was delighted. He lifted his robes slightly and carefully stepped into the room. The hidden chamber was huge. It seemed to be another world of its own. There was everything inside the hidden chamber, including tomes, ancient booklets, handbooks on cultivation, cultivation methods of the various sects, and an arsenal of weapons. An old man dressed in long robes sat languidly above a dais. He was the only one in the chamber. The only source of light shone on him. Grandfather. Lu Ji kneeled respectfully. The hidden chamber was extremely quiet. Lu Ji dared not speak recklessly. After some time, the old man finally opened his eyes. The world thinks that I've passed, and I no longer have anything to do with the affairs of the world. You're quite bold to do this. This old man was Lu Gu, Emperor Yongshou. He was Emperor Yongqing's father who had passed away. Lu Ji remained kneeling as he said in a trembling voice, "It's not my intention to disturb you, but the Empire is in chaos at this moment. The Evil Sky Pavilion's first disciple, Yu Zhenghai, is rampaging through the lands and committing all sorts of crimes. Where's Lu Gu? Father, although he's an 8-leaf cultivator, there's nothing he can do against the Nether sect," Lu Ji said. Lu Gu frowned slightly. Then he said with a sigh, "I'm no better than your father. Besides, I'm only a bag of old bones." Lu Ji, the crown prince, bent his body and said in a trembling voice, "But why you're the only one I can turn to now, grandfather. If you don't do anything, we'll be overthrown." As he spoke, hot tears trickled down his face to the floor like little pearls. Having lived for a long time, Lu Gu easily saw through Wuxia. He said, "You can ask your father for help." The imperial family had its own rules. Since Lu Gu had retired and news of his passing had already been announced, how would the imperial family regain the people's trust if he were to show himself? Lu Ji's voice broke slightly as he said, "Father has been in seclusion and has no time to deal with this." Lu Gu appeared confused. He said, "I heard he's already at the 8-leaf stage a long time ago. Why does he need to cultivate in seclusion?" "Father's attempting the 9-leaf stage," Lu Ji replied. Lu Gu frowned slightly when he heard the words 9-leaf. His eyes flashed as a wave of rage surged in his heart. Bam! Lu Gu slammed his hand down, and a corner of a stone table fell off. Lu Ji was so frightened that he shuddered and kowtowed at once. "Please calm down, grandfather. Calm down. I've said many times that no one from the imperial family is to attempt the 9-leaf stage. Lu Gu, that impudent fool. Summon him here." Lu Ji's face was ghastly pale from rage. Lu Ji did not expect his grandfather to be this infuriated. He was feeling less confident with every passing minute. However, at this point he had no choice but to plow on. "Grandfather, you've been in this hidden chamber for too long. There are many things you're not privy to about the outside world. The cultivation world has already been turned upside down. There's already a 9-leaf cultivator in the cultivation world." Lu Gu frowned again. He looked at Lu Ji and said, "Shocked? Stand up and speak." "Understood." Lu Ji rose to his feet in a respectful manner. Then, he walked to Lu Ji's side and stood there obediently. "Have you seen it?" Lu Gu asked. "I haven't, but the information is genuine. The 7 great sects laid siege on the Evil Sky Pavilion, but they were wiped out by old villain Ji, who's at the 9-leaf stage. Every cultivator in the world knows this," Lu Ji said in a low voice. "The Evil Sky Pavilion's Ji Tiandao?" Shock flashed in the depths of Lu Ji's eyes. "Yes," Lu Ji said in a small voice. Lu Gu did not seem too surprised. Instead, he sighed heavily and said, "How can it be him?" His voice was tinged with slight remorse and confusion. "You know him, grandfather?" "Know him? We go way back. You can even call us old acquaintances," Lu Gu replied. "Alas, the paths we seek are different. He's dedicated to cultivation while I'm dedicated to the Empire. Hence, we parted ways. I didn't expect that he truly became a 9-leaf cultivator after all these years." Lu Ji complained out loud. Not only did old villain Ji become a 9-leaf cultivator, but the cultivation world has also changed. Changed? Allow me to explain in detail. Then, Lu Ji recounted how old villain Ji wiped out the 7 great sects with his 9-leaf powers, the cultivation theory of severing one's lotus, and the recent events of the cultivation world to Lu Gu, Emperor Yongshou. Lu Ji's eyes widened when he heard this. Toward the latter parts of the narration, he could no longer hold it in. He waved his arm and cursed. That's too much. Who proposed the cultivation method of severing one's lotus? Lu Ji replied slowly. It originated from some information posts. Then it was spread further. When it's known that someone has survived the ordeal, more and more people followed suit. Father has severed his lotus and is currently recultivating. His voice faltered toward the end of his sentence, and his voice was barely audible. The flames of rage in Lu Ji's heart grew hotter. However, he was no longer the emperor who had control of the heavens and earth. Time was cruel. How was he supposed to intimidate the others with his old bones? The rules and decrees he had once established were disregarded. In the end, he sighed heavily and asked, "Are there any strange happenings in the cultivation world?" Strange happenings? Lu Ji was puzzled. Do you know why I've decreed that nobody is to attempt the 9-leaf stage? Lu Gu, Emperor Yongshou, asked in a gruff voice. Lu Ji shook his head. Lu Gu looked at Lu Ji's puzzled expression and shook his head. Forget it. All you have to do is tell me if there are other changes. The theory of severing one's lotus, the appearance of a 9-leaf cultivator, and the crisis of the imperial family, were these not changes? Lu Ji shook his head again. Lu Gu spoke earnestly. I was fortunate enough to be enlightened by a mysterious elite many years ago and reached the 8-leaf stage. Then I brought peace to the lands. To think that someone else has taken that step after all. Lu Ji was further puzzled by this statement. Grandfather, I don't understand. Can that mysterious elite be trusted? Lu Gu looked at him. With a gruff voice he said, Impudent. I've spoken out of turn, but I can't help but wonder. It's said that the 9-leaf stage will bring forth disasters, but old villain Ji is already at the 9-leaf stage. Yet, there haven't been any disasters so far. The path of the heavens was a cycle. The heavens must have their reasons to list the 9-leaf stage as taboo. If humans wanted to encroach upon the forbidden, they would have to pay the price. Lu Gu shifted his gaze away from his grandson and said, I'll judge whether the 9-leaf stage is true myself. Lu Ji was delighted to hear this. Grandfather, are you emerging from this mountain? Lu Gu moved his arm and slid off the dais. Like any other old man, his movements seemed rigid and slow. After descending from the dais, one could see his slightly hunched back. He asked, Who are the 8 great generals of this time? Lu Ji counted. General Xian Jingyun of the Northern Gate Garrison, General Wang Yu of the Southern Gate Garrison, General Han Yuyuan of the Eastern Gate Garrison. But General Han has lost his life at the Obedient Villa and is currently replaced by the Taoist elite, General Ji Qingqing. There's also General Xiang Lai of the Western Gate Garrison whom we, unfortunately, lost in the Battle of Liang Province. His position is currently vacant. We have General Ma Lupeng of the Southeastern Gate Garrison, General Gu Iran of the Northeastern Gate Garrison, and General Su Shang of the Northwestern Gate Garrison. Finally, there was General Wen Shu of the Southwestern Gate Garrison. But he died while reinforcing the troops at Jing Province. When he heard these names, Lu Gu said, Han Yuan likes to play petty tricks. I'm not surprised that he ended up like that. When Shu and Xiang Lai had always been steady and mature, how did they die? The Evil Sky Pavilion's 7th disciple, Si Wuya, is skilled in scheming. He's a cunning and despicable person. He had been a grand tutor, an official with a meteoric rise in the palace once. Yong Ning takes his side. This man has founded the darknet that has an extensive information network. It's even possible that he has sources planted around me. General Xiang and Wen fell prey to his schemes and lost their lives. Lu Gu shook his head and said, I've underestimated him slightly. He has truly recruited many talented disciples. Then he stepped forward and said, In that case, have Su Shang and Gu Iran accompany me. When Lu Ji heard this, he bowed hastily. I'll see to it at once. When Lu Ji left the hidden chamber, Lu Gu glanced at the dusty box in a corner and muttered to himself, I pray that peace will descend on the world and that everything's just a dream. Meanwhile, inside the hidden chamber in the Evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou was surrounded by a sea of mystical runes. He was seemingly unconscious, unaware of his surroundings. He did not know how much time had passed, but he did not want the state he was in to come to an end. This immersive feeling was like being in a deep sleep. The runes surfaced in his mind. Slowly, the runes shifted and morphed into scripts that formed this sentence. The first step is to connect chi before connecting the mind and finally connecting the spirit. Enlightenment comes after all are connected, and the path toward the throne will be shown. To gain the power to hear everything so that we can hear voices in all realms at will. Lu Zhou's consciousness stirred slightly. He had seen these words when he first opened the human scroll. Why would they appear in the earth scroll as well? He was puzzled. At this moment, he vaguely heard someone's voice. Little junior sister, this is how you do it. Like this? Yes. Outside the great hall, Zhu Honggong was patiently showing Conk how to condense qi into energy. The bigger the energy sword, the more primal qi and control you need. You've just started cultivating, we'll focus on the basics for now. Once you have enough primal qi and you're in the sense-condensing realm, you'll be able to form a purer energy sword. Oh! Conk seemed to only vaguely understand what he meant. She had been cultivating the breathing technique that Lu Zhou gave her during the past 3 months. She was forming primal qi and expanding her Dantian's sea of qi. These basic cultivation exercises were inevitably bland. When she saw her seniors unleashing various energy seals every day, she could not help but feel envious. Let's start small. The size of your finger. Follow my instructions. Calm your breath. Focus your mind, guide your primal qi along the extraordinary 8 meridians, and release them from your finger into energy. Zhu Honggong was instructing her seriously. At the same time, an energy sword materialized above his palm. It was only the size of his finger as it hovered there silently. You're amazing, 8th senior brother, Conk said as she applauded Zhu Honggong. A proud expression appeared on Zhu Honggong's face. He said, "This is nothing. With better control, you'll be able to form purer, larger, and more energy swords. Be patient. It won't be a problem so long as you're willing to spend some time on it." Is this how you do it? Whiz. A finger-sized energy sword hovered above Conk's fair palm. It seemed more translucent than Zhu Honggong's. Zhu Honggong was stunned. He could not believe his eyes. He rubbed his eyes and focused his gaze again. It was a genuinely bright energy sword. Faint red radiance swirled around the energy sword. 8th senior brother? Conk said softly. Oh. Yes, that's what you can do once you reduce the size enough. Zhu Honggong focused his mind and raised his hand. A palm-sized energy sword hovered above his palm. Surely, he could show his prestige as a senior brother with an energy sword of this size, right? Is this it? Conk spread her palm again. Palm-sized energy sword appeared. Zhu Honggong. She's so powerful? Who should he turn to? No, I must soften her edges. As he looked at Conk's pure and innocent face, Zhu Honggong decided to try something more difficult. He had to establish his superiority as a senior brother, after all. Condensing energy is only at the beginner's level. I think that you're initiated enough to form a palm-sized energy sword. To be honest, energy swords aren't my forte. That's more of second senior brother's specialty. He can instantly form 100 energy swords. The sword saint, Luo Shisan, can form 13 substantial energy swords. What about you, 8th senior brother? Conk looked at Zhu Honggong expectantly. Then, she added, I want to see. Zhu Honggong cleared his throat and calmed his spirit. Then he said, I'm more skilled in energy fists. After he said this, he raised his hands. The tear-stained boxing gloves covered his hands, and he punched the air. A fist-shaped energy shot out. Bam! It struck a tree. A dent could be seen on the tree's trunk. Do you want to learn this? Zhu Honggong looked at Conk. A hint of delight could be heard in his voice. Conk, who was initially interested, shook her head when she saw the huge fists that were in no way aesthetically pleasing. No. What do you want to learn, then? I'll teach you, Zhu Honggong said. Energy swords. Zhu Honggong was rendered briefly speechless. Then he said, energy swords are fine. I might not be skilled in them, but I think it's more than enough for me to teach you. He put his boxing gloves away. He focused his breathing and mind. 3 energy swords materialized above his palm. Although they were not huge, it was an easy feat for a nascent divinity realm elite. Conk spread her palm and asked, like this? 3 energy swords appeared above her palm. Zhu Honggong's eyes widened. He felt stifled. Ordinary cultivators would need years to reach the sense-condensing realm from the mystic enlightening realm. They would have needed 2 to 3 years of training to produce energy swords like these. Yet she managed this in 3 months. He looked at the 3 energy swords. Stay calm. Hold the fort. This time he did all he could. Within a few meters of himself, palm-sized energy swords filled the air. They were arranged neatly, and they shone brightly. What do you think, little junior sister? Indeed, Conk could not achieve this level of energy condensation. However, she seemed to like such gorgeous displays. Hence, she applauded him and said, again, 8th senior brother. More. More what? He was not skilled in this to begin with. It was taking a lot out of him to maintain them for long. Zhu Honggong clenched his fist. The energy swords faded away. Master is more skilled in these messy and flashy energy sword skills. I can't do it. Inside the hidden chamber, the sentences that reached Lu Zhou's ears were usually in pieces. However, this particular statement clearly entered his ears. Lu Zhou instinctively rebuked Zhu Honggong. Nonsense! Are you asking for a beating? A faint blue light shrouded the sound wave as it traveled out of the hidden chamber and reached the outside of the great hall in just an instant. To Zhu Honggong, it was as shocking as seeing a bolt of lightning when the sky was blue. He trembled inwardly. Thud! Zhu Honggong fell to his knees as he said, I was wrong, master. I'll slap myself. He did not hesitate as he slapped himself twice on the cheeks. Disciplined Zhu Honggong. Reward, 200 merit points. Conk appeared shocked as she looked in the direction of the hidden chamber. She bowed. Master. There was no reply from the hidden chamber. Everything was as silent as it had been. Zhu Honggong looked up, making a mental note to himself. Master is too powerful. It's as though he's omnipresent. How did he hear that? I should stay far away from now. He got up and looked at Conk meaningfully. Let's go to the back of the mountain. Back of the mountain? It's quiet there and suitable for cultivation. You've only managed to form 3 palm-sized energy swords. That's far from enough. I'll teach you how to form the 4th one. 4th one. Conk scratched her head and spread her palm again. Whiz! As her primal chi surged, energy swords appeared on her palm. There were 4 of them, no more, no less. Zhu Honggong's expression turned stiff. He was at a loss as to what to say. He snapped back to his senses after Conk clenched her fist and the energy swords scattered. Conk said, 8th senior brother, I want to learn how to make as many energy swords as you did. Zhu Honggong seemed to be put in a tight spot. He turned around and left. 8th senior brother, how can I make bigger energy swords? And next time. 8th senior brother, I want to learn. 8th senior brother, don't run. How can I make an energy sword as huge as a large tree? Zhu Honggong picked up the pace. Conk gave chase. After they vanished, Mingshi poked his head out from behind a nearby tree. He had dark circles around his eyes. He patted his chest and sighed in relief. Finally, I don't have to teach that little ancestor anymore. Throughout these 3 months, the seniors had been taking turns to teach Conk. In the beginning, everyone was eager to take on the role of a teacher. However, with the passage of time, they realized that Conk was not merely talented. She was sharp, loved to learn, and was persistent about reaching perfection. She loved to get to the bottom of things no matter what the topic was. She would not rest until she mastered what she wanted to learn. As this went on, even Duan Mushang and Zhao Yu were tormented by this. Even someone as slippery as Ming Shi'in could not escape Konk's persistence. Ming Shi'in stretched his limbs and yawned as he said to himself, "Let's take a nap." As soon as Ming Shi'in finished speaking, Konk's voice reached his ears. "Fourth senior brother, can you continue to teach me? I want to learn how to make a lot of energy swords." Thud. Ming Shi'in's chest tightened. He cursed silently as he fell off the branch. At this very moment, a female disciple hurried down the mountain. When she saw Ming Shi'in and Konk before the Great Hall, she bowed and said, "Greetings, Mr. Fourth, Miss Tenth." Ming Shi'in struck the ground with a single palm. He did 2 flips in the air as he stood and calmly asked, "What's with the urgency?" "Someone's requesting an audience at the foot of the mountain." Ming Shi'in was puzzled. After receiving their master's orders, the Evil Sky Pavilion's disciples remained on the mountain. After the barriers of the Taishu Academy and the Henka branch were broken, the major sects chose to recuperate. Why would someone knock on the Evil Sky Pavilion's doors at this moment? "Little junior sister, cultivate on your own for now. I have something to attend to," Ming Shi'in said. "Oh." Konk turned around and left obediently. Ming Shi'in looked at the female cultivator and said, "I'll go and have a look." Feeling bored, he swiftly made his way down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Ming Shi'in saw a eunuch in palace attire standing outside the barrier. The eunuch was none other than the Empress Dowager's personal eunuch, Li Yunzhao. "Mr. Fourth, it's been quite a while since we last met. I offer you my greetings," Li Yunzhao said. "It's you." Ming Shi'in was puzzled. He said, "You're really bold to come here." Li Yunzhao pulled a long face and sighed as he said, "I didn't want to come either. However, I had to come due to my master's orders." "Just get on with it. I don't have the time to talk at length with you," Ming Shi'in said. Li Yunzhao asked, "May I meet the pavilion master?" "No." Li Yunzhao steeled himself and shamelessly said, "I have an urgent matter to discuss. It's only in the pavilion master's presence that—" When Ming Shi'in saw that Li Yunzha still had not revealed the main reason for his visit, he turned around and walked back into the barrier. "He's just going on and on. I have better things to do." "Wait, wait!" Li Yunzhao cried out anxiously. "The retired emperor wants to meet the pavilion master." "The retired emperor? Didn't that old man kick the bucket years ago?" Ming Shi'in turned around suddenly and moved swiftly. He let out a burst of energy as he attacked Li Yunzhao. Bam! 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 Li Yunzhao did not expect Ming Shi'in to suddenly attack him. He raised his hands to defend himself. Golden palm seals burst forth from his hands as he parried Ming Shi'in's blows. He retreated as he said, "Mr. Fourth, you've misunderstood me. The retired emperor is alive all along. The palace had no choice but to announce his passing before this." Bam! Their final palm strikes collided. Then they each took 3 steps back. Li Yunzhao was slightly shocked. He was an elite from the internal palace, after all. He was a first-rate 7-leaf cultivator by the Empress Dowager's side. And yet he was pushed back 3 steps by Ming Shi'in. Ming Shi'in steadied his footing, begrudgingly admiring how powerful this cursed eunuch was. He asked, "Emperor Yongshou is still alive?" "Yes," Li Yunzhao hastily explained. "Your master has a good relationship with the retired emperor. Now that he's advanced in age, he wishes to meet the pavilion master before his departure from this life." "My master isn't available." It was the truth. Li Yunzhao's expression froze for a moment before he said, "The retired emperor has said that he'll personally visit if the pavilion master is agreeable to it." Ming Shi'in was stunned. Then he said, "I told you my master isn't available. Can't you understand human speech?" Li Yunzhao felt helpless as well. He looked to the sides. When he saw that there was nobody else, he beckoned Ming Shi'in over. Ming Shi'in understood Li Yunzhao's gesture and walked over. Li Yunzhao moved closer and whispered into Ming Shi'in's ears. Ming Shi'in's expression changed slightly when he heard Li Yunzhao's words. He asked skeptically, "Really?" "Yes." Li Yunzhao replied with a bow. I'm close to the Empress Dowager. I'm only telling you this because of past favors. Just act as though you didn't hear that, Mr. Fourth. You're quite tactful, Mingshi said. I've said what I have to say. What happens next has nothing to do with me. Mr. Fourth, I have another request, Li Yunzhao said. What is it? Please strike me with your palm. It's easier for me to explain myself when I return, Li Yunzhao replied. Mingshi scratched his head and said, That won't do. I'm a reasonable man, just like my master. I can't hit someone without due reason. Please do it, Mr. Fourth. The retired emperor is personally invested in this matter. I have no choice but to do this, Li Yunzhao pleaded. No, no, no. Mingshi waved his hands. I'm not that kind of person. I can't help you with this. If it were a friend who goes by the surname Ri, he might be able to help you. Li Yunzhao appeared morose as he bowed and said, That's fine. You're truly a righteous man, Mr. Fourth. There's no need to trouble your friend with the surname Ri. His strikes won't mean anything. You're a person from the Evil Sky Pavilion, Mr. Fourth, and you should not associate yourself with a petty man like him. That's all I have to say. Farewell. Wait. Li Yunzhao stopped. He turned around in confusion. Bam! Mingshi punched Li Yunzhao at a close distance. Li Yunzhao reeled back and rolled on the ground. Ow, my face! I suddenly feel that I should help you. Does it hurt? Mingshi put his fist down. Li Yunzhao did not expect Mingshi to strike without warning. You could have helped me without going overboard. Ow! Mingshi no longer looked at Li Yunzhao. He hummed a ditty as he flew back to the Evil Sky Pavilion. When Mingshi returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion, he began to fret. Lu Gu, the former emperor of Great Yen, wanted to visit the Evil Sky Pavilion. His visit coincided with the Nether sect acting against the imperial family. What good could come out of this visit? After pondering on it for a moment, Mingshi decided to consult his master. After all, the person with the highest position in Great Yen was acquainted with his master. After making sure no one was around, he made his way to the hidden chamber. Soon enough, he arrived outside the hidden chamber. Greetings, master. There was no reply nor sounds of movements in the hidden chamber. Despite feeling uneasy, Mingshi raised his voice slightly as he said again, Greetings, master. Once bitten, twice shy. He remained kneeling on the floor as he waited for a reply. He dared not get close to the hidden chamber's door. There was still no reply from the other side of the door. Mingshi shook his head and sighed. I should think of something myself. I must resist the urge. Hold it together. I shouldn't try and peek through the gap. Then he turned around and left immediately. Inside the hidden chamber, Lu Zhou's consciousness was in a muddled state. After reprimanding Zhu Honggong, he was once again immersed in the state and had closed off his senses. Naturally, he did not hear Mingshi voice. 3 days passed. In the morning, the sun rose from the east at the Evil Sky Pavilion. Meanwhile, a small, gray flying chariot departed from the divine capital toward the Evil Sky Pavilion. On the flying chariot, 2 of the Imperial Guard's 8 great generals, Guiran and Su Shang, were standing respectfully behind Emperor Yongshou. The 2 of them were former subordinates of Emperor Yongshou. They had trouble calming their emotions when they looked at Lu Gu, who was surprisingly alive. Are you afraid? Lu Gu glanced at them. The 2 of them bowed. We're just slightly moved. Lu Gu looked at the rising sun in the east. The flying chariot sailed smoothly through the clouds. The 2 of you once stood by my side as I launched a campaign to conquer the lands. The 10,000 tribes submitted to me. Many years have passed since then. You too have grown old as well. Lu Gu sighed. Guiran and Su Shang's hairs were fairly white now. Time was cruel. It's the natural cycle of life to grow old, Su Shang finally replied. As he looked at his former subordinates, Lu Gu nodded slightly and said, You've done well by supporting Guer all these years. That's what we're supposed to do. So long as we can defend Great Yen, we'd climb a mountain of blades or cross a sea of flames, Su Shang said. Lu Gu studied the duo for a moment before he suddenly asked, Have the two of you ever considered severing your lotuses to attempt the 9-leaf stage? Upon hearing this, the duo fell to their knees immediately. Sweat could be seen glistening on their faces. It seemed like Lu Gu was privy to the current affairs of the world since he was asking about their lotuses. I have always been loyal. The sun and moon can attest to that. The Nether sect is wreaking havoc across the 9 provinces. I can't stand by and do nothing. They dared not go against the decree of the former emperor without due cause. Lu Gu nodded, pleased. He said, stand up and speak. The two of them stood up. I wanted to meet Guer, but since he's cultivating in seclusion, I decided to have you two accompany me on this trip. Lu Gu had abdicated the throne, after all. The imperial guards no longer belonged to him. Su Shang said, you only need to order us, your majesty. All right. Clear the way to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Su Shang and Guiran were shocked. Their backs were instantly drenched in sweat and an ominous feeling swelled in their hearts. At noon, the flying chariot finally landed at the foot of Golden Court Mountain. Why, your majesty, we're here. Su Shang glanced at Golden Court Mountain and gulped. Are you nervous? Lu Gu noticed the two generals' uncomfortable expressions. To be honest, Guiran and Su Shang were already regretting this. They did not expect the former emperor's destination to be the Evil Sky Pavilion's Golden Court Mountain. This was the most untouchable place in the cultivation world at the moment. However, since they had declared their loyalties and made their vows, they had no choice but to soldier on. I'm not nervous, just worried. There's no need to worry. I'm old friends with Ji Tiandao. I'm only here to reminisce about the past, Lu Gu said. The imperial bodyguards leaped off the flying chariot. They carried several boxes and placed them outside the barrier. At this moment, a figure flew down from the mountain. The figure hovered in the air and asked, are you His Majesty, Emperor Yongshou? Lu Gu looked up at the person in the air and asked in return, you recognize me? It's just a guess. I've been waiting for you. I'm not used to kneeling, and I'm sure you don't mind, Ming Shirin said. It's all right, Lu Gu said magnanimously. My master has been in seclusion for 3 months. I'm afraid he can't meet you now, your majesty, Ming Shirin said bluntly. Lu Gu calmly said, you're the first person bold enough to speak to me in this manner. That's all right. There will be a second, third, fourth, and many more, Ming Shirin said. Interesting. Lu Gu found Ming Shirin intriguing. I won't easily leave if I can't meet my old friend. Ming Shirin said, up to you. It has nothing to do with, and I don't care. Although Lu Gu was Emperor Yongshou, whose name struck fear in the other tribesmen, he had no retort for this. Su Shang frowned and said, His Majesty is only here to reminisce. If we truly come bearing ill intentions, would we bring so few men? Ming Shirin lazily replied, who knows? Su Shang cupped his fists and said, Sir, His Majesty's presence is the greatest respect toward the Evil Sky Pavilion. His Majesty is friends with your master. If the meeting doesn't happen as His Majesty's official, I can't possibly stand by and do nothing. Ming Shirin frowned and said, what? Is that a threat? Are you going to force your way in? The pavilion master has shocked the lands with his 9-leaf powers. We won't be so bold as to force our way in, Su Shang said. Then he added, however, if His Majesty orders me to, I have no choice but to comply with his order. In other words, these two who came with Lu Gu had already disregarded their lives. They were the kind of people Ming Shirin least wanted to meet. He shifted his gaze from Su Shang to Lu Gu. He sensed Lu Ji's faint but deep aura. Lu Ji's bearing was completely different from what he imagined a member of the imperial family would have. Lu Gu carried an indifferent and otherworldly air about him, as though nothing much mattered to him in this world. Ming Shirin muttered under his breath for a moment before he said in a clear voice, my master has said that he'd be cultivating in seclusion for 5 months. Before his cultivation is complete, he won't meet anyone. Lu Gu said, then, I'll wait for him in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Based on his calculations, Ming-Shi had assumed no one would dare to trespass on the evil sky pavilion as long as he insisted it was on his master's order. However, it seemed like he had misjudged the simplicity of the matter. At this moment, Lu Gu waved his hand. The imperial bodyguards behind him stepped forward with boxes in their hands. Lu Gu approached the barrier. Su Shang and Gu Iran joined their palms together. Several talismans appeared between their palms. The Confucian school. Ming-Shi immediately raised his hand and said, "In that case, follow me." Su Shang and Gu Iran lowered their hands. An opening appeared on the barrier. Lu Gu stopped past the barrier with his hands on his back as the others followed behind him. At this moment, Ming-Shi heart was racing. He suddenly recalled that when his second senior brother, Yu Shangrong, first returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion, his master mentioned that Lu Gu, Emperor Yongshou, walked on the third kind of sword path. His master had called Lu Gu the Sword of the Emperor. Gong Yuandu came with his coffin. He was now reduced to ashes and was no longer in this world. He remembered that Emperor Yongshou's passing had been announced in the Mausoleum of Swords. He did not expect that to be a fake announcement. He stopped as he turned around and asked, "My master has said that you're a sword path elite, Your Majesty. He called you the Sword of the Emperor. I wonder if that's true." Before Lu Gu replied, Su Shang said, "His Majesty led a campaign against the 10,000 tribes many years ago with his sword skills. Forgive me for being blunt, but even the 3 sword freaks are only children before His Majesty. What about my second senior brother, Yu Shangrong?" Su Shang did not think he could casually give his appraisal now that Yu Shangrong was brought up. After all, Yu Shangrong was an 8-leaf sword path elite who lived up to his name. The people called him the Sword Devil. Many 8-leaf elites had died under his sword. Although they were all 8-leaf cultivators, their strength differed. Guiran said, "In that case, the location of the battle will be an important factor, then. If it's in the divine capital, His Majesty is invincible." How shameless! Who could defeat Lu Gu when there was the 10-terminal formation in the divine capital? However, Ming-Shi did not seem to mind their words. He let them say whatever they wanted. He continued leading them to the Evil Sky Pavilion's Great Hall. All of a sudden, an ancient voice rang near the Great Hall. "Su Shang? Guiran." The duo turned to look at the source of the voice. Shocked, they wondered who in the Evil Sky Pavilion had recognized them. They saw an old woman walking toward them with a staff in her hand. "Elder Zhua." Su Shang frowned. "Su Shang, mind your words. I've already joined the Evil Sky Pavilion and am an elder of the Evil Sky Pavilion. I'm no longer an elder of the Confucian school," Zui Yushu said gruffly. Su Shang and Gu Iran exchanged a look. They did not expect the former genius cultivator of the Confucian school to join the Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Gu looked at Zui Yushu and said, "500 years ago, I've heard about you, Zui Yushu." Zui Yushu appraised Lu Gu. She learned about his visit from Ming-Shi, so she was not surprised to see him here. She said, "I didn't know you're still alive, Your Majesty. Please accept my humble greetings." At this moment, the sound of bickering could be heard inside the Great Hall. "Old Pan, among all the 8-leaf cultivators, you're one of the few I disapprove." That was a harsh statement. Shortly after, another voice replied, "Who needs your approval? Lung Luo, this is the Evil Sky Pavilion. Can you bear the consequences if you disturbed the pavilion master?" Lu Gu frowned and muttered, "Leng Luo? The first person on the blacklist 300 years ago." Su Shang said in a hushed voice, "Indeed, it's him." The voices continued to bicker in the Great Hall. "Panlitian, this isn't the Clarity sect as well. You can forget about intimidating me. I don't approve of anyone apart from the pavilion master." Lu Gu frowned again. "The greatest elite of the Clarity sect? Panlitian?" Su Shang said in a hushed voice again, "Indeed, it's him." Lu Gu. Despite his outwardly calm appearance, he was shocked to think that the Evil Sky Pavilion had such powerful elders. How did Ji Tiandao make them submit? The bickering had not ended when another voice joined. "Elders, stop bickering. Please do it for my Hua Wudao sake. Leng Luo said. Old Pan, you should learn from him. Hua Wudao is also an 8-leaf cultivator. And yet, he's humble and willing to learn. This is how I am. I'll do whatever I want. At this moment, the 3 elders walked out of the great hall. When they finally saw Lu Gu and the others, the trio did not say anything. They only grunted at each other before parting ways. Mingshi nodded subtly, satisfied. Nice one, old men. He looked at Lu Gu. As expected, a deep frown was etched on Lu Ji's face at this moment. Seemingly stunned, he chuckled inwardly. Elites are as numerous as the clouds in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Are you afraid now? Zhuiyushu said. I need to return to the formation I'm studying. Forgive me for not keeping you company. Without waiting for anyone's reply, she turned around and left. Whether it was Lu Gu, Emperor Yongshou, or Su Shang and Gu Iran, 2 of the 8 great generals, the 4 elders treated them as though they were air. This was the effect Mingshi was aiming for. Mingshi cleared his throat at this moment and said, I'm sorry, that's how the Evil Sky Pavilion's 4 elders are. At the 8-leaf stage, cultivators are easily bored, and all they think about is looking for a worthy opponent. However, 8-leaf cultivators are too destructive in a fight. Hence, they usually get together to debate. Fighting with words is different from physical fights. After all, it's inevitable for them to quarrel among themselves. I'm sorry you had to see that, Your Majesty. It's all right. Lu Gu raised his hand. All I want is to reminisce with my old friend. I won't mind the others. Good to hear. This way. Meanwhile, the 4 elders returned to the southern pavilion. The quartet was looking in the direction of the Evil Sky Pavilion's great hall at this moment. I wonder if that's enough to keep Lu Gu in check. Pan Lydian wondered out loud. That's our only option. We've severed our lotuses. If we conceal our auras, they won't be able to figure out our actual cultivation bases. Leng Luo said. Hua Wudao shook his head. I'm only a 7-leaf cultivator. I'm afraid I'll be exposed if I pretend to be an 8-leaf cultivator. If we conceal our auras and don't make a move, we're the same as everyone. A pair of eyes and a pair of legs. Relax. No one can tell the difference. Pan Lydian said reassuringly. Zhuiyushu sighed and shook her head. Lu Gu might be easier to deal with. The nether sect's hold over the 9 provinces can be used as leverage. However, Su Shang and Gu Iran might not be as easy to deal with. The 3 old men nodded in agreement. Pan Lydian said, There's no need to fear. After all, the pavilion master is still around. They won't dare to run amok here. The 9-leaf cultivator was obviously the source of their confidence. Inside the great hall, Mingshi made an inviting gesture. My master is still cultivating in seclusion. I'll be your host on his behalf. Lu Gu was in no hurry to take his seat. Instead, he looked around himself. He studied the 2 pillars, the floor, and the surroundings of the great hall. Since Lu Gu had not taken a seat, Su Shang and Gu Iran did not dare sit down as well. They could only accompany him. After taking it all in, Lu Gu walked up to a seat and sat down. He asked, Are the 4 of them 8-leaf cultivators? Mingshi replied without any hesitation. Of course. He paused for a moment before he continued to say, Leng Luo was at the top of the blacklist 300 years ago. You should know this better than me, Your Majesty. I don't think I have to introduce Pan Lydian and Zhuiyushu as well since they're both notable figures of their generations. Hua Wudao was an elder of the Yun sect, but he left the sect because of the chaotic state the sect was in. With nowhere else to go, he had no choice but to stay in the Evil Sky Pavilion. I heard that Yun Tianluo isn't a despicable character. Why would he let Hua Wudao leave? Also, an 8-leaf elder would have been an honored guest no matter where he went, Lu Gu said. This old fox isn't as gullible as I thought he would be. Mingshi maintained the expression on his face as he said, Let's not dwell on the details. You're the monarch of the empire, Your Majesty. You can easily find out about these things. Lu Gu nodded. He looked at Mingshi and said, I was the monarch. Now, am here as an old friend who wishes to reminisce with your master. Mingshi said, I've told you, my master is cultivating in seclusion. It'll remain that way for at least another 2 months. Nobody is supposed to disturb him before that. At this moment, Su Shang spoke up. I heard that Senior Ji has attained the 9-leaf stage long ago. Why would he still cultivate in seclusion? The 9-leaf stage was in a league of its own, invincible. Why would someone at the 9-leaf stage need to cultivate in seclusion? Mingshi rolled his eyes at him and replied, There's no end on the path of cultivation. My master has only recently entered the 9-leaf stage. It's only natural for him to stabilize his realm. By the way, who are you? Su Shang, the great general of the Imperial Guard's Northwestern Gate Garrison. Su Shang said proudly. Oh, I've never heard of you. Why are you reacting as though you know me when you said you've never heard of me? Su Shang was rendered momentarily speechless. Then, he asked, Sir, why is Senior Zhua in the Evil Sky Pavilion? Mingshi did not answer Su Shang directly. He could sense they were wary of Zhuayushu. It seemed like his plan did not fail. Fear still lingered in his heart when he recalled the scene in the valley where he met Zhuayushu. If he did not mention Master, Zhuayushu would have killed him. After a beat, he smiled and said, Elder Zhua has admired my master for a long time. I'm sure you know the rest. Lu Gu nodded approvingly and said, When I was first acquainted with Brother Ji back then, indeed, there were many beauties who fawned over him. If Brother Ji's temper had been more agreeable, I wouldn't have stood a chance. Mingshi was truly speechless. Why was this old man so shameless? In the end, he ordered the visitors to be escorted away after he said, All right, I've spoken enough. You've entered and seen the Evil Sky Pavilion as well. Now it's time for you to leave. Lu Gu slowly rose to his feet as he said, Since Brother Ji can't meet me now, I'll wait for him. Surely there are rooms in the vast Evil Sky Pavilion to accommodate a bag of old bones like me. You're staying. Mingshi was shocked. I won't disturb Brother Ji during these 3 months, Lu Gu replied. Things had become slightly more complicated with this development. These 3 visitors were elites. Nobody could guarantee that nothing untoward would not during their stay here. Clearly, they came prepared. If a conflict were to break out now, the fact that the 4 elders had severed the lotuses would certainly be exposed. If the trio was allowed to stay, it would only bring unnecessary complications and uncertainties to the Evil Sky Pavilion. At this moment, Su Shang said, The Evil Sky Pavilion's 4 elders were restraining their auras earlier, so I couldn't sense any primal chi surges. I wonder why is there a need for them to do this since they're in the Evil Sky Pavilion where there are no outsiders. Mingshi was taken aback by Su Shang's words. As expected, this plan could not fool these people. Su Shang continued to say, Elder Zhua is a Confucian cultivator. She's also a rare genius from the Confucian school 500 years ago. The thing she hates the most is to be secretive. Although Su Shang was not blunt with his words, Mingshi could, naturally, infer the hidden meaning behind Su Shang's words. He replied with a straight face, It seems like you know nothing about the Evil Sky Pavilion. This statement took Su Shang by slight surprise. Indeed, the Evil Sky Pavilion was not like the other places. Logic should not be applied here. When Su Shang regained his senses, he cupped his fists together and said, In that case, I'd like to spar with the elders. What a pain in the ass. Mingshi mind went into overdrive immediately. The 4 elders had already severed their lotuses and were in the process of recultivating. If they were to spar with Su Shang now, they would surely lose. However, if the elders did not accept Su Shang's challenge, it would not look good on the Evil Sky Pavilion. What a conundrum. While Mingshi was mulling over that matter, Su Shang said, I'm genuinely asking for a lesson and have no ulterior motives. Since the elites of the Evil Sky Pavilion are as numerous as the clouds, I'm sure that they won't mind teaching me a thing or two. Su Shang was advancing without any hesitation. Perhaps, Mingshi hesitance had convinced him and Gu Iran that the Evil Sky Pavilion was hiding something. They were trying to get a feel of the situation under the pretext of sparring and learning. This was a good way to ensure they did not offend the evil sky pavilion. These three old foxes. Lu Gu sat at the side without saying a word. It was clear he approved of Su Sheng's actions. Mingshi finally said, "There's no need for a sparring session. The evil sky pavilion doesn't have the time to play with you." At this moment, an elegant melody floated into the hall. The flute song was refreshing and melodious like the gentle spring breeze blowing on one's face. Although it was not loud, everyone heard it clearly. Lu Gu was intrigued by the sound. He looked outside the great hall and asked, "There's someone gifted in tune in the evil sky pavilion?" Mingshi said, "Naturally." As soon as Mingshi finished speaking, a miniature energy sword flitted into the great hall, aimlessly flying around. Although it was not powerful, its movements were nimble. Guiran exclaimed in shock, controlling chi and energy with sound. "Who's the person outside the hall?" An idea appeared in Mingshi mind as he said with an indifferent expression on his face, "She's just controlling chi with sound. It's not worth mentioning." Su Sheng and Guiran felt awkward when they heard Mingshi words. In their opinion, this was an amazing ability. After spending so many years on the battlefield, they knew very well what characters and abilities were more advantageous in a war. Whether it was the Buddhist aerial healing technique, the bright mirror, or an attack like the Brahmic lullaby, they were potent weapons that could be used during wars. The Confucian formations were also useful. If they were used well, their army would be invincible. At this moment, the energy sword suddenly shot toward Su Sheng. Whoosh! Su Sheng's expression darkened. "Despicable!" He flicked two fingers. Two talismans shot toward the energy sword. The talismans ignited as two script seals devoured the miniature energy sword. At the same time, a deafening sound resonated in the air. The flute song and the peculiar script seals faded away. Outside the hall, the flute song wafted in the hall again. The flute player seemed unwilling to submit herself as she played her flute again. The tempo of the song was faster now. Su Sheng laughed and said, "Interesting." He closed his palms, and several scripts of varying sizes flew in the air and collided with each other. The ringing sound of the collision mingled with the flute song. The flute stopped for a moment. Then it began playing at a higher key. If it had been a trickling stream before this, it was now a tidal wave. Su Sheng appeared delighted. "I've never heard about someone skilled in tune among the Evil Sky Pavilion's 9 disciples. I'm fortunate enough to witness this for myself today. Although I'm a crude person, I like music very much. I think I've met my match today." Again, Su Sheng rose to his feet. His hands were just a blur as he made several hand signs. If their earlier exchange was just casual, they were serious now. The surging of primal chi and the increase in script seals were in the nascent divinity realm. Su Sheng clearly took this seriously. Upon seeing this, Mingshi heart sank. Naturally, he knew who was playing the flute outside. How could that person compare to Su Sheng, one of the Imperial Guard's 8 great generals? Dong! 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 The script seals enlarged and sounded like tolling bells when they collided. As the flute's song dissipated, the sound wave of the collision spread out. Mingshi released a burst of energy and moved swiftly. Whiz! Energy resonated. A 5-leaf avatar stood inside the Evil Sky Pavilion's great hall. Its power moved to the ceiling of the hall and blocked Su Sheng's sound wave. All the sounds ceased in just an instant. Mingshi had to step in. His little junior sister would not have been able to withstand that sound wave. Su Sheng frowned and asked, "Why are you interfering, sir? This is the Evil Sky Pavilion, not a place where you can do as you please," Mingshi said. "He's allowed to taunt me, but I'm not allowed to strike back?" Su Sheng could not understand this logic. Mingshi shook his head helplessly. "I've told you, this isn't a place where you should be staying." Su Sheng said, "There must always be a beginning and an end to a sparring session." He folded his palms again. Script seals emerged from his body and arranged themselves neatly in a light circle. The light circle resonated in the air, sounding like the Buddhist Brahmic lullaby. Mingshi frowned slightly. At this moment, A deafeningly loud and impatient voice rang from behind the great hall. The sound wave rolled out with a crashing momentum along the walkway. Impudent! The sound wave seemed different from the sound techniques they had encountered in the past. It was sonorous and powerful, clean and nimble. Caught them off guard. A frown could be seen on Su Sheng's face as the sound wave landed on its target. Bam! Su Sheng grunted as he slid backward. He was an 8-leaf cultivator, after all. The moment he was attacked by this sound wave, he forcibly stabilized his footing so he would not fall or fly back. However, sometimes it was not entirely a bad thing to be sent flying back. For example, if he had allowed himself to be sent flying, he could have flipped in the air and minimized the impact from the sound wave. With that, he would only suffer minor scratches. Alas, he chose to withstand the sound wave head-on to remain standing. Su Sheng seemed to be frozen as he looked at the back of the wall with a frightened gaze. Lu Gu, Emperor Yongshou, and Gu Iran were shocked. On the other hand, Mingshi was delighted. He retracted his avatar and bowed in the direction of the hidden chamber. "Greetings, Master." The sounds of footsteps rang in the air. The speed of the footsteps was neither hurried nor slow. Each step was firm and sounded like it came from the distance. The 3 visitors knew the Evil Sky Pavilion's master was about to make his appearance, and their eyes were focused in the direction of the sound. Finally, Lu Zhou appeared before everyone's eyes, sauntering over from behind the great hall with his hands on his back. During the past 3 months, he had been immersed in his meditative state. He had no access to his senses and consciousness. However, he could still pick up fragments of conversations every once in a while. Sometimes they were clear, and sometimes they were incoherent. Just a few moments ago, he was still blissfully immersed in his meditative state. He had no intention of waking up from that state at all. To his chagrin, he was disturbed by the commotion in the great hall. Although Konk's flute song helped him to concentrate, the noise from the collision of the scripts had jarred him awake. As soon as Lu Zhou stepped into the great hall, he swept his eyes past the 3 visitors. Su Sheng and Gu Iran stiffened. When Lu Zhou's eyes finally landed on Emperor Yongshou, he said, "Lu Gu." Lu Gu was shocked. He was rather certain Ji Tiandao would be an old man with a head full of white air who had lost his mobility. Ji Tiandao should not be any better than Zui Yushu. How could he not be surprised when he saw Lu Zhou, who seemed to be in the pink of health? Ji Tiandao's back was straight and seemed to be in good spirits. His eyes were lively and filled with strength. Even when Ji Tiandao rebuked Su Sheng, his voice was brimming with vitality and explosive strength. Ji Tiandao did not seem to be approaching his great limit at all. Even though Lu Gu was a monarch, when he saw Lu Zhou's appearance, he was still filled with fright in his heart and felt emotional. When he finally remembered he had not met Ji Tiandao for a long time, he hurriedly said, "We finally meet, Brother Ji. You're not dead." Su Sheng took a step forward. How could the Evil Sky Pavilion's master use such an inauspicious word like dead when speaking to the retired emperor? Alas, as soon as stepped forward, he grunted and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. What a powerful sound technique. He did not expect to be injured by the sound wave. They did not even engage in a fight, but his internal organs were already injured from a sound technique. Just how powerful was the Evil Sky Pavilion's master? It seemed like the 9-leaf stage was truly in a league of its own. Lu Zhou shifted his gaze from Lu Gu to Su Sheng. "You like to bully the weak?" Su Sheng appeared confused. He bit back the pain from his injured internal organs as he bowed and said, "Senior Ji, we were just sparring. If I have offended you, I'm willing to accept any punishment you mete out. Just sparring." At this moment, a petite figure ran into the great hall. She was holding a Lantian jade flute as she searched for someone inside the great hall. When she saw her master, she bowed. "Greetings, Master." Lu Zhou glanced at Konk before he returned his gaze to Su Sheng again. Su Sheng caught a glimpse of Konk and the Lantian jade flute in her hand. His hand trembled as he wondered out loud, "The flute master is her." Mingshi said, "Who else could it be? A great 8-leaf elite bullying a junior who has just entered the sense-condensing realm. What a great senior." Su Shang felt stifled. His eyes widened in disbelief as he shook his head. The sense-condensing realm? He looked at the pretty and innocent little girl at the side again. Could she be an elite who was deliberately hiding her aura to impersonate a sense-condensing realm cultivator? He shook his head. No, she's too young. How profound could the cultivation base of a young girl like her be? Su Shang immediately felt his cheeks warm up. He was embarrassed. To think that he had sparred with a little girl who had just entered the sense-condensing realm. There was no excuse. His earlier action was, indeed, shameful and could not be justified. He looked at Lu Zhou awkwardly. However, as soon as his eyes met Lu Zhou's eyes, he shuddered. Senior G. Lu Zhou's words, "You like to bully the weak?" echoed in Su Shang's mind. Lu Zhou calmly said, "Since you like to spar, I'll fulfill your wish." "Ha! Take this." Lu Zhou raised his hand. A blue light shone from between his fingers. The Confucian school's abandoned wisdom. Su Shang and Gu Yiran were both Confucian elites. Naturally, they recognized this technique. "Brother Ji, have mercy." Lu Gu frowned deeply. Lu Zhou was determined to attack. He would not be easily dissuaded. The scripts of abandoned wisdom hung between his fingers before they shot out. Su Shang cried out as he retreated in the air. He joined his palms together with his index fingers touching. It seemed like he was going to cast abandoned wisdom as well. He was an elite as well, after all. When faced with such a situation, he chose to attack instead of defending. The scripts from abandoned wisdom appeared around his index fingers. Sadly, they seemed negligible compared to Lu Zhou's scripts that were launched with just one hand. In any case, he felt he was left with no choice but to attack. He leaned forward as energy swirled around his fingers. The scripts formed energy seals before they shot out. The two abandoned wisdom's techniques collided. Boom! As expected, Su Shang reeled back. He hastily drew his hand back to his sides. If he had been a moment later, his arms would have been broken by the powerful energy seals. Lu Zhou's abandoned wisdom did not disperse. It continued to shoot forward. It landed on Su Shang's chest, pushing Su Shang out of the Great Hall until Su Shang eventually crashed against the eastern part of the plaza. Thud! Su Shang landed on the ground. The palm seal grew translucent as it continued on its trajectory upward before it finally faded into thin air. When the Confucian genius, Zui Yushu, looked up and saw this, she wondered out loud. Who unleashed abandoned wisdom? Su Shang? Gu Yiran? The four elders frowned slightly. Zui Yushu shook her head and said, "Knowing their abilities, it's impossible for them to unleash the technique with such great strength." "What about Lu Gu?" "It's impossible for it to be Lu Gu as well. He's advanced in age and is close to his great limit," Zui Yushu replied. The four of them exchanged a look before realization finally dawned on them. In the Great Hall, after Lu Zhou had cast the technique, Lu Gu and Gu Yiran looked outside the Great Hall in shock. Lu Zhou and Su Shang had used the same technique, abandoned wisdom, but Lu Zhou's attack had easily crushed Su Shang. After a long silence, Lu Gu suppressed the shock in his heart before he said, "Brother Ji, please stay your anger. They're here with me. I'll take responsibility for their mistakes." Lu Zhou said, "This is only a minor punishment. If it weren't out of consideration for you, I would have reduced him into ashes." "Why are you so angry?" Lu Gu asked in confusion. Lu Zhou frowned slightly as he said in a deep voice, "My disciple has just entered the sense-condensing realm recently. Do you think I should stand aside and do nothing?" Lu Ji's heart stirred. After all these years, he did not expect Ji Tiandao to still be so defensive of his people, regardless if they were right or wrong. His temper is as fiery as ever. Despite his thoughts, his expression remained the same. In the end, he said in a loud voice, "Su Shang, kowtow and apologize to this little girl." The commanding tone entered the ears of Su Shang, who was outside the Great Hall. He fought back his surging blood essence as he lay on the ground with a pained expression on his face. This palm strike would render him motionless for a long time. The difference in the palm strike's strength was too great. He was completely powerless. He endured the pain and rose to his feet with great difficulty and entered the Evil Sky Pavilion's great hall. Lu Gu did not look at Su Shang. Faced with this situation, Su Shang had no choice but to kneel toward Conk. Upon seeing this, Conk seemed flustered as she moved to the side and hid behind Mingshi to avoid Su Shang's bow. Mingshi smiled and said, "Oh, so you're capable of feeling frightened as well, little ancestor?" "I'm not frightened," Conk said. "If it were ninth junior sister, she would have given him a kick." "You're slightly lacking in bravery," Mingshi said. In terms of tormenting others, Conk and little Yuaner were at the same level. However, Conk seemed less bold compared to little Yuaner. Before Conk could reply, Lu Zhou waved his hand and said, "This is the Evil Sky Pavilion, not the palace. You do well not to bring the ways of the palace here." Lu Gu nodded in agreement and said, "Su Shang, thank Brother Ji." Su Shang shifted to face Lu Zhou and said, "Thank you for holding back, Senior Ji." Mingshi rolled his eyes and said, "If you had listened to me, it wouldn't have come to this." "You're right, Mr. Fourth." Su Shang's face flushed red. As the saying went, "Consider the master before hitting the dog." Naturally, that saying did not apply to Lu Zhou. Not only did he not consider Lu Gu when he taught Su Shang a lesson, but he even ridiculed Lu Gu. "Brother Ji, why are you so angry?" Lu Gu asked. "I don't have time for you." Lu Zhou looked at Conk and beckoned her over. Conk obediently walked to Lu Zhou's side. Lu Zhou inspected her pulse and widened his eyes. "Sense-condensing realm? Master, am I in the sense-condensing realm?" Although it was slightly unbelievable, the truth was right there before his eyes. Lu Zhou nodded and said, "That's right. You're already in the sense-condensing realm." Conk seemed delighted. Lu Zhou continued to ask, "But who taught you to control qi with sound?" Mingshi said, "Master, I didn't teach her that. It could be old eighth. Nothing else mattered apart from shifting the blame away from himself." "Master, I learned it myself," Conk replied immediately. Su Shang. Guiran. Su Shang had initially thought Conk was an elite who concealed her aura. There was no longer any doubt that she was just a beginner. To think he, a great eight-leaf cultivator, had insisted on sparring with her. The more he thought about it, the more ashamed he felt. Lu Zhou reminded her, "Don't rush when you cultivate. You should focus on your cultivation for now. Controlling qi with sound can come later." "I understand, Master," Conk replied. Then, Lu Zhou looked at three guests again before his eyes finally settled on Lu Gu. "Old Fourth, bring Conk out of the hall." "Understood." Mingshi led Conk out of the great hall. Su Shang and Guiran exchanged a look. They wondered if they should leave the great hall as well despite the fact that they were great generals of the Imperial Guard. Lu Gu said, "Stay outside." "Understood." Guiran stood up and gestured at the Imperial bodyguards. The boxes were left at the sides as they filed out of the great hall. Soon after, Lu Zhou and Lu Gu were the only ones left alone in the great hall. "Let's hear it. Why did you come?" Lu Zhou asked. Lu Gu heaved a long sigh before he said, "Time is a cruel thing. Centuries have passed in just a blink of an eye. I came because there's something I'd like to personally ask you." Lu Zhou remained silent. Lu Gu asked without beating around the bush, "Did you truly attain the nine-leaf stage, Brother Ji?" His gaze was searching as he looked at Lu Zhou after asking the question. The great hall was silent. After a moment, Lu Zhou replied with a question, "Why would you ask that? Do you remember that mysterious elite, Brother Ji?" Lu Gu said, "If you're not going to get to the point, you can leave." "I don't have time to waste on you," Lu Zhou said before he rose to his feet. The system's upgrade would only be completed in 2 months. Lu Zhou had used some of his extraordinary on the palm strike earlier. He needed time to recover and did not have the luxury of chatting with this person. Lu Gu was slightly surprised. He said at once, "The mysterious elite rode in a coffin from the northern borders, crossing the lands of the other tribes and Great Yen." Lu Zhou remembered the Rolyan, Lanny, who brought a red coffin to the Evil Sky Pavilion. He stopped moving and placed his hand on his back as he said, "Get to the point." The reason why Great Yan's imperial family remains standing to this day is due to the mysterious elite's help. He had stressed that we're not to attempt the 9-leaf stage. Otherwise, there would be unthinkable consequences. Lu Zhou was intrigued. He looked at Lu Gu and asked, "Where's this person now?" Lu Gu shook his head and said, "He stayed in the divine capital once. Then, he left some things there before he left. The imperial family has been searching for him all these years. Alas, we've never heard from him again." "You seem to believe in this mysterious elite," Lu Zhou said. "I never doubted him from the beginning until the end," Lu Gu replied. "The heavens have set this taboo for us humans, and there must be a reason behind this. We'll have to pay the price if we're to violate the taboo. We should cultivate according to the will of the heavens. Isn't 1,000 years enough to satiate the greed of men?" "I don't think so," Lu Zhou said. "What's your thought on this, Brother Ji? I'd like to hear it." "According to you, cultivators should be content with 1,000 years. However, a mortal is considered to have lived a long life if he or she lived to 100 years old. It has never been fair between cultivators and mortals. Doesn't this mean cultivators have violated the mortals' taboo?" Lu Zhou said, "Moreover, to cultivate is already going against heaven's will." "Cultivating is going against the will of the heavens?" Lu Gu asked. "That's only a view held by the minorities. The Confucian school fears the command of the heavens and merely cultivates to better themselves. The Buddhist sects fear karma that could not be avoided. The Taoist sects wish for longevity and to exist alongside the heavens and the earth. Which of these isn't going against the will of the heavens?" Lu Zhou asked. Lu Gu was at a loss for words. He had thought about this before. Over the long course of history, many cultivators had their own views about cultivation. There were countless views vying for dominance from the Confucian, Buddhist, and Taoist sects, but the end goal remained the same. 3 paths were constantly striving to break through from the original restrictions. Lu Gu said, "It's only a difference in opinions. You have your own view, Brother Ji, and I have mine." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and asked, "So, are you going to force your views on me?" Lu Gu was once again at a loss for words. He studied Lu Zhou for a moment before he asked, "When did you grow so eloquent, Brother Ji?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou slowly rose to his feet and said with an indifferent expression on his face, "It's time for you to leave." Lu Gu continued to say, "I'm only here to confirm if you're at the 9-leaf stage, Brother Ji. If you are, please consider the greater picture and conceal your cultivation base, Brother Ji." Lu Zhou turned around and struck with his palm. A shining golden palm seal sailed toward Lu Gu. Lu Gu crossed his arms and released a burst of primal chi from his old body to block the palm seal. "There's much control in this palm seal. Your cultivation base has indeed improved greatly, Brother Ji." Lu Zhou had struck with the power corresponding to his cultivation base that was in the 2-leaf nascent divinity realm. Therefore, it was not surprising that Lu Gu was able to block the attack. Undeterred, Lu Gu continued to say, "If anyone reaches the 9-leaf stage, there will surely be a great disaster. Please be careful, Brother Ji." Lu Zhou found Lu Ji's amusing. "What disaster? Will the heavens part and the ground sink? Or will the waters of the lakes, rivers, and seas drown the lands? I don't know what disasters lie beyond as well, but I believe in the mysterious elite," Lu Gu replied. "There are many things that can't be explained, but time will tell. Please believe me in regard to this matter, Brother Ji." Lu Zhou recalled the coffin. He also thought about the diary-like entries in the secret tome that came along with the coffin. The formation veins on the coffin and the armor the Crown Prince Lu Ji gave Lin Xian were proof of the mysterious elite's existence. Unfortunately, he was not a real 9-leaf cultivator and could not verify that. The shackles of heaven and earth were the great limit of their lifespans. Everything was numbered. After pondering on this for a moment, Lu Zhou said, "The cultivation world will have the answer in 2 months." To be honest, he did not know how long it would take for someone to reach the 9-leaf stage after severing their lotuses. He had casually come up with this answer after taking the cooldown period of the system into consideration. Who could say anything about his answer after the cooldown period was up? 2 months. The Lotus Severing era has arrived. I won't be the only 9-leaf cultivator, Lu Zhou said. Lu Gu was taken aback by Lu Zhou's words. If severing one's lotus would help one to attain the 9-leaf stage, nobody would be able to stop it. Even his son, Lu Gu, was attempting to attain the 9-leaf stage as well. All things considered, what use was there for him to pester the Evil Sky Pavilion about this? With that thought in mind, Lu Gu said, "Before I came up the mountain, your disciple told me that you're going to cultivate in seclusion for 5 months. Now that 3 months have passed, there are 2 months left. I wonder if it'll be okay for me to visit the Evil Sky Pavilion again in 2 months." An idea appeared in Lu Zhou's mind when he heard Lu Ji's words. "Although that's in line with what I want, why should I dance to your tune? You're nothing but an emperor who's past his prime. Aren't you going to plead for your son now that you're here?" As soon as Lu Zhou saw Lu Gu, he had assumed that Lu Gu had come to plead on behalf of Lu Gu. After all, the Nether sect was like the sun at high noon at this moment. The divine capital and the imperial city were both threatened. Lu Gu shook his head. "I've retired, and I won't meddle with the empire's affairs. Lu Gu is my son while Yu Zhenghai is your first disciple. Just as well. The old will face the old, and we'll let the young ones face each other." Lu Zhou glanced at the boxes left by the imperial bodyguards that were sitting behind Lu Ji's feet. Although the veins on the boxes were not clear, he could still tell they were the same as the ones on the armor. His eyes brightened. "Just as well. I'll see you in 2 months." In other words, he wanted Lu Gu to bring the boxes as well. The 9-leaf cultivator who was in the coffin and the diary that was filled with advice had piqued Lu Zhou's curiosity. He did not know where his memory crystal was, and since the crystal contained his memories about the 9-leaf stage, who knew if Ji Tiandao had dealings with the mysterious elite in the past? How could he let such a clue slip past his fingers? Unfortunately, the 4 elders of the Evil Sky Pavilion had severed their lotuses and were recultivating. Hence, they could not defeat Su Shang and Gu Yiran. Lu Zhou was also meditating on the Earth Scroll. Before he could unlock the next power, his meditation did not seem to add to the human scroll's extraordinary power. The other functions of the system were practically locked. "All right, I hope you'll keep this promise, Brother Ji," Lu Gu replied. Lu Zhou said, "Lu Gu, I'll give you a piece of advice." "What is it, Brother Ji?" "Don't think too highly of yourself." After saying this, Lu Zhou turned around and said loudly, "See our guests out." After that, Mingshi escorted the trio down the mountain. He said, "I told you that my master was cultivating in seclusion, and this would be a waste of time." Lu Gu, Su Shang, Gu Yiran, and several imperial bodyguards exited the barrier. "It's not a complete waste. I've already achieved my goal of meeting your master and telling him about my thoughts," Lu Gu said. Mingshi looked at Lu Gu, speechless. He's great at consoling himself. He did not respond to Lu Gu and flew back to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Once Mingshi was out of sight, Su Shang spat out a mouthful of blood. Sweat broke out on his face. Lu Gu frowned slightly. 9-leaf. Su Shang tapped his meridian points and said, "I can't be sure, but that abandoned wisdom could have destroyed the world." Gu Yiran asked in confusion, "Why do you suspect he's not a 9-leaf cultivator, Your Majesty?" The rumors being spread in the cultivation world said that the Evil Sky Pavilion's Patriarch, Ji Tiandao, was a 9-leaf cultivator. Lu Gu was the only one who did not believe this. With his hands on his back, Lu Gu said, "I said the 9-leaf stage will bring forth disaster. Since there's no disaster as of now, I don't think anyone has attained the 9-leaf stage." "A fake 9-leaf cultivator?" Su Shang appeared frightened. "But his great limit is already up, and he's still alive. How can we explain that?" Gu Yiran said, "His Majesty means to say that old villain Ji is somewhere between the 8-leaf and 9-leaf stage. Is that correct?" Lu Gu smiled meaningfully. "I'll wait for 2 months. Whether he's real or not, I'll make it clear to the world." "Your Majesty," Are you going to fight a 9-leaf cultivator? Lu Gu waved his hand. The Imperial bodyguards stepped forward. They did not open the boxes that were brought here. Su Shang speculated out loud. Could it be that there are treasures in there that can detect and destroy a 9-leaf cultivator? A shocked expression appeared on his face as he continued to say, If that's the case, why didn't you do something back then, Your Majesty? Why did old villain Ji agree to the 2-month timeline instead of 3 or 4 months? Su Shang. Lu Gu suddenly stopped walking. Yes, Your Majesty. You talk too much. Lu Ji's voice was deep. Forgive me, Your Majesty. As he bowed, Su Shang shuddered slightly. He no longer dared to speak. Meanwhile, Gu Iran followed behind them silently. A month passed by in just a blink of an eye. In the unnamed abyss in the moonlight woodlands, a white figure broke the lake's surface and flew into the air. When the figure was in the sky, a surge of energy dried up the moisture in her hair and on her body. Yi Tianxin hovered in the air as she looked at Cheng Huang that was lying in the distance. She called out with a smile on her face, Little Huang! Cheng Huang ignored her. You're mad? Come on, Little Huang. Protect me. Cheng Huang looked up. His huge eyeballs rolled as it looked at Yi Tianxin in the air. As it turned and swept its tail out, it stirred up a gust of wind. Yi Tianxin had to rise higher in the sky. She said, You're really petty. Whiz. She summoned her avatar. She looked at the 7 shining leaves spinning around her golden lotus. In the past, she would never dare to dream of this. She had reached the 7-leaf stage in half a year and was now attempting the 8-leaf stage. She looked down at the mystical lake. Although she did not know why, she was certain there was something special about the lake's water. It contained some unique power that helped her cultivation base to improve by leaps and bounds. She had been cultivating in the lake all this while without taking a single step away from it. Cheng Huang had watched over her the entire time and did not leave her. As time went by, Yi Tianxin had grown accustomed to this place. She had also gotten familiar with Cheng Huang. Cheng Huang looked over when she summoned her avatar again. Yi Tianxin said with a smile, Don't blink. 8-leaf. Whiz, whiz, whiz. Rings of energy descended from the top toward the golden lotus. This continued for 2 hours, but a new leaf did not appear. However, Yi Tianxin was extremely patient and tenacious as she kept at it. Perhaps it was due to her long stay in the abyss. She did not long for the outside world. Hence, she was not in a hurry to reach the 8-leaf stage. The energy rings continued to descend. It was precisely because of her calm disposition that the leaf sprouting process was smooth. The 8-leaf stage was the highest point attainable in the human cultivation world. After 4 hours had passed, she heard a crisp sound. The 8th leaf had finally sprouted on her golden lotus. Her avatar increased in size immediately and became 100 foot tall. Her 8-leaf golden lotus shone with a golden light. Yi Tianxin widened her eyes as she leaped with joy and exclaimed, Little Huang, I'm an 8-leaf cultivator now. Cheng Huang howled, as though it was congratulating her on her achievement. Yi Tianxin looked at the 8 leaves on her golden lotus. Everything seemed like a dream to her. She blinked her big eyes as she looked at the 8 leaves. At the same time, thoughts of returning to the outside world appeared in her mind. It was inevitable that she would think about returning to Great Yen now that she had sufficient strength. Yi Tianxin flew into her avatar before she rose higher in the sky. In just a blink of an eye, she was 100 meters up in the air. She looked around herself and could not see the end. When she sensed her newly gained power, she could hardly suppress her joy. She cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted. The sound wave rolled out and caused vicious beasts to take to the air. Except for a few specific beasts, the 8-leaf Yi Tianxin no longer feared the vicious beasts. Indeed, her 100-foot avatar deterred many beasts from attacking her. Yi Tianxin flew in the direction of the cliff wall. She looked up at the space above the abyss. At this moment, Cheng Huang got up and ran over. When it reached her side, it sat down obediently. Although it was sitting, it was still as tall she was. Yi Tianxin said, Little Huang, I'm going to leave the abyss now. Cheng Huang glanced at the lake. It neither nodded nor shook its head. She wondered what it was thinking about. Yi Tianxin speculated out loud. You want me to attempt the 9-leaf stage? Cheng Huang did not move. Are you crazy? It's not that easy to reach the 9-leaf stage. I'm happy with being an 8-leaf cultivator. Cheng Huang growled. Unfortunately, Yi Tianxin could not understand what it was trying to convey. Let's go. Up we go. Yi Tianxin flew onto Cheng Huang's broad back. Cheng Huang pushed with its 4 paws. Like a fired arrow, it shot through the sea of clouds and mist. Time passed by in just a blink of an eye. Before long, another month had passed. Inside the hidden chamber in the Evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou felt that he was once again in a state where there was no distinction between the world and himself. Spots of starlight seemed to dance around him. At this moment, the system gave a notification. Ding! System permission upgrade is successful. The 3 scrolls of heavenly writing, the human scrolls level, has been raised. System effective area improved, but it will consume heaven writing's extraordinary power. Increased item card variety with price hikes. The series of system notifications rang in Lu Zhou's ears. However, he did not seem to have heard them. He remained immersed in his meditation state. The runes of the Earth Scroll kept dancing around. The extraordinary power of the human and Earth Scrolls gradually merged into one. Meanwhile, Lu Gu, Su Shang, and Gu Yurain once again appeared at the foot of Golden Court Mountain. Your Majesty, the promised time with old villain Ji is here. What should we do if he refuses to meet us? Su Shang asked. Lu Gu glanced at Su Shang and said, General Su, be mindful of your form of address. When Su Shang heard this, he hastily said, I've made a mistake. Gu Yiran said, You're worrying too much, Brother Su. Although Senior Ji is of the fiend path, from what I know, he's a man of his word. I hope so, Su Shang said. If this had been in the past, Lu Gu might have given his opinion on Ji Tiandao. Since they knew each other, he was confident he knew Ji Tiandao somewhat. However, since their last meeting, he suddenly felt the master of the Evil Sky Pavilion was not as easy to deal with as he had previously thought. Lu Gu walked up to the barrier. Su Shang understood. He cupped his hands around his mouth and projected his voice. The Imperial City's Garrison General of the Northwestern Gate, Su Shang, requests an audience with Senior Ji. His voice was filled with rich primal qi, but it was not destructive. The sound wave traveled across Golden Court Mountain before it gradually faded in the mountains. Soon after, a figure flew down from Golden Court Mountain. It was none other than Mingshi. Mingshi hovered in the air and said, I'm sorry, I was just thinking about asking you to come another day. Lu Gu, Su Shang, and Gu Yiran were taken aback. This was the promised time. How could their appointment be cancelled without prior notice? Mr. Fourth, old Senior Ji has agreed to this arrangement. How can it be changed at will? Su Shang said. Since Su Shang and Lu Gu had learned about the box's purpose, they were more assertive and bold compared to their previous visit. Moreover, Su Shang was slightly resentful of the palm strike from Lu Zhou. Mingshi crossed his arms and said with a smile, I'm the one who changed the appointment date. You, my master, is old. He can't estimate the duration of his secluded cultivation accurately. I hope you understand, Your Majesty, Mingshi said. A frown appeared on Su Shang's face immediately. How can the arrangement be called off when it has been promised? Heh! What does my master have to do with me not letting you in? Mingshi pointed at the barrier. Are you going to force your way through? His expression made it clear that he would not comply with their request. Su Shang grew annoyed. Su Shang was about to step forward and argue, when Lu Gu raised his hand and interjected, Fine, I'll come back tomorrow. Early the next morning, Lu Gu, Su Shang, Gu Yiran, and another Imperial bodyguard rode their flying chariot to the foot of Golden Court Mountain again. Like the day before, Su Shang projected his voice toward the Evil Sky Pavilion. Mingshi came flying down from one corner of the Evil Sky Pavilion. As he hovered in the air, he said, I'm sorry. Why don't you come another day? This time he was being honest. Mr. Fourth, we've made an arrangement with you to meet today. I don't think it's good to go back on your words, Susheng said. Mingshi spread his arms. I never said that I'm trustworthy. You! Susheng had never met someone as shameless as Mingshi before. Although he was one of the 8 great generals who fought on the battlefield for many years, he felt powerless. At this moment, Lu Gu said with his hands on his back, When do you suggest we come back then? Mingshi stroked his chin and gave it some thought. How about a year later? When Mingshi saw the frown on Lu Ji's face, he chuckled and said, I'm kidding. Come again tomorrow. As the saying went, 3rd time's the charm. Lu Gu would not allow Mingshi to talk his way out of this tomorrow. What should we do if the same thing happens tomorrow? Now, you're a reasonable man unlike him. We'll leave tomorrow's worries for tomorrow. No one can predict the future. What a cunning villain, Lu Gu said. In that case, please tell Brother Ji that I'll visit again tomorrow. During the first 2 times, Lu Gu had easily given in to Mingshi. Now that he had finally spoken out, it was clear he was determined to go up the mountain on his 3rd try. Mingshi said, Safe journeys, Your Majesty. I'll make sure to convey your message to my master. Lu Gu and the others turned around and left. Mingshi sighed and swiftly returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion. After returning to the pavilion, Mingshi walked toward the hidden chamber and paced like an ant on a hot pan. What should I do? What should I do? He had been waiting for his master to emerge from the hidden chamber over the past few days. However, he could not detect any movement inside at all. Mingshi called out softly again at the door of the hidden chamber and received no reply. Then, he mumbled to himself, Looks like I can only count on myself. He turned around and left. Currently, the Evil Sky Pavilion's 4 elders were only at the 4-leaf stage at most after their recultivating. Duanmushang, Zhu Honggong, and Zhao Yu had severed their lotuses and were recultivating as well. With their overall strength, it would be unbelievably difficult to intimidate Lu Gu and the others. Mingshi pondered on this for a moment before he finally decided to send a letter for help. In the afternoon, in a certain nether sect branch. At this moment, Hua Chongyang hurried into the Great Hall. Sect Master, RU Province's branch received a letter from the Evil Sky Pavilion. The retired Emperor Lu Gu, Susheng, and Gu Iran are now at the Evil Sky Pavilion. They seem hostile, and the Evil Sky Pavilion is asking its first disciple to take charge. Yu Zhenghai and Si Wuya were stunned. I have to take charge at the Evil Sky Pavilion? Yu Zhenghai was perplexed. Mr. Fourth didn't explain much in his letter, but reading between the lines, this seems like a complicated situation. Hua Chongyang passed his letter to Yu Zhenghai. Instead, Si Wuya took the letter and read it. Then, he said, with Master's 9-leaf cultivation base, it shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with Lu Gu. Even without Master, we still have the 4 elders. What's happening? Yu Zhenghai said, Wise brother, could this be a trap? Do you think Master intends to go back on his word and lure me there? Upon hearing this, Si Wuya shook his head. That's unlikely. If he wanted to catch you, he would have done so the last time he was here. Why would he wait until now? Lu Gu, that old thief. To think he's still alive. Did he attain the 9-leaf stage as well? Yu Zhenghai's breathing quickened. This was an outcome that he wanted to see the least. Throughout these 5 months, the Nether sect had been trying hard to conquer the 9 provinces. Now that they had conquered Yi province, all that was left was Yen province and the divine capital. There was less than a month from the promised time with his master. The cultivation world was now in the lotus-severing era. The 5-leaf elite he had seen 5 months ago had shocked him. If someone attained the 9-leaf stage in such a short time after severing his or her lotus, it would truly be a huge obstacle to the Nether sect. Lu Gu and Master are old friends. They were acquainted when Master was at his peak many years ago. Lu Gu had invited Master to be the teacher of the state in the divine capital then. Master would have been the lord of many, and the servant of one. However, Master has never liked to be restricted. Hence, Master founded the Evil Sky Pavilion on Golden Court Mountain and recruited disciples. Wuxia said. According to my calculations, Lu Ji's great limit should have been up. It's not impossible for him to be at the 9-leaf stage now. Wuxia continued. From what I know, among the 4 elders, Leng Luo and Pan Lydian are injured, and Hua Wudao is a 7-leaf cultivator. The new elder, Senior Zui Yushu, is a noteworthy character, but she's from the Confucian school. Su Shang and Gu Iran are from the Confucian school as well. Yu Zhenghai frowned. Wuxia said, Eldest senior brother, I suggest that we help the Evil Sky Pavilion. Naturally, it's just a suggestion. The decision is entirely up to you. Yu Zhenghai remained silent. Wuxia felt torn as well when he made the suggestion. He knew how much Yu Zhenghai longed to conquer the world. After all, his suggestion was essentially like asking Yu Zhenghai to dismiss the advantageous situation they were in to help the Evil Sky Pavilion. It would be well if everything went smoothly, but if any problem were to occur, the Nether sect's efforts thus far would be wasted. If that were to happen, how would he face the members of the Nether sect? He decided to remain silent when he saw Yu Zhenghai was lost in his thoughts. Before he retreated from the Great Hall, he said, Eldest senior brother, I'll take my leave. The others understood Wuxia's intent and took their leave as well. The Great Hall that dimly lit was now silent. Yu Zhenghai turned around with his hands on his back to face the wall. Nobody knew what he was thinking. He stroked the jasper saber softly as he stared at it, still lost in his thoughts. The next day, the sun rose in the east as it always did. Mingshi made his way to the hidden chamber first thing in the morning to greet his master. As expected, he did not receive any reply from his master. He sighed as he made his way down the mountain again. Soon after, Mingshi saw a flying chariot sailing toward the mountain as promised and landed at the foot of Golden Court Mountain. Su Shang had a keen eye. As soon as the flying chariot landed, he saw Mingshi hovering in the air, waiting for them. He rose into the air and waved at Mingshi, who was standing behind the barrier. Mr. Fourth, we meet again. Hello there, Mingshi said with a smile. I'm sure Senior Ji has come out from his cultivation in seclusion. Please lead the way, Mr. Fourth. Su Shang smiled. Mingshi said, I'm terribly sorry, but can you come again tomorrow? Just treat me as an untrustworthy and petty man, Mingshi said. Despite his words, he was slightly annoyed. Why must he submit to these guests who pestered him to meet his master when his master did not want to see anyone? It had nothing to do with his promise. Su Shang smiled and said, I don't think there's a need for us to leave. The Evil Sky Pavilion is huge. We can just wait on the mountain until Senior Ji emerges from his cultivation in seclusion. Mingshi chuckled and said, If you're smart, General Su, you'd do well to listen to my advice, so you won't regret it later. I'm afraid that's not up to you to decide, Su Shang replied. As he spoke, densely packed talisman seals appeared around him. The talisman seals hovered in the air and shone with golden radiance as they floated toward the barrier. He was clearly trying to break the barrier. The Confucian school was known for its formations and expansive heavenly energy. At this moment, from the midpoint of the mountain, numerous talisman seals descended. Each seal was larger than the one before it. Su Shang frowned slightly and shouted, Is this how the Evil Sky Pavilion treats its guests? He pushed his palms forward, and a round Confucian heavenly energy shield materialized in front of him. Bam! 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 The descending script seals that came from the midpoint of the mountain were blocked by the heavenly energy. Shortly after, a gruff voice rang from where the script seals shot out. I'd like to see who's bold enough to force their way into the Evil Sky Pavilion. When Su Shang heard this, he bowed. Greetings, Senior Zua. I didn't mean to force my way into Golden Court Mountain. His Majesty has an arranged meeting with Senior Ji. We're merely here to uphold our end of the agreement. I'm making the decision on the Pavilion Master's behalf. The arrangement is now called off. Get lost from Golden Court Mountain, all of you, Zui Yushu said harshly. Mingshi was slightly shocked. He did not expect Elder Zua to be so domineering. I like it. At this moment, Lu Go projected his voice and said, Zui Yushu, are you going to stop me from going up the mountain? Lu Gu, this is the evil sky pavilion, not the palace. Don't think you can intimidate me. Zui Yushu rose into the air and swung her staff. A row of talisman seals spun around her. All the seals were of the word human. Su Shang frowned slightly. Heavenly energy, single script seal. The character for human was sometimes replaced with mercy, which was the core seal cultivated by the Confucian school. Throughout the years, only a handful had been capable of cultivating this script seal to great heights. Zui Yushu was one of them. This was the most powerful script seal in the expansive heavenly energies arsenal. I see that you're not completely blind. Zui Yushu looked down at him in the skies. Su Shang said, When the Confucian school was expanding many years ago, you were supposed to be our saint, Elder Zua. Alas, that position is only reserved for men, not women. Even so, the Confucian disciples were still respectful of you. Why did you join the fiend path, Elder Zua? Do I have to explain myself to you? Zui Yushu retorted. Su Shang was rendered speechless. Guiran said, Why must you be so overbearing, Elder Zua? You can't replace Senior Ji. After he finished speaking, he pushed his hand out and launched a palm seal. A slight frown appeared on Zui Yushu's face as she waved her staff. Golden light burst out from the staff immediately. The human script seals formed a line that collided with the palm seal. Bam! 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 After a while, the energy from the collision finally subsided. Elder Zua, kindly enlighten me. Guiran stomped his feet and shot into the skies until he drew level with Zui Yushu. Ming Shirin was taken aback. He did not expect the taciturn Guiran to step forward and fight first. This was bad. Although Zui Yushu had severed her lotus and was recultivating, she would not tolerate such behavior. Her staff spun in the air as she released script seals and talisman seals. The talismans swirled around her and formed a long chain. Without another word, Guiran summoned his avatar. Whiz! A 100-foot 8-leaf avatar shone with golden light, bringing with it a stifling atmosphere. Boom! The script seals and talisman seals faded away. Zui Yushu did not expect Guiran to suddenly strike with all his might and was pushed back by the powerful energy. Guiran said, Elder Zua, it's just as I thought. You're not at the 8-leaf stage. While Zui Yushu reeled back, she suddenly swung her staff. A fine golden line appeared on her staff and formed the pattern of a winding dragon from the handle to the other end of the staff. Then a mystical talisman seal shot out. Bam! Guiran retreated with his avatar. A shocked expression could be seen on his face as he cried out, The coiling dragon staff! No wonder. The coiling dragon staff is in your hands all along, Elder Zua. At this moment, the spinning coiling dragon staff shot back into Zui Yushu's hand. She held it next to her as she hovered in the air. With a meaningful look in her eyes, she said, You need my permission if you want to climb up the mountain. Suddenly, Su Shang tapped the tips of his toes and flew into the air with movements as nimble as a swallow. Then he stood shoulder to shoulder with Guiran. The two great generals, both at the 8-leaf stage, looked at Zui Yushu from a distance. Elder Zua, why must you do this? Su Shang placed his hands on his back. He stepped forward. Radiant circles appeared with every step he took. The talisman seals on his body formed unique formation veins. When the formation veins came into contact with the barrier, a door appeared in the barrier. Then, Su Shang easily stepped into the barrier. Ming Shirin was shocked. He's a master of formations? Those who were masters in formations were like people with master keys. Not everyone could become a master in formations. This reminded him of Pan Litian and his second senior brother. At their level, the existence of a barrier did not make much of a difference. Zui Yushu expected as much. She waved her coiling dragon staff again. A dragon-shaped, expansive, heavenly energy shot out. Su Shang waved his huge hand. His palm shone with a golden energy seal as he clenched his fist. Bam! He caught the coiling dragon energy seal. This level is at the 4-leaf stage at most. Elder Zua, You should know what the 8-leaf stage means. Su Shang clenched his hand. The coiling dragon energy seal dissolved. Upon seeing this, Zhuiyushu's frown deepened. Zhuiyushu had severed her golden lotus and was recultivating. Naturally, she was not a match for the 8-leaf Su Shang. The 4-leaf Zhuiyushu had done well to be able to exchange several blows this far. If Su Shang attacked with his full strength, he could have easily killed a 4-leaf cultivator with a single strike. Su Shang summoned his 100-foot avatar that towered above everyone. An 8-leaf golden lotus spun under its feet. He was convinced Zhuiyushu's cultivation base was not what it used to be. Zhuiyushu took several steps backward and tossed the coiling dragon staff in the air. A huge circle emerged under her feet. Script seals arranged themselves neatly as they shone with golden light. Su Shang was perplexed. An enhancement formation, but you won't be affected. Suddenly, a voice rang from behind Zhuiyushu. Young man, you're too green. Whiz. A huge gourd bottle energy seal passed through Zhuiyushu's formation as it grew in size. Panlydian shot toward them. He sent his golden gourd bottle energy seal crashing toward his opponent's head-on. Boom! The golden gourd bottle energy seal hit the 100-foot tall avatar, stirring up a gust of violent air. A shocked expression appeared on Su Shang's face as he reeled back from the huge impact with his avatar. Bam! A loud explosion sounded as Su Shang collided with the inner wall of the barrier. Panlydian hovered in the air as the golden gourd bottle spun around him. His eyes were trained on Su Shang. I know barriers can't keep Confucian elites like you who are masters of formations. In that case, we'll let you in. This move is called to close the door and hit the dog. Su Shang had gone to much trouble before he finally entered the barrier. However, now that he had entered, would he be able to get out? Just how much primal chi would he waste by traveling back and forth? Su Shang stabilized his avatar as he looked at Panlydian. He now understood why Zhuiyushu had activated her formation. He would not allow himself, one of the 8 great generals, to be humiliated like this. He joined his palms together and cried out, "In that case, don't blame me for what happens next." Su Shang's 100-foot avatar flew out. Upon seeing this, Panlydian retreated. At this moment, the 6th compatible seal appeared behind Zhuiyushu. 5 scripts surrounded the largest script as they spun. Hua Wudao flew toward them and landed on Zhuiyushu's formation. The 5 scripts immediately turned into 9 scripts. Boom! Su Shang's golden lotus avatar collided with the 6th compatible seal. With this opening, Panlydian unleashed his golden gourd bottle energy seal at the avatar. I see! Su Shang shouted. Expansive heavenly energy. With Su Shang in the center, his surging primal chi rippled out into the surroundings. Bam! Panlydian pulled the golden gourd bottle energy seal with a single hand before he tossed it. A black shadow flitted past. Soon, the skies were filled with black figures. Bam! 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 In just a blink of an eye, countless footprints hit the golden gourd bottle energy seal. With the extra push, the golden gourd bottle energy seal pierced through Su Shang's energy and landed on the avatar. Boom! Su Shang reeled back with his avatar. The black figure belonged to the Evil Sky Pavilion's elder, Lung Luo. At this moment, the Evil Sky Pavilion's 4 elders hovered in the air. After Su Shang stabilized his footing, he looked at the 4 elders in shock. He retracted his 100 Tribulations insight avatar and flipped backward, leaving the barrier. Panlydian clenched his hand and recalled his golden gourd bottle. Su Shang's gaze was complicated as he looked at the 4 elders. He felt resentful. The Evil Sky Pavilion's 4 elders? Young man, the Evil Sky Pavilion isn't a place where you can behave as you pleased. Su Shang said, Alas, this only reveals your cultivation bases haven't been restored. I was careless earlier, but I won't make the same mistake twice. Let's kick this up a notch. As he spoke, he looked at the box behind Lu Gu, Emperor Yongshou. Lu Gu was the source of Su Shang's confidence. He closed his eyes. The turbulent wind around him finally calmed down. After inhaling once, he opened his eyes again. Whiz! A 100-foot avatar appeared again. Chain-like talisman seals appeared around the avatar. The seals formed a single line that spun around the avatar. Pan Lydian said, "Elders, what do you say?" Zui Yushu, Lung Luo, and Hua Wudao nodded at the same time. "Naturally, we fight." Mingshi Yin was filled with emotions. He said, "As expected of the Evil Sky Pavilion's elders. This is too awesome. I'd like to see how the elders are going to deal with an 8-leaf cultivator." "Now," Pan Lydian said gruffly. As soon as Pan Lydian finished speaking, apart from Hua Wudao who had advanced several meters, the other 3 elders turntailed and fled back toward the Evil Sky Pavilion. They vanished in just an instant. Hua Wudao. Mingshi Yin. How could they bully an honest person like this? Is this how you old farts deal with an 8-leaf cultivator? Hua Wudao hastily fled as well. Su Shang was perplexed. Why did they run away? It was taxing to maintain a 100-foot avatar, so he quickly retracted it by clenching his hand. He turned around and said, "Your Majesty, I'd like to break this formation. Kindly give the decree." Lu Go shook his head and said, "We shouldn't be rude." Understood. The barrier was like a door. For masters of formations, barriers could hardly impede them. Even cultivators such as the 5 mice of Upper Prime City could tamper with the formation veins through unique means and bypass the barrier. Back then, Pan Lydian had lost his cultivation base, and yet, he made it through the barrier with his gourd bottle. If the person did not understand formations, they could only forcibly break it like what the 10 great sects did. However, against such a barrier, it was better to use brains than brawn. Whoosh! An energy arrow sailed toward them at this moment. Su Shang frowned slightly. He raised his palm and deflected the energy arrow. He saw Hua Yueshing standing atop the southern pavilion. She was pulling on a more powerful energy arrow. Sneak attack? Is everyone in the Evil Sky Pavilion despicable? Su Shang rose into the air and struck with his palms several times. A few talisman seals shot out. Hua Yueshing's expression changed slightly as she pulled on her bowstring. "Miss Yueshing, fall back." Mingshi Yin rose into the air and flew toward the Evil Sky Pavilion at lightning speed. Hua Yueshing was not a match for an 8-leaf opponent. Even the 4 elders had fled. "You can't run away." Su Shang's talisman seals were just a hair's breadth away from the barrier. At this moment, a black umbrella shot toward them from the side. Bam! 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 The black umbrella opened and blocked the talisman seals as it spun in the air. Su Shang looked up. An old cultivator dressed in long robes flew toward them at blinding speed. His grand technique flashed a few times before he finally landed on top of the umbrella. Huang Shiji. Su Shang recognized the old man. He was none other than Huang Shiji, the master of Penglai Island Master. Huang Shiji. How can I be excluded from such a lively occasion? Guiran looked up fiercely. He pushed away from the ground and shot up like a fired arrow. He joined his palms together and closed his fingers as he shot toward Huang Shiji. "Huang Shiji, you're my opponent." Huang Shiji looked over. "Another 8-leaf cultivator?" He raised a hand. A huge palm seal appeared in front of him. Bam! Abandon wisdom. The palm seal collided with abandon wisdom, stirring up the wind. The 2 of them flew into the distance at the same time. Huang Shiji kept a palm in front of himself. Then he raised his left hand. Bam! Huang Shiji sent his opponent retreating with a single strike. The 2 of them looked at each other from a distance. This abandoned wisdom had widened Huang Shiji's horizons as well. Guiran rose into the air after he stabilized himself and said, "Since when did Penglai Island ally itself with the Evil Sky Pavilion? I'm old friends with Brother Ji. His problems are my problems as well." "Huang Shiji, are you really going to meddle in this?" Guiran asked. "So long as I'm here, nobody is allowed to touch the Evil Sky Pavilion." Huang Shiji looked at Su Shang, who was hovering at the back. Then, he looked at the Evil Sky Pavilion within the barrier as he called up his primal chi. The black umbrella flew back into his hand, and he flipped his left palm. With this, countless afterimages of him and the umbrella filled the air as the black umbrella shot out countless energy seals. Gu Iran shouted, "100 Tribulations Insight!" Su Shang summoned his 100 Tribulations Insight avatar as well. The two avatars shot past the energy seals in the skies at the same time, leaving energy ripples in their wake. Bam! 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 Both sides were engaged in a fierce battle. Lu Gu, who was prepared to enter the barrier, looked at the fight with great interest. The skies were already filled with the trio's silhouettes. This battle was of a much higher level compared to the battles that happened near Golden Court Mountain in the past. Huang Shiji is helping the Evil Sky Pavilion? Lu Gu stood with his hands on his back as he looked at the fight. An imperial bodyguard walked over. "Shall we head up, Your Majesty?" "There's no rush." Lu Gu watched the battle. Huang Shiji, Su Shang, and Gu Iran fought for dozens of rounds. And yet, there was no victor. Lu Gu looked at the sun again and calmly said, "Open the box." "Understood." Two imperial bodyguards opened the first box. Clack! A sword with red veins was revealed. The imperial bodyguards were staring at the sword with widened eyes. Lu Gu opened his hand, and the sword flew into his hand. This sword's name is High Void, a super heaven-grade weapon. Lu Gu no longer offered any explanation. The words super heaven-grade was more than enough to show how extraordinary the sword was. The two imperial bodyguards shuddered. They bowed and said, "Your Majesty's might knows no bounds." Lu Gu looked at the three opponents fighting in the air. He held High Void in his hand as he rose into the sky. Lu Gu was finally making a move. He looked like a bolt of lightning as he flew in the air. His sword was not ostentatious. The red veins did not stand out as well. Since the trio was locked in a melee, they did not notice Lu Ji's sword coming at them. Like a meteor, Lu Gu shot past Su Shang and Gu Iran toward Huang Shiji. Bam! High Void's energy sword collided with the black umbrella. An explosion of energy rang in the air. The trio was sent flying by this strange power. A chip appeared on the black umbrella. Huang Shiji felt chills running up his spine when the sword energy shot through the black umbrella and pierced through his protective energy. Bam! Huang Shiji reeled back. The black umbrella fell. 9 leaf. Huang Shiji looked incredulously at the falling black umbrella. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The first thought that appeared in his mind was that Lu Gu was a 9-leaf cultivator. He kept reeling. Su Shang and Gu Iran stabilized their footing and greeted Lu Gu in unison. "Your Majesty." When they saw High Void in Lu Ji's hand, they finally realized the box held the sword. "I hope you'll be able to withstand another hit from my sword." Lu Gu circulated his primal chi. High Void vibrated. When Huang Shiji saw the sword in Lu Ji's hand, his heart sank. An ominous feeling rose within him. Mingshi Yin appeared to be worried as well. He was the one who called Huang Shiji over. If something happened to Huang Shiji, how was he supposed to explain it to his master? Boom! A loud explosion rang from the direction of the Evil Sky Pavilion. The others looked over and saw a puzzling scene. A faint blue light shrouded Lu Zhou as he crashed through the ceiling of the hidden chamber and rose into the sky. He sat with his legs crossed, and his eyes were still closed. "Master! The Pavilion Master has emerged from his cultivation in seclusion?" The Evil Sky Pavilion disciples looked up. "What's happening?" Nobody understood what was happening. Lu Gu stopped his movements and looked at Lu Zhou. Su Shang and Gu Iran looked at Lu Zhou as well. When Lu Zhou appeared, the Evil Sky Pavilion's 4 elders emerged from the pavilion and looked at the heavens. The other disciples flew up the southern pavilion and watched from a distance. Lu Gu held High Void in a backhand grip and kept it behind himself. He cupped his fists at Lu Zhou. "Brother Ji, we meet again." "Greetings, Senior Ji." Su Shang and Gu Iran bowed in the air. Yet Lu Zhou's eyes remained shut. He did not seem to have heard them. Lu Zhou flew out of the barrier and stopped in the skies, dozens of meters away from the barrier. Lu Gu drew level with Lu Zhou. As far as he could see, he was surrounded by mountains, rivers, and forests. Lu Zhou did not respond to him. Lu Gu repeated himself. Brother Ji, we meet again. Lu Zhou remained silent. Su Sheng said in a hushed voice, Your Majesty, be careful. Suddenly, Gu Yitan raised his palm and sent a palm seal over. The palm seal was instantly upon Lu Zhou. Bam! The palm seal scattered and vanished without a trace. What was happening? Gu Yiran was baffled. He looked at Lu Gu and said, Your Majesty, I was just trying to probe Senior Ji. Please forgive me. Probe. Lu Gu glanced at Gu Yiran. If there had been an ounce of selfishness in your actions, I wouldn't forgive you. Gu Yiran's back broke out in cold sweat upon hearing this. He bowed and said, I dare not. This was not the time for internal quarrels. Lu Gu looked at Lu Zhou, who was sitting cross-legged in the air, still shrouded by a faint blue light. Congratulations on coming out from your cultivation in seclusion, Brother Ji. He had infused powerful primal qi into his words, and they resounded thunderously. Every syllable struck at the faint blue light around Lu Zhou. Lu Ji's sound technique was instantly nullified. It had no effect whatsoever. What cultivation method is Master using? Zhu Honggong's eyes widened. He was standing in the southern pavilion. A defensive cultivation method like the Golden Buddha body, but I've never seen this before. Lu Zhou was lost in the power. To gain the power to hear everything so that we can hear voices in all realms at will. This was the first power of the Heavenly Writings Earth Scroll, the clear heavenly ears. It could be used to listen and to filter out sounds. The sounds of the outside world were completely blocked out. This included sound techniques. Lu Ji's expression was grave as he said, As expected, Brother Ji is at the 9-leaf stage. Lu Zhou had used his power to activate the armor's power before this. It was clear that the extraordinary power was beyond the 9-leaf stage. It was not surprising that Lu Gu would have such thoughts. Lu Gu continued to say, If that's the case, please forgive me, Brother Ji. For the safety and peace of the world, I'm willing to be cursed for betraying a brother and a friend. Whiz, whiz, whiz. High void thrummed in Lu Ji's hand. Su Shang and Gu Yiran watched with an expectant expression on their faces. They knew Lu Gu was about to attack the only 9-leaf cultivator in the world. Lu Gu flipped his right hand and pointed high void at Lu Zhou. A word seal appeared. Swoosh. His expression remained grave. He was calm as he watched the sword energy shoot toward Lu Zhou's chest like a bullet. The Evil Sky Pavilion's disciples, elder, female cultivators, and Huang Shiji widened their eyes as they witnessed this scene. All of them cried out in unison, Master! Pavilion Master! Brother Ji! The sword seal seemed to be capable of passing time and space as it sailed across the sky. With its lightning speed, it drew close to Lu Zhou. Bam! The blue light suddenly converged at one point. Lu Gu was sent flying back for 10 meters. He flipped in the air and quickly stabilized his footing. Then he raised his wizened hand, and high void returned to him. His eyes widened when he looked at Lu Zhou. He parried high void? When Lu Gu was still on the throne, he had secretly tested high void's might. He was certain that high void could break a heaven-grade weapon. Ever since then, he kept high void a tightly guarded secret. The sword was his trump card. The mysterious elite had once said that there should not be a 9-leaf cultivator in the world. He was supposed to cut the person down with this sword if a 9-leaf cultivator appeared. The mysterious elite had left behind a chant that could be used to activate the red veins on high void. Lu Gu looked at the red veins on high void and no longer hesitated. For the people, for Great Yen, for the imperial family, he could not allow a 9-leaf cultivator to exist. Lu Gu attacked again. The sword sliced through the air. The blue energy appeared again, forming an impenetrable barrier around Lu Zhou. Bam! 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 Afterimages appeared fleetingly in the sky as Lu Gu shot to the left and right, moving at a blinding speed. Every time he moved, he would conjure up an energy sword to strike the blue energy. Bam! 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 The energy swords rained down like a tempest. His rhythm picked up as well. This scene reminded everyone of the sword devil, Yu Shangrong. Your Majesty, Su Shang gulped. Guiran said, no wonder His Majesty is bold enough to come here. At this moment, Lu Gu suddenly stopped moving and hovered before Lu Zhou. He held high void between his palms as he chanted. The red veins shone brighter. Lu Gu was delighted. He looked at Lu Zhou, who was still sitting cross-legged in the air, pointedly. Then, he cried out in a deep voice, "Go!" With high void at the center, the energy sword enlarged and sliced down. The huge energy sword collided with the blue energy. Boom! The aftershock from the collision rippled outward. Boom! 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 In just a blink of an eye, Lu Gu, Su Shang, and Guiran were hit by the shockwave. The three of them reeled back. Since Lu Gu was standing the closest to the point of collision, the shockwave struck him square on the chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying back. The entire place was deathly silent. The huge energy sword had vanished as well. High void fell slowly before it struck the barrier with a clang. The red veins dimmed. Upon seeing this, Lu Gu was confused. However, more than anything else, he was frightened. From the beginning until the end, Lu Zhou did not open his eyes at all. He did not even defend himself, at least not knowingly. And yet, nobody could move him. What was wrong? Huang Shiji's thoughts were complicated as he watched from afar. He mumbled to himself, "If Brother Ji is so strong, what am I doing here?" He decided to just watch. Meanwhile, the Evil Sky Pavilion's 4 elders watched with their mouths agape. Their mouths felt dry at this moment. He's not even doing anything? The Pavilion Master's eyes are still shut. Is he asleep? I've never conceded to anyone throughout my entire life. The Pavilion Master is the first person. In the skies above the Evil Sky Pavilion, the blue light was almost indistinguishable from the blue sky. Your Majesty! Su Shang and Guiran cried as they fought to stabilize themselves in the air. They kept flipping to minimize the impact. Even then, it did not keep their blood essence from surging and numbing their limbs. The duo rode on the momentum with great difficulty before they finally managed to catch Lu Gu. Finally, the trio managed to regain their footing in the air. They looked at Lu Zhou, who was still sitting cross-legged with his eyes shut. He seemed calm and peaceful. It was as though nothing had happened. What a baffling situation. Mingxirin flew into the air above the Evil Sky Pavilion and shouted, "Hey, hey, hey! You 3 shameless old farts. You can't even defeat my master who's asleep. Aren't you ashamed of yourselves?" Lu Gu raised his hand and suppressed his surging blood essence. Su Shang and Guiran looked at Lu Zhou, who remained unscathed. Your Majesty, are you all right? Su Shang asked. I'm all right. Lu Ji's chaotic primal chi gradually calmed down. They did not even look at Mingxirin. There was no need for them to waste their time on a disciple who only had a 4 or 5-leaf cultivation base. Continue. Lu Ji's eyes shone with determination. In fact, at this moment, the thought of retreating had already appeared in Su Shang and Guiran's minds. Even the super heaven-grade weapon, High Void, could not pierce the peculiar energy. Was there a point in continuing? This was different from the battlefield. On the battlefield, it was a battle of killing techniques and willpower. However, what was the point of applying it here? However, every person had their own roles to play. When their master gave the order, as subordinates, they would have to obey. Lu Gu pointed at the blue radiance around Lu Zhou and said, Look closely. Su Shang and Guiran widened their eyes and studied it. I see. The power is decreasing. This was why Lu Gu was bold enough to continue. He had noticed the blue energy had weakened after a round of attack. I'm willing to be the vanguard. Me too. The 2 generals declared their loyalty. Lu Gu opened his palm. High Void that had dropped on the barrier vibrated before it flew back into his hand. The radiance from the red veins had disappeared as swiftly as it had appeared. Good. It's been a long time since I've fought alongside both of you. The Evil Sky Pavilion's 4 elders flew up the top of the pavilion and stood in a row. The existence of a super heaven-grade weapon had exceeded their expectations. They could do nothing to help at this juncture. It was precisely because they were experienced individuals that they knew acting recklessly was akin to throwing their lives away in vain. You'll have to go through me. Huang Shiji rose up into the air at this moment. Primal chi burst forth from under his feet, and he swiftly drew level with the others. Huang Shiji, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Gu Yiran adjusted his direction and glanced at Lu Gu and Su Shang. The three of them exchanged a look. The fight isn't over until the fat lady sings. Huang Shiji, a palm upward. An umbrella-shaped energy seal appeared above his head. Shortly after, the umbrella-shaped energy seal spun and shot energy needles in the air. I didn't take you for someone who repays the kindness he received from another person. Island Master Huang, Panlydian said. The pavilion master had held the Penglai Island up with a single hand. It was a shocking move, and an amazing one. The others nodded approvingly. Huang Shiji was an old 8-leaf elite, after all. It was not a problem for him to deal with Gu Yiran. However, what could be done about Su Shang and Lu Gu? The others looked over. Su Shang was already standing above Lu Zhou. He struck with densely packed talisman seals. Confucian talisman seals. Zui Yushu shook her head. As expected of an old, sly fox. They can tell that brother's energy could be chipped away. That's why he's using such low-rank talisman seals. Despicable. Shameless. Low class. Hua Wudao turned to look at Mingshi Yin, who spoke last. What's low class about this? It doesn't matter. Let's just continue hurling insults at them. Mingshi Yin glared at Su Shang. Bam. 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 Talisman seals descended. They were all negated by the blue energy around Lu Zhou. 15 minutes later, Su Shang dove and launched a palm seal. Boom! The blue energy repelled it. Su Shang grunted as he flipped backward. He retreated 100 meters back. He was truly frightened. Senior Ji is still unconscious. How are we supposed to fight him when he wakes up? Your Majesty, the energy has weakened again. Although Su Shang was hit by the backlash, his attack was still effective. Lu Gu nodded in satisfaction. High Void thrummed slightly in his hand. He turned around and looked at the battle between Gu Yiran and Huang Shiji. The two opponents were moving further and further away. They were evenly matched. For a time, it was difficult to tell who would win. Su Shang said gruffly, "There's no need to worry about General Gu, Your Majesty. General Gu and I are both of the Confucian school. He's someone who fights more valiantly as the battle drags on. I believe that he'll defeat Huang Shiji soon enough." Good, Lu Gu replied. Then he raised his sword. The red veins glowed again. Su Shang joined his palms together, and a talisman seal appeared. I'll always be by your side, Your Majesty. The Evil Sky Pavilion's 4 elders' expressions were grave as they watched this scene. The pavilion master's defensive energy seems to be weakening. Su Shang and Lu Gu are trying to wear it down. They're too despicable. Let's do something to draw their attention later. The 4 elders exchanged looks. Su Shang and Lu Gu circulated their primal chi as they flew toward Lu Zhou. The countless talisman seals cordoned off a huge round area. Su Shang wanted to whittle away Lu Zhou's energy in this manner to create an opening for Lu Gu. When the talisman seals were about to hit, a woo! From behind the cliff of the eastern pavilion, a snow-white figure suddenly appeared. Whiz! An 8-leaf avatar materialized. Boom! A tidal wave of primal chi rippled out of the 100-foot avatar, shattering all the talisman seals. The seals fell down like snowflakes. Su Shang was caught off guard. He reeled back and flipped in the air. He was already injured by Lu Zhou's energy before. With this, he suffered an even greater injury. His blood essence roiled. Blood surged up his throat before he spat out a mouthful of blood. Who is it? Lu Gu turned around and flipped his palm. A palm seal sailed out to break Su Shang's fall. The 100-foot female avatar towered in front of Lu Zhou. Under the shining golden avatar, 8 leaves spun slowly around the golden lotus. A white-clad woman stood in the avatar. It was none other than Yi Tianxin. 6th junior sister? Mingshi Yin exclaimed in shock. The four elders were also shocked by this. Is this the Evil Sky Pavilion's sixth disciple, Yi Tianxin? Sixth senior sister. Is at the 8-leaf stage. Zhu Honggong sounded incredulous. Meanwhile, a group of female cultivators gathered on the plaza inside the Evil Sky Pavilion's barrier. They formed a square formation and said in unison, "Welcome back, Palace Master." They were once the female disciples of the derived Moon Palace and regarded Yi Tianxin as their leader. Now that Yi Tianxin was back as an 8-leaf cultivator, they could hardly remain calm. They looked up at her with tears in their eyes, knowing that their leader had returned. Yi Tianxin did not respond to them. She knew there were more pressing matters to deal with at the moment. From the conversations in his surroundings, Lu Gu knew who the white-clad woman was. I've truly underestimated Brother Ji. To think that he has such an outstanding disciple. 8-leaf, Yi Tianxin. A hint of confusion could be heard in his voice, and his eyes were filled with doubt, shock, and disbelief. Yi Tianxin looked up with a cold expression and said, "A fate worse than death awaits those who trespass into the Evil Sky Pavilion." She had just recently attained the 8-leaf stage, and her avatar had a domineering presence. Her blue waves technique rolled toward her opponents like a tidal wave. With both hands on high void, Lu Gu sliced through the waves. He stepped forward. Su Shang released a blast of primal chi as well and said, "You have a death wish." The three of them engaged in battle instantly. The air turned turbulent. It was extremely chaotic. The energy rolled out toward the barrier, but the barrier kept it at bay. The blue waves technique was without waves at first. However, when it was unleashed, it resembled the endless tide. Ice-cold surges and waves swelled alternately at random, catching the target off guard. The white-clad Yi Tianxin was keeping the duo in check. It's no wonder the Evil Sky Pavilion is able to shock the lands under the heavens. Its first disciple, Yu Zhenghai, and second disciple, Yu Shangrong, are both outstanding individuals. To think that even the sixth disciple is so powerful, Hua Wudao exclaimed in awe. The blue waves technique is magnificent. She's fighting against two opponents at once. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. The pressing matter now is to wake the pavilion master up. When he heard this, Lung Luo said, "No. What do you mean? When a person's cultivation is at a critical point, it might be detrimental to him if we forcefully wake him," Lung Luo said. "So, you're saying that we can only stand here and watch?" The others looked flustered. This young girl has only recently attained the 8-leaf stage. She should be able to hold them off for some time. The others nodded. At this moment, they could only place their hopes in Yi Tianxin. It was meaningless for 7-leaf cultivators and below to interfere in a battle between 8-leaf cultivators. Moreover, 7-leaf cultivators aside, the person with the highest cultivation base in the Evil Sky Pavilion at the moment was the 5-leaf Mingxirin. Bam! 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 Beams of energies collided in the air. Yi Tianxin was highly focused as she struck. However, her opponents were Lu Gu, who wielded the super heaven-grade weapon, High Void, and one of the 8 great generals, Su Shang, who was highly experienced on the battlefield. It would be as difficult as ascending to heaven to win against them. An hour later, the battle was gradually reaching its climax. The fight was not as intense as it was when it just started. At this moment, Su Shang saw that the energy around Lu Zhou was nearly gone. He cried out, "Your Majesty! Old villain Ji's protective energy is almost gone. I'll deal with this woman." All right. Lu Gu had noticed it as well. The opportunity was finally here. Su Shang raised 2 fingers. He steeled his resolve and bit his finger. Fresh blood dripped onto the talisman in his left hand. The shining golden talisman seal was instantly dyed crimson from his blood. "Little girl, I'm not called one of the 8 great generals for nothing." Red talisman seals danced in the air and formed a huge dragon. The densely packed runes weaved together before they lunged toward Yi Tianxin. Yi Tianxin tossed her amorous hoop out as she struck the huge dragon with her blue waves technique. The scene resembled a dragon swimming among the waves of the sea. The battle instantly intensified several-fold. Lu Ji's expression remained indifferent. The red veins on High Void shone blindingly bright at this moment. He tapped the air with his feet, held High Void in his right hand, and flew toward Lu Zhou. No! Stop him! That's a Confucian Talisman Seal's golden dragon and an 8-leaf technique. The little girl is careless. Zhuiyushu stomped her foot in frustration. The Evil Sky Pavilion's 4 elders left the barrier at once. Lu Gu seemed to have anticipated this. He launched several palm seals with his left hand and pushed down with all his might. Bam! 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 The 4 elders were repelled. Lu Gu kept his sword on course toward Lu Zhou's head. His eyes were blazing as he coldly said, "It's over, Brother Ji." At this moment, Yi Tianxin unleashed her grand technique and moved toward them. She struck perpendicularly at High Void with her palm. Bam! Lu Gu frowned. This palm strike caused High Void to veer off course. The price Yi Tianxin paid was that her back was now exposed to the huge Talisman Seal Dragon. Bam! The huge Talisman Seal Dragon struck Yi Tianxin's back. Everything happened in just a blink of an eye. Yi Tianxin grunted and spat out a mouthful of blood. 6th junior sister. 6th senior sister. Yi Tianxin had just broken through recently and became an 8-leaf cultivator. It was amazing that she lasted against 2 opponents as long as she did. She had done her best. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the white-clad figure. The blood was a stark contrast against her white robes. Yi Tianxin fell. As she fell, she caught a glimpse of Lu Zhou. The sight she saw seemed to be frozen in her mind. At this moment, thousands upon thousands of thoughts flashed past Yi Tianxin's mind. She remembered when she first climbed the mountain to learn the art of cultivation, how her fellow disciples bickered, the helplessness she felt when she left the Evil Sky Pavilion, and the despair and rage she felt when her master destroyed her cultivation base. She had asked herself countless times if she had regrets. No matter the situation, her answer always remained the same. No, there was karma and a cycle for everything. She would have to pay for her own sins. A satisfied smile bloomed on her face at this instant. Everything was over now. Yi Tianxin continued plummeting to the ground. After his attack hit its mark, Su Xing shouted, "You think too highly of your own strength." Lu Ji's sword strike was deflected by Yi Tianxin's palm strike. His blade missed Lu Zhou by a meter to Lu Zhou's left. At this moment, a blue lotus bloomed around Lu Zhou. Boom! A blast of energy covering a wide area rippled out. The blue lotus opened and struck Lu Gu on the chest and side. Bam! Lu Gu reeled from the impact. The force did not subside as it continued spreading. The blue lotus power struck the 8-leaf Su Shang as well. Bam! The 2 of them flew away like kites with their threads severed. They spat out blood at the same time as they were sent flying back. With this, Su Shang's injuries grew worse. At this moment, Lu Zhou, who was sitting cross-legged on the blue lotus, suddenly opened his eyes. The stars of the night skies seemed to fill his eyes as they twinkled and shone. The extraordinary power of the human and earth scrolls was finally in harmony. Although the human scroll's extraordinary power was depleted, the activated earth scroll's extraordinary power instantly filled it up. His cultivation in seclusion was finally over. Lu Zhou was puzzled by the sight that greeted his eyes as soon as he opened them. He saw a white-clad figure falling to the ground. He frowned and softly said, "Rascal!" Then he caught a glimpse of Lu Gu and Su Shang, who were both flying back. "HM? Why are both of you injured?" Lu Gu and Su Shang. Lu Zhou slowly rose to his feet as he surveyed his surroundings. The blue lotus under his feet faded away. He saw the Evil Sky Pavilion's 4 elders and his disciples. He saw the female cultivators gathered on the plaza before the Great Hall. Yi Tianxin fell on the barrier with a bang. The barrier seemed as smooth as glass, and Yi Tianxin continued sliding toward the cliff. Crimson blood stained her white clothes. Lu Zhou frowned. Scenes played out in his mind. The series of events that happened around him earlier were being replayed in his mind like a movie. Despite his age, His temper was instantly stoked at this moment. Lu Zhou dove. He raised a palm, and a huge fiend monk's hand seal descended from the skies. As she rolled down, Yi Tianxin saw the hand seal through her swimming vision. It seemed familiar to her. During the Blue Sun Mountain battle, Lu Zhou had used this exact hand seal to capture Yi Tianxin and destroy her cultivation base. Now, the same fiend monk's hand seal was coming at her. The difference was this time the fiend monk's hand seal was carrying her. She hovered in midair. Lu Zhou could sense life leaking out of Yi Tianxin at this moment. Yi Tianxin looked up with difficulty as she called out weakly, "Master, you don't regret this?" Lu Zhou finally spoke. "Repaying kindness with my life. I don't regret this," Yi Tianxin said in a trembling voice. Lu Zhou shook his head and asked, "Don't you resent me for driving you out?" No, her vitality was seeping away. In just a blink of an eye, her hair turned white. She was losing consciousness. The power of the talisman seal's golden dragon was wreaking havoc in her. She felt as though she was drying up inside. Lu Zhou raised a hand that was palm radiating with blue energy and temporarily prevented Yi Tianxin from losing her vitality. However, signs of her life fading away were still there. He finally realized there was a possibility that Yi Tianxin might die. "Master, don't waste your primal qi. The crisis is still unresolved." Yi Tianxin struggled to say, I have many things I want to tell you. Alas, there's no time." Her breathing grew more and more labored. The power of the talisman seal's golden dragon had exceeded everyone's expectations. Dozens of female cultivators from the derived Moon Palace prostrated themselves on the ground and sobbed. The Evil Sky Pavilion's 4 elders were silent. "Rest well. You won't die," Lu Zhou said. "Before I die, I would like to ask for a favor, Master," Yi Tianxin said. "What is it?" "I want to rejoin the Evil Sky Pavilion." "I would like to rejoin the Evil Sky Pavilion. I have nowhere else to go. Please grant me this request, Master." Yi Tianxin struggled to get up on the fiend monk's hand seal before she kneeled. Her injuries and swaying body did not hamper her determination. People kneel at the heavens, the earth, and their parents. A master for a day, a father forever. Kneeling at her master was akin to kneeling at her father. Lu Zhou had every right to accept this gesture. Everyone in the Evil Sky Pavilion was watching this intently. They looked at Lu Zhou expectantly. Who could remain unmoved by this? A person's heart was made of flesh, after all. A master and a disciple. An old man and a young lady. One kneeling and the other standing. After what seemed like hours, Lu Zhou finally said, "All right." His reply was concise and to the point. Yi Tianxin smiled before she closed her eyes and fell backward. Lu Zhou waved his sleeve. The energy seal carried her into the barrier like a boat. The 4 elders circulated their primal qi at the same time and caught Yi Tianxin in the air. Yi Tianxin was finally back. Lu Zhou shifted his gaze away from Yi Tianxin and looked at Lu Gu and Su Shang in the distance. Su Shang was heavily injured, but he could still fight, his eyes brimming with horror. Lu Gu, on the other hand, seemed unaffected. Apart from his slightly disheveled hair, he seemed uninjured. Lu Zhou rose slowly into the air. His expression grew extremely frosty. He stared at the duo motionlessly. Lu Gu and Su Shang did not flee, seemingly confident about going against him. However, he did not care about their reasons at all. Then he looked at the sword in Lu Ji's hand, High Void, before he stared at Lu Gu. Lu Gu met Lu Zhou's gaze. At this juncture, there was no turning back. Lu Gu was about to speak when Lu Zhou said, "I gave you a chance." His anger was palpable despite his calm voice. He dove without warning. The others exclaimed in shock. Their eyes were glued to the pavilion master as he showcased his wondrous might. When the pavilion master flew down, they could hardly contain their awe and excitement. "I spared your lives, but you're insistent about them throwing away. Seems like you no longer want it." Lu Zhou raised his fist and charged toward Lu Gu and Su Shang. Su Shang's face flushed red as his battle spirit rose. He had spent many years on the battlefield. He was not afraid of death. He pounded his chest like a gorilla before energy surged out of his body. He cried out, "Your Majesty, stand back. I'll fight him." Then he flew to meet Lu Zhou like a fired arrow. Fist against fist. Lu Zhou's right fist was wrapped in an energy seal that glowed with a blue light. Bam! The blue and golden lights collided. A vertical blast of energy exploded. The outcome was just as expected. Crack! A crisp sound rang in the air. Su Shang's right arm was severed as he flew back. He had no time to react at all. He flew back the same way he came. Boom! Su Shang shot past Lu Gu and crashed heavily onto the ground, spraying dirt everywhere. Lu Gu did not catch Su Shang. Instead, he was shocked by the power packed in Lu Zhou's punch. A person who cultivated an energy to its extreme had to put in painstaking effort during the body tempering stage and cultivate their bodies to the extreme. The Ji Tiandao he knew was not a person who was skilled in energy fists. How could that punch be so powerful? As the dust settled, Su Shang's vision cleared. He was in a pit. Coughing violently, he pressed his hand to the stump on his shoulder. He crawled out of the pit before he spat out blood due to his heavy injuries. Blood spilled on his chest and stained the ground red. Lu Zhou said tonelessly, "It seems like you enjoy bullying my disciples?" Su Shang felt stabbing pain all over his body. He felt life draining from his body. "Weak," Lu Zhou said ruthlessly. Su Shang looked at the skies. His breathing was shallow now. He could no longer move. Still alive? What a good punching bag. Lu Gu frowned deeply. He clenched his fist and raised high void. "Brother. Gee. You're unworthy." Lu Zhou moved swiftly toward Lu Gu and cut him short. He flipped his palm. Unnamed materialized in his hand. An energy sword swirled around Unnamed. Lu Ji's face fell. He raised high void and moved to parry the blow. There was a flash of cold light. Bam! Unnamed and high void collided. After this exchange, both opponents' backs were facing each other. This sword is high void, a super heaven-grade weapon. There are 9-leaf formation veins on it, which is supposed to be a bane for 9-leaf cultivators. You've lost. As soon as Lu Gu finished speaking, crack! A crack appeared on high void before it broke. The crisp sound made Lu Ji's heart shudder. He turned to look, and his eyes widened. What happened? His heart sank to the depths of the valley at once. He pulled his arm back and studied his weapon. The other half of the blade had fallen. Only half of high void remained in his hand. Lu Gu looked at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou held Unnamed in his right hand. His back was still facing Lu Gu. The delicate-looking Unnamed was exuding a black runic aura at this moment. "What's that weapon?" Lu Gu exclaimed in shock. Lu Zhou did not answer him. Instead, he flipped his palm and aimed it at the ground. Unnamed fell, wrapped in a blue light. It shone like a torch in winter. Its speed increased. Lu Gu looked down before realization dawned on him. He dove. "Stop!" Lu Zhou raised his palm and launched a palm seal. Bam! Lu Gu was sent flying. Unnamed, shrouded in a blue radiance, descended from the skies. The energy sword suddenly expanded and stabbed Su Shang. Bam! Su Shang was already heavily wounded to begin with. There was no way he could have withstood this blow. Unnamed pinned Su Shang firmly onto the ground like a nail. "I'll have Su Shang's life." Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 1,500 merit points. At this moment, Lu Gu realized he had severely underestimated Lu Zhou's strength. His eyes were brimming with disbelief as he was sent flying back. He gripped what remained of high void tightly to stabilize himself. He glanced at Su Shang, who was impaled by Unnamed. "Why? I've done everything for the people, for Great Yen. Why must you attain the 9-leaf stage?" He fired one question after another. His emotions were clearly in turmoil. Lu Zhou looked at Lu Gu indifferently. "You keep spouting nonsense. I'll have your life." He flipped his palm. Whiz! With a zing, Unnamed dislodged itself from Su Shang's chest and flew back into Lu Zhou's hand. The energy sword elongated as he charged toward Lu Gu in the air. The sword vibrated. Lu Gu tapped his Dantian's sea of qi. There was a surge of rich primal qi as his sea of qi began to burn. The red veins on High Void's blade burned as well. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the veins. High Void was now gleaming with a peculiar scarlet glow. I didn't want to do this. Since you've forced my hand, Brother G, I'll fight you to death. He swung his sword. The scene from moments ago was reenacted. Both opponents passed each other. At this moment, a rich blue mudra ward appeared on Lu Zhou. A clear heart would show one's nature and free one's mind. A heart set like a stone would be as immovable as a mountain. Bam! High Void drew across the ward mudra. Unnamed drew across Lu Ji's protective energy. Another round ended right after the opening. Lu Gu lowered his head and saw his punctured protective energy that now resembled a deflated balloon as his primal qi escaped. Then, he turned to look at Lu Zhou's mudra ward. There was only a scratch on the mudra ward that was fast healing. He was stunned. He had lost again. His fingers trembled. He was too careless. His knuckles whitened around High Void's hilt. Lu Zhou's voice rang in the air. You dare challenge me with that strength? Open the box, Lu Gu said. His voice reverberated in the skies. Understood. The two remaining Imperial bodyguards hastily opened the second box. When the box was opened, a stack of talismans flew out toward Lu Gu. They moved at a speed greater than Grand Techniques. Lu Gu was covered in talismans in just a blink of an eye. The talismans wrapped around him tightly and seemed to be dissolving into his flesh and blood. The red runes on High Void's broken blade flew toward Lu Gu as well and merged with him. He looked somewhat like a mummy now. The red tunes shone. Lu Zhou looked at the red talismans and said indifferently, You're finally willing to use it. Lu Ji's voice was now hoarse. He laughed maniacally before he said, These talismans were left behind by the mysterious elite. I'm like an immortal. When the talisman's effects are gone, I will die as well. Lu Zhou looked at the talismans that seemed to have melted into Lu Ji's body and shook his head. I was expecting some treasure, but instead, it's just some arcane art. This is enough, Lu Gu retorted. Brother G, seems like you know the 9-leaf stage is evil. Otherwise, why did you seal your memories away? Lu Gu said. You know about my memory crystal? I won't allow anyone to attain the 9-leaf stage. It matters not that you're my old friend. If I can dissuade you, I'll naturally try to dissuade you. However, since you can't be dissuaded, I'll kill you. As soon as Lu Gu finished speaking, he moved at lightning speed, leaving only a red streak in his wake. Amidst the shouts from the Evil Sky Pavilion's members, he charged straight at Lu Zhou. How fast? The others thought the battle would be a difficult one. Lu Zhou suddenly raised his hand, pointing 5 fingers ahead. His hand shone with a blue light before a huge blue palm seal flew out and landed on Lu Gu. Crack! Lu Zhou clenched his fingers, holding Lu Gu in a firm grip. He could sense that Lu Gu had indeed grown stronger, but he could also feel the extraordinary power's endurance had increased. The palm seal consumed a quarter of his extraordinary power. Immortal! Lu Zhou raised his hand and looked at the mummified Lu Gu. He could see talisman had melted on Lu Ji's face, making it seem as though some barbaric runes had been carved branded on him. It was a truly strange sight. You can't kill me. I'll try. The 5 fingers tightened their grip. The popping sound of dislocated joints rang in the air. It was a rather jarring noise. The people of the Evil Sky Pavilion did not expect Lu Zhou to suddenly clench his hand. It was a ruthless and cold move, but it was satisfying and direct at the same time. They were moved by this. Nobody truly knew how strong a 9-leaf cultivator was, after all. However, after witnessing Lu Zhou's technique, they were reminded again that 9-leaf cultivators were really unimaginably powerful. Whenever they made a move, it seemed as though they were capable of destroying heaven and earth. When the 5 fingers tightened into a fist, it felt as though a biscuit had been crushed. Through the palm seal, Lu Zhou could clearly feel that the fiend monk's hand seal, released through the power of past lives, had crushed Lu Ji's internal organs and ground his bones together. However, he did not receive the system notification. Soon enough, the palm seal faded away. Lu Gu dropped from the skies and crashed onto the ground with a boom. He's not dead. Lu Zhou dove. Should I use a deadly strike card? Doesn't seem to be worth it, though. Currently, Lu Zhou had about a quarter of extraordinary power left. All of a sudden, Lu Ji's body shone with a crimson light. His bones shifted back into their positions. His body wriggled as his organs began to heal. Above the evil sky pavilion, Mingshi Yin's jaws dropped when he saw this. What kind of fucking arcane art is that? The others nodded, agreeing with Mingshi Yin's words. That's gross. The people of Great Yen have never cultivated evil arts that bring people back from the dead. Even if it's an arcane art, I've only heard of something like a human controlling a puppet through formation veins. I've never heard of anyone being granted immortality even if it's just for a short time. Those veins are the same as the ones on the coffin brought by the Rolian. Could this be an arcane art of the other tribes? Unlikely. If the other tribes have such arcane arts, they would have used it a long time ago in a large scale and attacked Great Yen. Lu Ji's trump card and technique had truly exceeded their expectations. Lu Zhou looked down at the mummy that was returning to life. Lu Gu flipped over and spat out a mouthful of blood. His breathing was labored. However, he did not seem to be in pain. Instead, a smile could be seen on his face. The talismans worked. He was invincible, an immortal. This only further proved that the mysterious elite's words were true. He looked at the skies and chuckled as he said, I can't die. Lu Zhou had been thinking about Lu Ji's weakness. The coffin's occupant had said that nobody could live forever. He looked down at Lu Gu and said, It's clear you trust the elite's warning. I'm sure he must have told you nobody can live forever. Lu Gu felt as though he was struck by a bolt of lightning. His eyes widened as he looked up. You've met him? Lu Zhou saw the crimson light shining from the veins on Lu Ji's body. He raised a hand. Unnamed appeared in his hand. Black runes swirled around Unnamed. Were black and red antagonistic? Lu Zhou remembered the inscriptions inside the Mausoleum of Swords and Emperor Yongshou's tomb. Did you stay in the Mausoleum of Sword for a long time? Lu Gu stood up and said, A great deal of yin and yang energy is needed to cultivate an immortal body. No wonder. Lu Zhou nodded, pleased. The body was the vessel. If a person wanted more power, the vessel would have to be improved. The powers of the tomb's inscriptions seemed to be the same as the powers of the red veins. Lu Gu spread his arms and said while facing the skies, The truth here is that I'm now immortal. You've spoken too soon. Lu Zhou joined his palms together. He channeled the remaining quarter of extraordinary power into Unnamed. Unnamed instantly changed into countless energy swords that rained down from the skies above. Lu Gu looked up, intending to dodge. Alas, he discovered that he could not escape. The energy swords swiftly rained down on him. He laughed maniacally. Ji Tiandao, my great limit has already passed. I kept myself alive by absorbing life force with these runes. I've known about the secret of the golden lotus absorbing life 300 years ago, but I chose not to tell you. What can you do about it? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Thousands upon thousands of energy swords pierced Lu Ji's chest. Everything seemed to freeze at this moment. Unnamed returned to Lu Zhou's hand. He glanced at Unnamed. The black runes were still there even though their numbers were reduced. He looked at Lu Gu who had been stabbed in the chest. Lu Gu looked at his own chest. Some of the red runes on the red veins on his chest were being erased by the black runes. His wounds were not healing. Fresh blood kept gushing out. He could not believe his eyes. No! Lu Zhou lowered himself slightly and looked down at Lu Gu as he said, See? There isn't anyone who can't be killed. Lu Gu looked around his surroundings. He was at a loss. Everything was slipping away. The rivers, the mountains, his people, everything in this world were rushing past him. His wounds were still not closing. Lu Gu staggered several steps back as though he had seen a cavalry charging at him. His gaze grew hollow as he flailed his arms wildly. He screamed, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" This was interspersed with panic attacks. "Don't come here! Go away!" His blood stained the ground red. As he flailed and stumbled around, he left trails of blood in his wake. "I won't die. I really won't die. You lie, you're lying." Lu Gu continued until his voice turned hoarse. After his final word, he stopped moving abruptly. Blood flowed out of his 7 apertures. Tears streamed out of his eyes down his face. Lu Zhou did not make any move. He only regarded Lu Gu coldly. As the saying went, a person would talk kindly on his deathbed. Lu Gu suddenly said, "Was I mistaken?" Lu Zhou did not answer him. There was a brief moment of silence. Lu Gu seemed to have thought things through. He chuckled. Then he placed his hands on his back. With a haughty expression on his face, he looked at Lu Zhou and said, "Brother Ji, can you send me off? Where's the crystal? You should check out Lu Lan's royals." "Fine. I'll fulfill your wish." Lu Zhou struck with his palm. A huge palm seal descended from the skies. Lu Gu maintained his posture that was befitting of an emperor. He spread his arms, looked up, and smiled. "I hope that I can be your friend again in the next life." Boom! Lu Zhou pushed down with his fingers. Abandon wisdom. Lu Gu was reduced to ashes that scattered in the wind. Ding! Killed a target. Reward, 2,000 merit points. Meanwhile, Huang Shiji and Gu Iran kept moving westward from the foot of Golden Court Mountain. Nobody knew how long they had been fighting. Both opponents exchanged blows and were near the limits of their respective primal chis. The two of them stood across each other. Gu Iran glared at Huang Shiji and said, "Huang Shiji, you old geezer, I swear I'll kill you today." Huang Shiji sat on the ground, chuckled and said, "Ooh, scary. You?" Gu Iran was straining to keep his body upright. He said coldly, "You're an island master, but you behave like a gangster. What a shame. What an insult. Heh, to tell you the truth, I learned this from my disciple. A man won't live long if he cares about his pride too much. Look at you, aren't you tired standing there? You must be tired. I'm not. I'll be fine after some rest. After that, I'll kill you. You wish." Gu Iran stomped his feet and joined his palm together. He released a burst of expansive heavenly energy. The Confucian school's expansive heavenly energy seemed gentle, but it was actually ferocious. On the surface, it was moderate and mild. On the inside, it was tenacious and violent. Toughness and gentleness were combined. When it was unleashed, the expansive heavenly energy resembled a body of righteous qi. Hence, there were many who preferred to cultivate in the Confucian school. There were many Confucian elites in the divine capital. Many Confucian elites were palace officials as well. Among the 8 great generals, Su Shang and Gu Iran were Confucian elites. Gu Iran would succeed or die trying to complete the orders given by Emperor Yongshou. Emperor Yongshou launched a campaign against the other tribes and established peace in the kingdom. For the people, for Great Yen, for the citizens, Gu Iran would not allow anyone to disturb His Majesty's plans. There was a buzz in the air when the expansive heavenly energy was released. Energy seals in the shape of runes materialized around Gu Iran. The script seals joined together in a long chain and curled into the shape of a long dragon. Script seals golden dragon. Gu Iran cried out as the huge script seals golden dragon soared. Huang Shiji's eyes widened as he gritted his teeth. He raised both arms and fought with all his might as he released an energy seal that formed a circular wall. Boom! The first attack by the script seal's golden dragon instantly shattered the energy seal wall. Huang Shiji had no choice but to retreat. The script seal's golden dragon continued to attack. At this juncture, they were fighting for their lives. Huang Shiji knew he would be a goner if he let his guard down. Gu Iran controlled the golden dragon and struck with both palms. The script seal's golden dragon lunged at Huang Shiji for the second time. The golden dragon's eyes were huge scripts. Huang Shiji frowned deeply and folded his palms to block the attack again. Huang Shiji, you've been fooled. The script seal golden dragon split into two and pincered Huang Shiji from the left and right. Two script seal golden dragons attacked at the same time. Shit! Bam! When Huang Shiji parted his palms, it was too late. Before he could launch the energy seal from his palms, he was struck by the dragon heads. The attacks hit his arms and he reeled back. He bit back the pain as he stumbled and fell to the ground. Gu Iran nodded in satisfaction. The twin script seal's golden dragons coiled themselves around his body. Island Master Huang, is this all you got? Gu Iran, Brother Ji has already attained the 9-leaf stage a long time ago. Why are you being so stubborn? Huang Shiji persuaded. Old geezer. If there's no guarantee, His Majesty wouldn't venture into the tiger's den. Lu Gu is also a 9-leaf cultivator? Huang Shiji exclaimed in shock. There can't be 9-leaf cultivators in this world. 9-leaf cultivators aren't allowed to exist. I've said what I have to say. It's time to send you on your way. Gu Iran no longer wasted any words. The script seal golden dragons merged into one. The golden dragon danced in the air and lunged at Huang Shiji's face. I'm not a person who's afraid of death. Huang Shiji let out a burst of primal chi. At this moment, whoosh, a ringing rang from above. The sound was too unique. It easily attracted the attention of the two men. In the skies, a jasper-like saber spun down. At first glance, it did not look eye-catching. However, its speed was extremely shocking. The energy wind stirred up by the spinning blade was different from other weapons. Most importantly, the saber's target seemed to be the huge script seal's golden dragon. Just when it was about to land on the script seal's golden dragon, the saber suddenly shot out spinning energy sabers. It sliced through the golden dragon. The golden dragon was split into two. It instantly lost its momentum. The script seal shattered like glass and fell in just a blink of an eye. The recoil from the destruction of the script seal's golden dragon sent Gu Iran flying back. His expression changed slightly. He staggered more than 10 steps back before he stomped on the ground to stabilize himself. He felt fear tightened its grip around his heart when he saw the saber. The saber split the script seal golden dragon. Spun 2 times. With a crisp sound, it stabbed into the ground. Sunlight glinted off the blade. Anyone with a keen eye would be able to tell the saber was special. It was well known that heaven-grade weapons could break through energy. A saber capable of slaying a dragon such as this one were few and far in between. There was only a person who owned a jasper-like saber such as this one. The same name surfaced in both Huang Shiji and Gu Iran's minds. Yu Zhenghai, the Evil Sky Pavilion's first disciple, the sect master of the Nether Sect Master, and the 8-leaf elite who was trying to take over the world. It had to be Yu Zhenghai. Gu Iran felt slightly nervous. He could not help but look up. As he had dreaded, Yu Zhenghai, who was dressed in a navy robe, descended from the skies with his hands on his back. Soon after, he landed firmly with both feet on the ground. Boom! Energy rippled outward. Zing! The jasper saber flew from the shockwave back into Yu Zhenghai's hand. He tightened his grip around the saber. Gu Iran gulped. Even among 8-leaf cultivators, there were different levels. Although he was one of the 8 great generals, faced with Yu Zhenghai, he keenly felt his presence and cultivation base were lacking in comparison. He did not wish to fight against such a powerful opponent. He did not even want to meet such an elite. Yu Zhenghai turned around slowly and looked at Gu Iran. He said tonelessly, Gu Iran, Yu Zhenghai. As soon as Gu Iran finished speaking, Yu Zhenghai struck with his palm. Bam! Gu Iran blocked the attack with his arm and stumbled 3 steps back. Yu Zhenghai shook his head. 8 great generals? Yu Zhenghai struck again. The palm seal pushed forward and struck Gu Iran's arms precisely. Bam! Gu Iran took 5 steps backward. Yu Zhenghai said in a grim tone, challenging the Evil Sky Pavilion? I. Yu Zhenghai struck for the 3rd time. Boom! With this strike, Gu Iran rode on the momentum, stepped into the air, turned around, and fled. Run! The moment Gu Iran saw Yu Zhenghai, he knew that he could not possibly win. Running away was the only option available. He could only keep his life if he fled. He rose into the air. Expansive heavenly energy shrouded his 8-leaf avatar. How can you leave? I'm just getting started. Yu Zhenghai forcefully flung his jasper saber out. The jasper saber spun like a top and shot out with a speed that far surpassed Gu Iran's speed. Halfway toward its target, the jasper saber released a powerful spinning energy. The great dark heaven memorial, dark heaven starlight. The trees and plants within 100 meters were felled by the energy. It was also at this moment the dark heaven starlight passed through Gu Iran's body. Bam! A chip could be seen on Gu Iran's avatar. He had no choice but to recall his avatar and drop down to the ground. He wore a frightened expression on his face as saw Yu Zhenghai approaching. He put up all his defenses as he retreated and cried out, I have no wish to fight you. Will the fight stop just because you want it to? Yu Zhenghai had one hand on his back as he walked toward Gu Iran. Was this a joke? Gu Iran was one of the 8 great generals, while Yu Zhenghai was the sect master of the Nether sect. He would conquer the divine capital sooner or later. They were both enemies. How could they not fight? Gu Iran seethed in anger. I admit your cultivation base is more profound than mine. However, you might not necessarily have an advantage if we fight to the death. Yu Zhenghai looked at Gu Iran like a wild wolf looking at a rabbit awaiting its death. You can try. He flicked with his hand. Bam! The jasper saber spun out. Stamping saber. Several energy sabers flew erratically. They looked both mystical and peculiar at the same time. Gu Iran did not expect Yu Zhenghai to attack without warning. His expression changed as he quickly joined his palms together. Expansive heavenly energy was stirred up around him. At the same time, Yu Zhenghai moved swiftly with a speed that surpassed the jasper saber. Grand technique. In just a blink of an eye, Yu Zhenghai appeared before Gu Iran and struck with a palm. Bam! The palm seal struck Gu Iran's chest. Gu Iran slid back on the ground. His blood essence surged and his breathing stopped for a moment. Bam! Gu Iran crashed on a tree. The jasper saber did not attack. Instead, it flew back to Yu Zhenghai's hand. Gu Iran pressed his chest and looked at Yu Zhenghai incredulously. His attacks were fierce, but his control was precise. Based on this, one could see how experienced he was in combat. Yu Zhenghai said, Aren't you ashamed of yourself? One of the great 8 generals bullying an old man. Gu Iran wanted to say that he was an old man as well. Huang Shiji felt slightly awkward when he heard Yu Zhenghai's words. Yu Zhenghai continued to advance. Gu Iran's eyes reddened as he said, You're only striking a man when he's down. In that case, let me allow you 3 strikes. Yu Zhenghai extended his left hand in an inviting gesture. Are you trying to humiliate me? It was only then that Gu Iran realized, with Yu Zhenghai's strength, Yu Zhenghai could have killed him with a move. However, Yu Zhenghai did not. Yu Zhenghai nodded. A soldier can be killed but not humiliated. Some people don't deserve respect. Fine, fine, fine. Gu Iran repeated the same word over and over again. It seemed like he was close to breaking down. Gu Iran had nowhere to run or hide. He was already at the end of the road. He inhaled deeply before he raised his right hand to have a look. Soon enough, he calmed down, and a fierce expression appeared on his face as well. His change of attitude made it clear he no longer cared about life or death. I've never used this technique before, since Sect Master used forcing me into a corner. I have no choice. I hope this will satisfy you, Gu Iran said as he raised his left hand and struck his Dantian Sea of Qi. Bam! Gu Iran's Sea of Qi ignited at once. Expansive heavenly energy surged from his body like burning flames. His eyes became bloodshot. His tendons and bones seemed to have undergone transformations as well. A shocked expression appeared on Huang Shiji's face upon seeing this. He hastily said, Sect Master you should dodge this. Yu Zhenghai ignored Huang Shiji's advice. He remained calm. He had faced many elites in life after all. The cultivation world was largely divided into the Confucian, Buddhist, and Taoist sections. Each sect had its own specialties. He had met many elites like Gu Iran in the past. For this reason, he did not have any reaction to Gu Iran. The flaming, expansive, heavenly energy emitted a domineering aura. Just as Gu Iran was about to attack, whoosh! The jasper saber shone with a mysterious light before it shot out and neatly slashed Gu Iran's neck. It was so fast that he did not even have time to react. Just like that, the battle had ended. Yu Zhenghai no longer spared Gu Iran another glance. He turned around indifferently and made his way to the evil sky pavilion. Meanwhile, Huang Shiji regarded Gu Iran with a complex look in his eyes. That's it. At this moment, Gu Iran's head slid off his neck. Although Huang Shiji was the island master of Penglai Island, he was still slightly taken aback by this gory side. He turned away and hurriedly caught up to Yu Zhenghai. Yu Zhenghai said conversationally, "You underestimated me, Island Master Huang." Gu Iran planned to fight with all his might by burning his sea of qi and blood essence. If I allow him to act, it'd be troublesome to deal with him. I don't have much free time, so I won't play along with his silly game. It's easier to end it with a single strike. He was going to die anyway. That was an impressive move, Sect Master Yu. My horizons have been widened, Huang Shiji replied. Yu Zhenghai stopped in his tracks suddenly. He looked at Huang Shiji and asked, "How have you been since our last meeting, Brother Huang?" There was no doubt that Huang Shiji had been a great help to Yu Zhenghai. Huang Shiji smiled and said, "It's all thanks to Brother Ji holding up the island with his hand that Penglai was saved from its crisis." "That's good to hear," Yu Zhenghai replied. "I have to thank you as well, Sect Master Yu, for your timely arrival." "That Gu Iran was slightly troublesome to deal with," Huang Shiji said. Yu Zhenghai said bluntly, "Since we're brothers, you can just address me as brother. Sect Master Yu sounds too formal." Huang Shiji was slightly taken aback. He truly did not care about the form of address one way or another. However, since he addressed Ji Tiandao as Brother Ji, if he were to address Yu Zhenghai as brother as well, would that not make Ji Tiandao and Yu Zhenghai brother as well? How awkward! Yu Zhenghai could tell what was going through Huang Shiji's mind. He patted Huang Shiji's shoulder and said, "There's no need to worry, Brother Huang. We'll keep this separate from my master." I see." Despite his words, Huang Shiji still felt uncomfortable. Yu Zhenghai laughed and said, "Let's go. Did you come all the way from Yen province?" Huang Shiji asked. "Yes, I came here as quickly as I could, but it took longer than expected." "What's the situation at the Evil Sky Pavilion?" Yu Zhenghai asked as he took to the sky. Huang Shiji followed suit as he shook his head and said with a sigh, "Things aren't looking great. It's Emperor Yongshou. He's alive. He seems to have mastered some method to prolong his life. It's an extremely arcane art. Brother Ji is still in his cultivation state. The cultivation bases of the others aren't profound enough. I fear for their lives," Huang Shiji said. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhenghai frowned and said in a deep voice, "Brother Huang, I'll make my way there first." Without waiting for Huang Shiji's reply, he appeared hundreds of feet away with a flurry of movements. In just a blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Huang Shiji was shocked by Yu Zhenghai's successive use of his grand technique. He unhurriedly made his way to the Evil Sky Pavilion since he had almost depleted his primal qi. Moreover, he would not be of much help even if he was at the Evil Sky Pavilion now. He murmured to himself, "It seems like the Evil Sky Pavilion has been restored to its former glory. This is how an eldest senior brother should behave." Huang Shiji's words inevitably reminded himself of his first disciple, Zhang Aijian. He turned his head to the side with a slightly contemptuous expression on his face. Tui. Comparisons would only bring forth misery. Penglai Island. Zhang Aijian shuddered and sneezed before he rose to his feet. "Who the fuck's bad-mouthing me?" He saw Li Jingyi tickling his nose with a feather with a smile on her face. She asked, "Are you still sleeping at this hour?" Zhang Aijian moved the feather away from his face and said, "Stop this, junior sister. Eldest senior brother. The Battle of Yen Province is at hand. Aren't you going to give me some pointers?" Ever since Li Jingyi entered the palace and stayed by Wei Zhuayan's side in the army, She had always received tips from Jiang Aijin. Wei Zuoyan became the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies with Li Jingyi's help. With the death of the real Wei Zuoyan, the fake Wei Zuoyan's status was merely a shadow of what it once was. However, Li Jingyi did not change. Old Senior Ji has helped us greatly in the past. We have to let him win. I'm afraid Wei Zuoyan would obey the palace's orders. You can just disappear and let him handle it, Jiang Aijin said. You're not concerned about the imperial family? Li Jingyi asked. Jiang Aijin was the 3rd prince, after all. I'm not. Jiang Aijin leaned back on his chair indifferently. He rested his head against the seat, attempting to go back to sleep, after he said, Let me know when Master returns. His chair is a really good sleeping spot. Inside the southern pavilion of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Master, 6th junior sister's condition doesn't look so good. If we let this go on, I'm afraid. Ming Shirin had examined Yi Tianxin earlier. He was clearly worried. Lu Zhou looked at Ming Shirin and said, Old Fourth, go and clean up the mountain. If anyone comes, report to me. Yes, Master. Ming Shirin turned around and left at once. Zui Yushu stood in front of everyone and said, The script seal's golden dragon is a fierce move. We can only restore her vitality after dealing with the golden dragon's effect. Alas, it's too late. Leng Luo recalled the scene when the Pavilion Master healed Princess Yongning, so he asked, Pavilion Master, why don't you use your healing technique again? Lu Zhou looked at him and said, If there's nothing else, get out, all of you. Understood. The others bowed and left the southern pavilion respectfully. Only a few dozen female cultivators remained inside the southern pavilion. They kneeled on the floor and kowtowed at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou looked at them as he said, She's my disciple. I won't let her die so easily. Get out. Understood. The female cultivators left. The southern pavilion fell silent. Lu Zhou walked into the room. When he saw the white-haired and unconscious Yi Tianxin, he frowned deeply. Lu Zhou flipped his palm. A strengthened critical heal card materialized in his hand. He shattered the card, and light enveloped her immediately. A unique and mystical power swirled around Yi Tianxin and nourished her extraordinary 8 meridians. The corrosive effect of the script seal's golden dragon was being purged. Her internal injuries were also healing at an alarming rate. The effects of the strengthened critical heal card were extremely shocking. Yi Tianxin's extraordinary 8 meridians that had been destroyed by the script seal's golden dragon were being restored at a shocking rate. The entire process lasted for 15 minutes. However, the critical heal card would only heal 60% of one's injury. Lu Zhou would need to do more to fully heal her internal injuries. Lu Zhou slowly raised his hand and inwardly recited the chant for the heavenly writing's healing power. A blue lotus materialized in his hand, and he pushed it to Yi Tianxin. The blue lotus landed on Yi Tianxin, emitting rich vitality. It spread from the southern pavilion into the Great Hall and the eastern and northern pavilions. The other Evil Sky Pavilion disciples nearby were intrigued by the shocking vitality. They looked in the direction of the southern pavilion. Little Yuaner and Conk looked over as they sat on a beam in the southern pavilion. Little Yuaner said confidently, Master is healing 6th senior sister. 6th senior sister. Seems powerful, Conk said. Little Yuaner nodded. MHM. The female cultivators on the mountain were once 6th senior sister's subordinates. Although 6th senior sister is powerful, she has a tough life. Oh! The 4 elders of the Evil Sky Pavilion looked in the direction where the vitality came from as well. Zui Yushu was amazed by the powerful vitality. She remembered when 4 of them maintained the Blue Lotus with their avatars back then. The vitality then could not be compared to the vitality around them now. Looks like the Pavilion Master's cultivation base has improved again. The 4 elders exchanged a look. The lotus-severing era has dawned. With the existence of one 9-leaf cultivator, I believe soon more and more 9-leaf cultivators would pop P. Us old bones will have to work harder. Come to think of it, do you think the 10-leaf stage exists? Hua Wudao wondered out loud. The other 3 elders were taken aback. Zui Yushu said, I've read some books about this back in the Confucian school's book Pavilion. It says that from the beginning of human cultivation, the process is as follows. The body-tempering realm, the mystic enlightening realm, the sense-condensing realm, the Brahman sea realm, the divine court realm, and the nascent divinity realm. An avatar is formed in the mystic enlightening realm. In order, there are basic Taiji, 2 transformation powers, 3 condensing flowers, mighty 4 quadrants, 5 energies universe, 6 recombinant trigram lines, 7 stars soul, 8 methods connected, 9 transformations yin-yang, 10 worlds, and the 100 tribulations insight. Zhuiyushu paused briefly before she continued to say, after forming 100 tribulations insight avatar, a golden lotus and golden leaves would appear. She frowned as she said, 10-leaf 1,000 boundary swirl. The leaves and lotus will blossom. I can't really remember the rest. Many major cultivation sects possessed old tomes about cultivation realms. Most of them held information of the categories after the 100 tribulations insight avatar, such as the myriad supreme. With a certain concept widely regarded as the truth by society, any other record that deviated from the so-called truth would be deemed as nonsense or a myth. Moreover, there were storytellers who liked to exaggerate their tales. As such, the 1,000 boundary swirl and the myriad supreme had only existed as myths. Hua Wudao nodded. Based on what we've seen so far, we can say for sure that a 9-leaf avatar is 50 feet taller than an 8-leaf avatar. If 10-leaf avatars, the 1,000 boundary swirl, exist, one can only imagine how terrifying it would be. Old Hua, it's too early to talk about the 1,000 boundary swirl now. Can't be that easy to attain that stage, right? The Pavilion Master has just recently reached the 9-leaf stage as well. I bet he went to cultivation in seclusion before this to stabilize his foundation at the 9-leaf stage, Panlitian said. The others agreed with Panlitian. Lung Luo looked up at Yi Tianxin's quarters in the southern pavilion until the vitality vanished. Then he said, severing the lotus isn't the only way. The Pavilion Master has said that severing the lotus is only one of the ways. The difficulty of improving without severing the lotus is too high. Has anyone succeeded since the beginning of the cultivation world? Panlitian mused out loud. How can you say that nobody has succeeded when you don't know that for sure? Just because we've never heard of these 9-leaf elites, it doesn't mean that they didn't exist. Lung Luo retorted. With these words, the others shuddered, and their hair stood on end. At this time, Lu Zhou retracted his palm and looked at Yi Tianxin. With this, he had completely exhausted his extraordinary power. Before the Earth Scroll was opened, 1/3 of the extraordinary power he had saved from meditating on the human scroll could easily kill a 6 or 7-leaf expert. He would need to use more than half of his extraordinary power to deal with an 8-leaf cultivator. While cultivating in seclusion, he had been meditating on the Earth Scroll before finally obtaining the Earth Scroll's extraordinary power. Dealing with Lu Gu had completely used up the human scroll's extraordinary power. After the human and Earth Scrolls were merged, his power source had clearly grown. He could also keenly feel that the heavenly writings powers had gotten stronger as well. At this moment, Lu Zhou saw that Yi Tianxin's internal organs were practically healed. However, he could do nothing about her white hair. He did not know how much life she had lost. Fortunately, she cultivated the blue waves technique that made her look young. The heavenly writings powers can't restore life after all. Longevity seemed like a taboo strictly imposed by the heavens. Even the heavenly writing powers could not violate the taboo. At this moment, Yi Tianxin opened her eyes and coughed. Her mind was in a fuzz, and it took a while for the fog to clear. It was as though she had been dreaming for a long time. She looked up in disbelief. Master, it's good that you're awake. Lu Zhou was not too pleased with his healing power. However, he was satisfied that he managed to preserve her life. Yi Tianxin seemed afraid as she struggled to get off the bed. Lu Zhou waved his hand and pushed her back with a wave of gentle energy. Although you're alive, you're still weak. Yi Tianxin knew that her master must have saved her life. She lowered her head at once and said emotionally, "Thank you, Master." When Lu Zhou saw that her turbulent emotions, he did not speak. After a moment, he said, You were struck by Su Shang's script seal Golden Dragon and was heavily wounded. If you want to regain your previous condition, I'm afraid. He trailed off. Yi Tianxin said, I'm already fortunate enough to be alive. I daren't ask for more. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. He turned around slowly with his hands on his back. With his back facing Yi Tianxin, he said, I've banished you from the pavilion. Why do you want to return? I've made a huge mistake. I only want to atone for my sins. You've died once, and I've punished you. The ties of master and disciple between us have been severed. Why did you throw your life away? Lu Zhou asked. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxin looked up and said, All I want is to atone for my sins. I didn't give it too much thought. I'll ask you again. Do you really want to return to the Evil Sky Pavilion? Lu Zhou asked. Yes, Yi Tianxin answered without any hesitation. My temper is eccentric and fiery. I like to hit other people and punish my disciples. Even so, do you still want to return to the Evil Sky Pavilion? Yes. The Evil Sky Pavilion is on the fiend path after all. There are many who want me gone. If you return to the Evil Sky Pavilion, you might have to go against the world. I can even throw away my life. This is nothing. Yi Tianxin replied resolutely. Very well. Lu Zhou turned around suddenly and looked at Yi Tianxin. In that case, I'll restore your identity as the Evil Sky Pavilion's sixth disciple. Are you willing to accept this? Yi Tianxin was overjoyed. She bowed emotionally. Yes, I am. Yi Tianxin was about to kowtow when Lu Zhou waved his hand. That won't be necessary. You did it when you were little. Thank you, master. Yi Tianxin was so moved that she was close to tears. Lu Zhou read the information on the system. Name, Yi Tianxin. Identity, Fairfolk, human. Realm, nascent divinity realm. Yi Tianxin's loyalty was at 85%. It was a rather high number. This greatly exceeded Lu Zhou's expectations. Her loyalty was this high when she had just rejoined the Evil Sky Pavilion. She was already at the same level as Little Yuaner. At this moment, Little Yuaner and Conk rang from the other side of the door in unison. Congratulations, sixth senior sister. Lu Zhou beckoned Conk over. Yi Tianxin looked at Conk curiously since she had not met Conk before. Conk walked up to Yi Tianxin and greeted her. Greetings, sixth senior sister. Little Yuaner chimed in. Sixth senior sister. This is our little junior sister. Master recently recruited her. I'm no longer little junior sister. Yi Tianxin nodded and said, I see. So you're our new little junior sister. As she spoke, she studied Conk intently. She knew her master had strict requirements when recruiting a disciple. Since Conk was accepted by her master, there was no doubt that Conk was outstanding. That's all for now. Your sixth senior sister and I have something to talk about. Oh, okay. Let's play together tomorrow, sixth senior sister. The two young girls, Little Yuaner and Conk, held hands and skipped out of the room. It'll take some time to tell her about Conk. I'll leave it for another time. Then, Lu Zhou asked, when did you attain the 8-leaf stage? Yi Tianxin did not conceal anything and honestly recounted everything to Lu Zhou. From when she left the Evil Sky Pavilion, how she recovered from her wounds and traveled to the north, meeting her second senior brother, Yu Shangrong, then making her way west and south before she reached the Moonlight Woodland, fell into the abyss, encountered Cheng Huang, and focusing on her cultivation. Although she was calm when she spoke, based on her experience, one could tell she did not have an easy time. Lu Zhou was shocked when he heard about Cheng Huang. He asked, so Cheng Huang really exists? Yes. I traveled southwest deep into the Moonlight Woodland. I thought that I wouldn't make it out alive. It's a good thing that I ran into Cheng Huang. Yi Tianxian was usually taciturn. However, when she recounted her experience, she was rather animated. It was as though she had forgotten the pain from her wounds. Yi Tianxin described Cheng Huang's size and appearance in detail. She told Lu Zhou about the various beasts she had encountered in the abyss, the hardships she faced while cultivating, and the delight she felt when sprouting new leaves. Lu Zhou listened as he stroked his beard. He nodded, occasionally shocked by her words. With that, half a day passed in just a blink of an eye. After listening to Yi Tianxin's story, Lu Zhou said, I didn't think Cheng Huang actually existed. Looks like the records aren't fake. Yi Tianxin nodded and said, it's a shame that Cheng Huang doesn't want to leave the Moonlight Woodland. Indeed, with its size, it isn't suitable to leave. If that humongous beast were to appear before men, I'm afraid that the people will only band together and attack it, Lu Zhou said. You're right, Master. The books say that riding Cheng Huang will grant you 2,000 years of life. What's your opinion? Lu Zhou asked. I don't feel any different. I've ridden Cheng Huang many times. Apart from its large size, it didn't feel any different from riding other mounts, Yi Tianxin replied. As expected, Cheng Huang was not as simple as Lu Zhou had imagined. He found it peculiar that the beast was recorded in the books. This meant that the author of the books knew about Cheng Huang. Why did everyone doubt its existence? It seemed like the Moonlight Woodland was not a place where humans could easily venture deep in. When Lu Zhou saw that it was getting late, he rose to his feet and said, You haven't recovered yet. Rest well. Master, the imperial family has challenged the Evil Sky Pavilion. Before she could finish, Lu Zhou raised a hand and interjected, I'll remember what the imperial family did. After he said this, he turned around and left. Yi Tianxin bowed as she looked at her masters retreating back. Rest well, master. At the foot of Golden Court Mountain, Yu Zhenghai observed the signs of the previous battle. He was in shock and disbelief. He did not enter the barrier. Was I too late? The ground was in a mess. Blood splattered everywhere and pits in the shape of a palm could be seen. Yu Zhenghai frowned deeply as he continued to survey his surroundings. After a moment, he walked toward the foot of the mountain as he followed the blood splatters. Anger rose in his heart as time passed. At this moment, a voice rang from nearby. Eldest senior brother? Eldest senior brother, I knew you won't abandon the Evil Sky Pavilion. Mingshi dragged a corpse behind himself as he ran toward Yu Zhenghai. Yu Zhenghai cleared his throat as he straightened his back. He glanced at the corpse. His expression was stern as he placed his hands on his back and asked, Old Fourth, what are you doing here? Mingshi said, This is the body of Lu Ji's imperial bodyguard. I grew annoyed while thinking of something, and I killed him. Yu Zhenghai's eyelid twitched. He did not know what to say. Eldest senior brother, let's go. Come and see master on the mountain, Mingshi said. I'm only passing by. I won't go up, Yu Zhenghai replied. Passing by? That's quite the detour you took. Mingshi looked to his left and right before he furtively said, Eldest senior brother, you're late. Master has come out of his cultivation in seclusion with great success. That old man, Lu Gu, has already been blown to smithereens. Also, there's this guy, Su Shang. That's his corpse. How tragic. He was stabbed with a sword. Eldest senior brother, why are you sweating? Mingshi asked. Is that so? It's getting warm. Is it? About the Brahman C8 meridians. It's warm because I say so. Yu Zhenghai raised his voice. Mingshi scratched his head and fanned himself with his hand. You know what? It does seem to be getting warmer. Yu Zhenghai asked, Old Fourth, is second junior brother in the Evil Sky Pavilion? With Yu Shangrong's strength, if he was in the Evil Sky Pavilion, even with Su Shang around, Lu Gu would not have been much of a threat. Moreover, Huang Shiji was here as well. Mingshi said, Isn't he in Yu Province? Yu Province. Something stirred within Yu Zhenghai. Eldest senior brother, why don't you come and see master on the mountain and speak with him? It won't do for you to stay away from the mountain, Mingshi said. Let me think about it. Eldest senior brother, I'll leave you to your thoughts. Then, I'll get back to my business. Yu Zhenghai remained silent as he looked up at the Evil Sky Pavilion. He stood still, not leaving. When he saw Huang Shiji flying toward him from afar, he maintained his silence. Instead, he gestured with his hand to tell Huang Shiji that he could go up the mountain. Huang Shiji was also stunned by the signs of battle before him. He wanted to say something, but when he noticed the unnatural expression on Yu Zhenghai's face, he kept quiet and made his way up to the Evil Sky Pavilion. The sun was setting. Inside the eastern pavilion of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou looked at the system's dashboard. Name Lu Zhou. Race human. Cultivation base. Nascent divinity tribulation realm, the chaotic primal. Merit points. 112,233. Avatar 100 tribulations insight. Remaining life. 20,596 days. Item. Deadly Strike card X1. Critical Block card X62. Passive. Binding Cage card X4. Wizard. Bian Jiliang Critical Heal card X2. Strengthen Critical Heal card X1. Thunderblast X1. Disguise card X2. Golden Taishu Mirror. Appearance Alteration card X4. Reversal card X49. Weapon. Unnamed. Life Cutter. Jade Horsetail Whisk. Cultivation Method. 3 Scrolls of Heavenly Writing. The greatest reward he received from his recent meditation was the activation of the Earth Scroll of the 3 Scrolls of Heavenly Writing. The other rewards were nothing to brag about. Lu Zhou checked the prices of the item cards. As he expected, they had increased again. The Deadly Strike card and Impeccable card were now sold at 10,000 merit points. However, when he considered the Heavenly Writing's extraordinary powers, he thought he did not need to use the 2 cards frequently. With this thought in mind, he felt much better. Moreover, if it was a matter of life and death, he would not be considering their cost-performance ratio anyway. In that case, where's the improvement of the system's permission? Lu Zhou was still thinking about this when a voice reached him from outside the pavilion. Greetings, Master. What is it? Island Master Huang has returned safely. Fortunately, eldest senior brother made it in time and killed Gu Iran, Ming Shirin said. I see. Where is he now? I've arranged for Island Master Huang to rest in the southern pavilion. As for eldest senior brother, he's at the foot of the mountain. He won't come up, Ming Shirin replied. He won't come up? Lu Zhou frowned slightly and scoffed. I've waited for him for 6 months. Instead of managing the Nether sect, did he come here to laugh at me? Master, you've misunderstood eldest senior brother. When I saw that you were still cultivating in seclusion, I sent letters to eldest senior brother and Huang Shiji for help. Ming Shiyi replied honestly. Lu Zhou did not reply. Indeed, the time he spent meditating on the open earth scroll had exceeded his expectations. The 4 elders had already severed their lotuses and were recultivating. Although 5 months had passed, how could they return to the 8-leaf stage in that time frame? Moreover, nobody knew how an 8-leaf cultivator without a golden lotus would fare against an 8-leaf cultivator with a golden lotus. There was no precedence of this, after all. Apart from that, although his disciples were improving quickly, they were no match for 8-leaf cultivators, after all. Indeed, Ming Shirin could not be blamed for this. However, it was a fact that Yu Zhenghai did not know how to respect his master and his master's teachings. In the end, Lu Zhou said indifferently, Tell him to scram. Master? Eldest senior brother has traveled far to be here. I think that he's sincere. If we tell him to scram now, isn't it? Ming Shirin said. Lu Zhou interjected. If you sympathize with him, you can stay at the foot of the mountain with him. That's not what I meant. I just feel, eldest senior brother should get lost. After saying this, Ming Shirin bowed and went down the mountain. As expected, Yu Zhenghai was still standing in the same spot. His hands were placed on his back. He was neither domineering nor servile. He looked lost in thought as he stared up at the Evil Sky Pavilion. When he saw Ming Shirin coming down, he smiled and nodded as he said, I always knew you're considerate. Old Fourth. Come, let's have a talk. Ming Shirin. What's wrong? Nothing. Eldest senior brother. What are you standing there for? Ming Shirin asked. This scenery brings back memories. I can't help but feel sad. Yu Zhenghai said with a sigh. Ming Shirin was speechless. He wondered what was there to be melancholic about. Yu Zhenghai said, I was more mischievous than all of you when I first joined. I've explored every corner of Golden Court Mountain. I like this mountain. I can look at the trees here forever. Why does this sound awkward? Mingxian, naturally, did not dare to verbalize his thoughts. He asked tentatively, Eldest senior brother, aren't you coming up the mountain to meet Master? No, Xianxia said with his hands on his back. He's old. We have nothing in common to talk about. How do you know that when you haven't tried talking to him? Mingxian mumbled. Xianxia chuckled and said, How long have you been in the pavilion? 60 years. I was in the pavilion for nearly 3 centuries. Xianxia said with the air of a senior. Nobody in the world knows him better than I do. Mingxian considered Xianxia's words before he said, If you know him that well, then all the more you should talk to him. Old Fourth, you aren't sent by Master, are you? Xianxia turned to look at him. Mingxian put away his frivolous air, cupped his fists, and said, Eldest senior brother, Master has told me to tell you to get lost, to go as far away as you can. If there's no other way, you should kill yourself where you stand, and he won't save you. Is this what he said? Or is there more? Xianxia glared. I'm worried that you'd clobber me if I told you. Mingxian chuckled. Just tell me. I won't blame you. He said that of the 10 disciples he's recruited in his life, you're the worst. Ow, you said that you won't hit me, eldest senior brother. Stop. 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 I'm not finished yet. Mingxian retreated hastily and tidied his clothes. He said that you're useless and as cowardly as a mouse. Xianxia clenched his fist. He steeled himself and said, Old Fourth, hold my saber. I'm going up. He flipped his palm and his jasper saber spun out, landing in Mingxian's hand. Xianxia placed his hands behind his back. He stepped into the barrier as though it was no man's land. Mingxian shuddered as he looked at Xianxia's back. This is fucking exciting. The sun set in the west as it always did. Dusk had finally fallen. Mingxian and Xianxia sped up to the Evil Sky Pavilion. They moved at blinding speed as though they were worried that they would run into someone. They even used grand techniques twice. Eldest senior brother, wait for me. Xianxia was now outside the Evil Sky Pavilion's Eastern Pavilion. As he stood before the Eastern Pavilion, contrary to his expectation, he did not feel melancholic. Instead, for some reason, he felt slightly nervous. Forget it. I'll come back another time. Xianxia turned around and prepared to leave. However, he halted his steps when he recalled Mingxian's words. He could not help but feel agitated. What does he mean that I'm as cowardly as a mouse? He turned around again. Mingxian finally arrived by Xianxia's side at this moment. He asked, eldest senior brother, why aren't you going in? Xianxia coughed to mask the awkwardness as he dismissed his thoughts and said, Old Fourth, it's late now. I'll come back another day. Mingxian looked at the skies and wondered, didn't the sun just set moments ago? Eldest senior brother, aren't you mad that Master said those things about you? It's perfectly normal for a master to berate his disciple. How can we, as disciples, hold this against Master? Xianxia patted Mingxian's shoulder. You're too full of youthful vigor. You should let it go like me. See you next time. Xianxia was about to turn around and leave when a gruff voice rang from the Eastern Pavilion. Since you're here, why don't you come in? Xianxia. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Even Mingxian was shocked. Since when did Master's hearing become this sharp? Bam! The door of the Eastern Pavilion was blasted open by a gust of wind. Lu Zhou floated out from the pavilion with one hand behind his back and another extended before himself. With his gray hair and Taoist robes, he had the righteous air of an immortal. The moment he flew above the steps, he unleashed his grand technique. Whiz! Lu Zhou appeared outside of the Eastern Pavilion. Xianxia's eyes widened, and he shuddered despite himself. Ding! Disciplined Xianxia. Reward, 200 merit points. Mingxian bowed and said, Master, I'll be taking my leave. He thought it was best if he stayed out of this. Lu Zhou ignored Mingxian. His eyes were trained on Yu Zhenghai. However, he merely glanced at him briefly before he walked toward the back of the mountain. Yu Zhenghai understood what his master meant. Although he felt nervous, he had no choice but to follow master at this juncture. He walked behind his master. Their pace was neither rushed nor slow. At this moment, Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng were diligently cultivating behind the mountain. Although it was twilight, they could still see their surroundings. "Brother Zhou, quick, quick." A newcomer. Pan Zhong pointed at Lu Zhou and Yu Zhenghai, who were walking slowly toward them. "If I'm not mistaken, this must be the pavilion master's friend. Fuck your guesses. Let's just get out of here." Pan Zhong swiftly flew away. Zhou Jifeng nodded. "You've got a point." He left swiftly as well as though he did not see anyone. Yu Zhenghai followed Lu Zhou all the way to the highest point at the back of the mountain. This was also the quietest place of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou turned around. He stroked his beard and asked indifferently, "You killed Guoran?" Yu Zhenghai walked up to his master's side and looked at the mountains and the rivers before he replied, "Yes." "Where were you when the 10 great elites laid siege on the Evil Sky Pavilion all those years ago?" Lu Zhou asked. Something stirred in Yu Zhenghai's heart. As he expected, his master had taken that to heart. He replied, "I sent one of the 3 sword freaks, Chen Wenjie, as reinforcements. However, he was a double-crossing fiend." Lu Zhou shook his head. What could someone like Chen Wenjie do? Sending a 7-leaf Chen Wenjie over when the 10 great elites were attacking was akin to giving him a suicide mission. "Before the 10 great elites attacked me, how did they find out about my movements?" "The one who leaked information about your movements has been killed by you." Yu Zhenghai refuted the insinuation immediately. "Yong Shou." Lu Zhou could guess that it was Lu Gu. During his fight with Lu Gu had revealed many pieces of information before he died. Lu Gu was certain that Ji Tiandao had attained the 9-leaf stage before his death. He had also said that if he could have dissuaded Lu Zhou with words again, he would have done so. However, if Lu Zhou remained stubborn, he had no qualms about killing Lu Zhou. Yu Zhenghai said, "I admit that I have my own agenda. I won't argue with you on that." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and asked, "Do you really want to rule the world so badly?" "Yes." "Then what?" Lu Zhou asked. Yu Zhenghai fell silent for a moment when he heard the question. The night sky was dotted with countless stars, and their surroundings were silent. "I haven't thought about that yet," Yu Zhenghai said. "Conquering it comes first." Lu Zhou turned around slowly and faced Yu Zhenghai. He said sincerely, "I remember you were a teenager when I recruited you. However, you were different from the others. You've experienced countless tribulations and understood the hardships of the world. You could bear what others could not. I remember when you entered the mystic condensing realm, you were delighted and proud. You even vowed to stand at the highest point." Something stirred within Yu Zhenghai when he heard these words. Even he himself did not remember many things in the past. He was surprised that his master did. Perhaps he had experienced too many trials. His mind remained as calm as a pool of stagnant water. Lu Zhou continued to say, "It's my mistake that you aren't properly educated." Yu Zhenghai was taken aback by this remark. His master was not someone who would easily admit to his mistakes. He fell to one knee and placed a fist on the ground. "I dare not. Although you call yourself my disciple, I daren't call myself your master," Lu Zhou said with a sigh. "Ding!" Disciplined Yu Zhenghai. Reward, 200 merit points. Yu Zhenghai lowered his head and dared not say anything. Lu Zhou placed his hands on his back and said, "Perhaps you'll become the ruler of Great Yen in the near future. When that time comes, I'll have to kneel before you." Yu Zhenghai shuddered. He lowered his other knee to the ground. "Why would you say that, master?" Lu Zhou stared at Yu Zhenghai and raised his voice as he said, "Am I wrong?" Then he continued to say, "I have a source. His name's Jiang Aijian. He's the 3rd prince of Great Yen. It isn't difficult for him to take the throne with his abilities. Do you know why he's distancing himself from the palace?" Yu Zhenghai shook his head. Lu Zhou said, because he personally witnessed 1,000 people burned to their deaths in Jinghe Palace. His mother was one of the victims. He paused for a moment before he continued to say, he could become the emperor and wield the power to kill. He could have avenged the 1,000 victims of Jinghe Palace. And yet, he did not. He chose the smarter option. There was no need to elaborate on his words. Lu Zhou believed Yu Zhenghai must have heard about Zhang Aijian from Si Wuya. He also believed that the happenings in the obedient villa had reached Yu Zhenghai's ears. Yu Zhenghai's voice shook as he said, I'm different from him. Master, if I may be so bold to ask you a question. What is it? Yu Zhenghai looked up and met Lu Zhou's gaze. He remembered the things he experienced when he was sold to Lu Lan. He remembered how he tried to fight for a steamed bun in a crowd and failed. Do you know what it feels like to have nothing to eat but dirt for a month? Yu Zhenghai's question was indeed bold. His palm was sweaty, and his back was cold as he posed this question. However, when Mingshi Yin's earlier words rang in his mind, he mustered up his courage and continued to ask, do you know how it feels to have somebody stepping on your face while you can't move? Since he had already asked one question, there was no point in holding back now. He inhaled and continued. Do you know the pain of having the person you trust the most stab you in the heart? Lu Zhou could tolerate the first two questions, but the final question was akin to rubbing salt on his wound. He scoffed as he raised his hand and swung it. Bastard! Smack! Lu Zhou slapped Yu Zhenghai's face. Ding! Disciplined Yu Zhenghai. Reward: 200 merit points. Yu Zhenghai did not dodge. However, he persisted. Master, you're a person with a high position, the master of the Evil Sky Pavilion. You're the greatest 8-leaf cultivator in the world. Who would dare say no to you? However, I'm not. His voice was shaking, but it was powerful. I'm a good-for-nothing, an honest-to-God good-for-nothing. Anyone can step on me, spit on me. The lives of those in power are valuable, but are the lives of the Wuxian commoners disposable? When pigs and dogs are tied to the chopping board, and the butcher inserts a silver knife into their bodies, even they would struggle. Am I lesser than pigs and dogs? Can't I even struggle? I want to climb up, all the way to the highest point. Yu Zhenghai suddenly pivoted on his knees and pointed at the mountains, rivers, and forest. The others will only look up at you if you're standing on the highest point. Enough! Yu Zhenghai was taken aback. He looked at his master, who wore a stern expression on his face, clearly angered. He was flustered. Lu Zhou said, clearly resenting Yu Zhenghai for failing to meet his expectations. You're possessed. Do you think you're the only one who had to endure hardships under the heavens? Do you think I wasn't abandoned when I was young? I rose to the peak of the 8-leaf stage 300 years ago. Which part of my 700 years of hardship is any easier than yours? Do you think I had easily reached the 8-leaf stage? You don't know how much I've been through. Must I act like you and whine about how difficult my life was? How much effort did I spend to raise an 8-leaf cultivator like you? The world has always been unfair. You're shallow and ignorant. Why do I have a disciple like you? Yu Zhenghai's mind went blank. For a time, he was at a loss for words. Realization dawned on him that he had truly been too self-centered. Master. That was right. Which 8-leaf cultivator in this world had it easy? Which of them did not experience countless trials and hardships? With a stern expression, Lu Zhou said, Don't call me master. Yu Zhenghai bowed and kowtowed with a loud thud. The air seemed to still at this moment. The surroundings were silent. Lu Zhou turned around with his hands on his back facing Yu Zhenghai. He no longer said anything. Two of them remained there, one standing and one kneeling. Both of them no longer spoke. After an hour, when the moon was high in the starry skies, Lu Zhou suddenly sighed, breaking the silence. Yu Zhenghai shuddered. I'm saying all this to tell you that it's all right to seek revenge. However, you shouldn't let your quest for revenge blind you. It's fine if you want to take down the divine capital, but you can't lose yourself because of the power. Yu Zhenghai was hit with a sudden realization. He did not know what to feel. Lu Zhou turned around. Thud. Upon seeing this, Yu Zhenghai kowtowed again. Yu Zhenghai was prepared to be punished. After all, he had summoned his courage to say what was on his mind. Even if his master had hit him, he would not complain. Based on the years he had spent with his master, he knew very well how unreasonable his master could be. Let alone speaking boldly, his master viewed something as trivial as his disciples' differing opinions and defiance as disrespectful. He had kowtowed out of fear and respect toward his master, and also in hopes that master would listen to the words he had to say. Lu Zhou looked at Yu Zhenghai, who was still on the ground. He shook his head and said, "Get up and talk." "I dare not. I've already said what needed to be said. If you want to continue kneeling, then be my guest," Lu Zhou said. Upon hearing Lu Zhou's words, Yu Zhenghai looked up before he rose to his feet. He'll only do the exact opposite of what he's told. His stubbornness hasn't changed since he was a child. Lu Zhou was aware that Ji Tiandao never liked to reason with others. Ji Tiandao preferred to persuade others with his fists. Indeed, using the fist could solve many problems. However, there were things that could not be solved by using fists. Lu Zhou looked at Yu Zhenghai. Although Yu Zhenghai tried his best to maintain his composure, he found it difficult to breathe after he rose to his feet. This conversation brought with it immense pressure. To think the sect master of the Nether sect was feeling nervous at this moment. Enough! Lu Zhou waved his sleeve and walked in another direction. A man should bleed. Those who aren't garrulous aren't fit to be a disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion. How are you going to take down the divine capital like this? Yu Zhenghai trembled when he heard Lu Zhou's words. He hurried after Lu Zhou and asked tentatively, "Master, you agree?" Lu Zhou walked as he said, "I've always kept my word. 6 months. You have less than 1 month left. I'll punish you when the time comes." Yu Zhenghai was delighted. He bowed and said, "In that case, I have one request, Master." "What is it?" "Now that the 9 provinces are under the Nether sect's control, if it's possible, I hope that nobody from the Evil Sky Pavilion will meddle in this matter," Yu Zhenghai said. Lu Zhou stopped walking. He turned to look at Yu Zhenghai and asked, "Are you confident?" "Naturally. I have 7th junior brother," Yu Zhenghai said. "Nothing is for sure in the world. I hope you'll agree to this, Master." Lu Zhou did not reply immediately. Instead, he continued walking forward. Shortly after, he arrived in front of a huge boulder. The character Hai was etched on it. He pointed at the Hai and asked, "You carved this all those years ago. Do you remember it?" The character was messy and slanted to the side. It had been eroded by time and weather, and yet it was still clearly visible. Yu Zhenghai replied with a smile, "I remember." Lu Zhou stood still as he faced Yu Zhenghai and slowly said, "You're the eldest, and it's only natural for you to shoulder everything. I hope the iron rule of the Evil Sky Pavilion will be forever engraved in your heart, just like this word." Yu Zhenghai fell to one knee again. "Fellow disciples shall not fight amongst each other. I would never dare to forget this." The character on the huge rock reminded Yu Zhenghai of the time he cultivated here. How fast time flew. In just a blink of an eye, 300 years had passed. The trees and plants were lush and verdant now. Everything had changed. Wind caressed Lu Zhou's beard. Although the reversal cards had made him much younger, his appearance was still that of an old man. Lu Zhou looked at Yu Zhenghai and said, "Yu Zhenghai." "Yes, Master. I was you, and you would become me someday. If yesterday were to happen again, what would you do?" When Yu Zhenghai heard the question, he was stunned. Lu Zhou did not wait for an answer. He waved his sleeve and left. The back of the mountain fell silent. Before he knew it, it was deep into the night. After a long pause, Yu Zhenghai murmured, "If I were given a chance to start over, I'd do it all over again." At the midpoint of the Evil Sky Pavilion's mountain, Mingshi was sending Yu Zhenghai down the mountain at this moment. He asked, "Eldest senior brother, how was the chat? What did I tell you? Master is much gentler compared to the past, right?" Yu Zhenghai did not reply to Mingshi questions. Instead, he kept walking down the mountain as he took in his surroundings. Mingshi felt bored. He usually sped down the mountain and had never taken the time to admire the boring scenery. Walking down the mountain at this pace truly annoyed him. The scenery around himself. Mingshi felt flustered as he walked. Old Fourth, I heard Master recruited a new little junior sister. Is that right? Mingshi nodded and said, yes, that little girl directly entered the mystic enlightening realm. 5 months later, she's already in the late stage of the sense-condensing realm. She's even more baffling than 9th junior sister. Oh? No wonder Master accepted her as a disciple, Xianxia said. Even if Master didn't accept her, the other sects would have fought to recruit her. Xianxia asked skeptically, this little girl has no relationship with Master? What do you mean, eldest senior brother? Why do you ask when you know what I mean? I don't. Forget it. A moment later, Xianxia and Mingshi finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. They passed through the barrier. Xianxia said, Old Fourth, look after Master for me. Wow. I never thought you'd be concerned over another person. Eldest senior brother. What? Oh, I mean, I'll certainly look after him. Don't worry, eldest senior brother, Mingshi said. Xianxia pushed away from the ground and left through the air. He vanished in the night sky in an instant. After Xianxia left, Mingshi hastily patted his chest and said, Phew, that was close, so close. Fortunately, I wasn't exposed. As soon as Mingshi finished speaking, a disapproving voice rang from behind a nearby tree. It's nothing but a hypocritical show of affection. Mingshi shuddered. He looked in the direction of the voice and said, second senior brother? Why are you here? Old Fourth, why didn't you contact me when something so serious happened in the Evil Sky Pavilion? Xianxia asked. Mingshi cursed silently in his heart. He immediately felt that life was hard and fraught with hardships. He would be beaten to death if he said his second senior brother was now weak, right? Second senior brother, your movements have always been unpredictable. Couldn't get a hold of you. Master once complained that you never wrote back. That's why I contacted eldest senior brother. When Xianxia heard this, his frown faded. He nodded and said, I've blamed you wrongly. That's all right. If anything like this ever happens again, you must tell me right away, Xianxia said. Of course. When Mingshi saw that Xianxia was leaving, he hastily called out, Second senior brother, aren't you going to reset in the Evil Sky Pavilion? No. I have something else to attend to. Xianxia left in the air as soon as he finished speaking. Safe journey, second senior brother. Mingshi, who had learned from his previous experience, ran back into the barrier and returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion after seeing Xianxia off. Early the next morning, Lu Zhou opened his eyes. He gauged the state of meditation of his extraordinary power. He could clearly feel that the pace of his meditation for the extraordinary power had increased. Similarly, his capacity to store extraordinary power had also increased. However, it still took him 5 to 7 days to completely replenish his extraordinary power. Lu Zhou did not continue meditating on the heavenly writing scrolls. Instead, he got up and looked at the old parchment drawing. When he saw that there were no new areas, he returned to the rush cushion. He studied the system. After its upgrade, his extraordinary power had improved, and he had obtained a new power. He did not have any extraordinary power to test the power before this. Now that he had accumulated some, he decided to give it a try. He recited the chant for the first heavenly writing inwardly, to gain the power to hear everything so that we can hear voices in all realms at will. As expected, soft voices entered his ears. Master has emerged from his cultivation in seclusion. He'll be examining his disciples' progress soon. This isn't something to be taken lightly. In the past, anyone who didn't pass was first beaten until he was half dead before being tossed into a room to reflect, Zhu Honggong said. What? But the pavilion master doesn't seem like a violent person. A few of the female cultivators said in shock. This is why you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Do you think I'm a fool? Zhu Honggong sighed helplessly. Well, I guess I am. I can't help it. I'm born with this brain, after all. The female cultivators laughed. Listening to you trumps reading for 10 years, Mr. Eighth. As expected, Lu Zhou discovered the first power of the Earth Scroll had something to do with hearing. Let's see if I can hear something else. At the moment, Lu Zhou was not using much extraordinary power. Moreover, he did not expand the range of the technique as well. With just a thought, he increased the range of his hearing, effectively using more heavenly power compared to before. A voice entered his ears again. Super heaven grade? High void. Let's look for an opportunity to cultivate with it. Or maybe I can use it to strengthen my separation hook. It's too difficult to cultivate. I wonder if Master has an idea. No, wait, I think Master has forgotten about this sword. I must keep it hidden. If Master asks, I'll just say that it's lost. I'm a fucking genius. You bastard. However, I really forgot about High Void. Lu Zhou decided to deal with his disciple later. He used more extraordinary power, and the range of his hearing increased again. This time, he heard the sounds of things being flung in the air against the roar of a waterfall. He decided that it must be Duanmushang who was practicing with his spear. I can always count on Old Third to work diligently. Just when Lu Zhou was about to expand the range again, he felt lethargy coursing through his body and into his mind. Lu Zhou stopped using the power. It consumes so much power? Although it only took up 1/6 of his current capacity of extraordinary power, that was enough to instantly kill a 7-leaf elite. He did not expect his extraordinary power to be depleted so soon. This was a useful power, but it used up too much of the extraordinary power. He would have to be careful with its usage in the future. Lu Zhou called out, "Anyone there? Your orders, Pavilion Master?" A voice rang from the other side of the door. "Summon the Evil Sky Pavilion disciples to the Eastern Pavilion." Understood. Soon after, Duanmushang, Mingxiyin, Zhao Yu, Zhu Honggong, Xi Yuaner, and Conk entered the Eastern Pavilion and stood in a neat line. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng were not Lu Zhou's disciples, so they could only stand outside and watch on with envy. They would learn whatever they could from this position. Yi Tianxin, who was still recuperating from her injuries, were excluded from the test. Creak. The door swung open slowly. Lu Zhou crossed the threshold with his hands on his back and swept his eyes past all the disciples gathered there. "Greetings, Master." His disciples bowed. Lu Zhou's gaze fell on Mingxiyin first. "Old Fourth." "Yes, Master." Mingxiyin stepped forward with an ingratiating and excited expression on his face. "Bring me High Void." "Ha!" Mingxiyin shuddered. "I'll only say it once. I won't repeat myself," Lu Zhou said in a low voice, but his expression remained calm. Despite Lu Zhou's seemingly calm expression, Mingxiyin shuddered. He was on the verge of tears. It seemed like he could not keep that matter hidden at all. "I'll go get it right away." Mingxiyin returned to the southern pavilion and brought High Void over. He carried it respectfully and presented it to his master. Everyone looked at High Void in awe. A heaven-grade weapon was already something that cultivators longed to possess, let alone a super heaven-grade weapon. Lu Zhou picked High Void up and examined it. The red veins did not seem like it was engraved on the sword. They seemed to have been forged at the same time as the swords. The veins could even withstand his extraordinary power. It was clearly special. Lu Zhou placed 2 fingers on it. Primal chi surged into the broken sword, and it buzzed. Unfortunately, because of the damage on the formation veins, it did not glow red. Without the support of the red veins, the grade of this sword dropped as well. Lu Zhou joined the 2 sides of the broken blade together and circulated his primal chi again. Bzzzt. The red veins shone. However, it was only a faint glow. "Master, we should try to mend the super heaven-grade weapon since it's a treasure," Zhu Honggong said. "Old Eighth's right. Master, isn't the Luosex Lu Ping skilled in forging? We can just let him mend it." Duanmushang chimed in. "I don't think Lu Ping can do it. These formation veins aren't made by a normal person. He's only a 6-leaf cultivator. He won't be able to do it." Mingxiyin refuted Duanmushang's suggestion. At this moment, Lu Zhou looked at Mingshi and asked, "Do you have a way?" "No," Mingshi said with a bow. "Place it in the pavilion," Lu Zhou said. Understood. If they did not have a way now, it did not mean that they would not have a way in the future. Mingshi brought High Void into the eastern pavilion, feeling a slight heartache from having to part with it. Then, he obediently returned to his position with the others. The others looked at him. "Old Eighth," Lu Zhou said. "Yes, master," Zhu Honggong replied. "How's your cultivation base?" "I'm proud to say that I didn't let you down, master. After 5 months of painstaking cultivation, I'm now in the 2-leaf nascent divinity realm. I've sprouted another leaf. I didn't have any experience with sprouting leaves before," Zhu Honggong said, clearly proud of himself. "Master, look!" Zhu Honggong flipped his palm, and a 2-leaf golden lotus avatar appeared above his palm. The others nodded. If a cultivator above the 2-leaf stage severed his lotus and recultivated, sprouting 1 leaf over the span of 5 months was slightly slow. However, Zhu Honggong's speed was rather fast. Zhu Honggong recalled his avatar and awaited his master's praise. Alas, Lu Zhou merely stroked his beard and said, 20 strokes and 3 days of reflection in the Cave of Reflection. Zhu Honggong. The others were stunned. They felt chills running up their spines immediately. The old master was back. He was strict and merciless. If Zhu Honggong, with his fast cultivation speed, was punished, then what hope did the rest of them have? "This is bad. What are you waiting for?" Lu Zhou asked. Zhu Honggong replied at once. "I'll remember your teachings, master. I'll work harder next time. I'll accept my punishment right away." "Ding," instructed Zhu Honggong. "Reward, 200 merit points." Lu Zhou's gaze fell on Zhao Yu and asked, "What about you?" Zhao Yu's heart skipped a beat. She replied nervously, I'm dumb, and I'm only almost at the 2-leaf stage. Not bad. Keep up the good work." Thud. Zhu Honggong fell on his face before he stepped out of the door. "Mr. Eighth, are you all right?" I'm fine. The floor is uneven." Zhu Honggong stifled his sobs and left the eastern pavilion with a miserable expression on his face. The others sighed inwardly. At this moment, Duanmu Shang stepped forward and said, "Master, I've cultivated painstakingly for 5 months and my cultivation base is now at the 3-leaf stage. Please have a look, master." Whiz. Duanmu Shang had recultivated to the 3-leaf stage after he severed his lotus. The others looked at Duanmu Shang's avatar in shock. Indeed, there was no lotus under the avatar's feet. There were only 3 leaves spinning around it. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. He said, "Not bad. You can take it easy with your spear techniques for now. Focus on sprouting leaves." "Yes, master." "Ding," instructed Duanmu Shang. "Reward, 200 merit points." Lu Zhou returned his gaze to Mingshi. Mingshi wore an awkward expression on his face as he scratched his head. Then, he fell to his knees without any prompting and said, "Master, just punish me." "You didn't sever your lotus?" Lu Zhou asked. "I think it's enough to be an 8-leaf cultivator. Why must we attempt the 9-leaf stage, anyway? I don't have such ambitions. Living as an 8-leaf cultivator for 1,000 years and spend my life keeping you company are good enough for me." The others rolled their eyes. Mingshi Yin's flattering words were not inferior to Zhu Honggong. Lu Zhou nodded and said, "To each his own. I won't force you." "Thank you, master. You're perceptive even of the finest detail. You're the light on my path." "Enough." Lu Zhou waved his hand. The others were puzzled. Isn't he going to be punished for being shameless? Why was Old Eighth punished, then? Yuaner. Lu Zhou looked at little Yuaner. Before Conk joined the pavilion, the world was of the opinion that the youngest disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion had the most monstrous talent for cultivation. How much did she improve in these 5 months? Everyone else looked at her expectantly. Little Yuaner stepped forward. She said, "Master, don't scold me, please. I've worked hard." She did not say how many leaves she had before she summoned her avatar. The familiar sound of energy resonance rang in the air. Above her palm, an exquisite and delicate miniature avatar appeared. Everyone shifted their gaze to the avatar's feet. There was a golden lotus, which meant that she had not severed it yet. She had 5 leaves. Everyone was slightly speechless. She was worried she would be berated? If that was the case, then everyone would be beaten to a pulp. These 5 leaves seemed to stab at everyone else's hearts. It hurt. Little Yuaner looked up at her master and waited for his verdict. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and glanced at her. He asked, "You're not going to sever your lotus? It hurts." The others were speechless. Most cultivators would cite low cultivation base, low talent, or fear of death as their reason for not severing their lotuses. However, little Yuaner said she was afraid of pain. At this moment, Mingxirin said, "Ninth senior sister, I can make it painless. After you summon your avatar, I'll knock you out. Then, I'll strike and sever your lotus before your avatar vanishes." Mingxirin gestured animatedly as he spoke, making slashing motions with his hands. That way, you won't feel any pain. Upon hearing this, little Yuaner quickly took a step back and hid behind Conk. Then, she shook her head and said, "No, ninth junior sister, trust me, there won't be a problem." When Lu Zhou saw the little girl was scared out of her wits, he said, "Enough." Mingxirin shut up immediately. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, 5 leaf, that's an amazing speed. Work on getting to the 8 leaf stage for now. It's not too late to sever your lotus when you're at the 8 leaf stage. Upon hearing Lu Zhou's words, a shocking thought appeared in little Yuaner's mind. She considered never attempting the 8 leaf stage. Although her 4th senior brother was annoying as a person, his earlier words made perfect sense to her. Even if she did not sever her lotus, her cultivation base was still sufficient to impress others. With that, little Yuaner's appraisal ended. Then, everyone turned to look at the final disciple, the 10th and recently recruited disciple. All of them looked forward to her appraisal. In the Evil Sky Pavilion, everyone knew that she had directly entered the Mystic Enlightening realm and progressed into the Sense Condensing realm in 3 months. Now that 5 months had passed, they wondered if she had any new breakthrough. "Conk, did you manage to form an avatar?" Lu Zhou asked. In the book of basic cultivation he gave her, there were detailed instructions on forming an avatar. A cultivator could form an avatar after entering the Mystic Enlightening realm. Conk nodded and said, "I did." The others were not surprised. It was impossible for a talented cultivator to not be able to form an avatar. Even those with much lesser talent only needed several tries to form their avatars. "Show it to me." Just mentioning one's realm was not convincing enough. It would only be convincing if one showed one's avatar. "Emicham." Conk lifted her hand and summoned her avatar. Her primal chi surged and exuded the aura of the 5 energies universe. Following that, a little golden avatar appeared. For cultivators, it was second nature for them to discern the grade of an avatar with a single look. When they saw the little golden avatar, they exclaimed in shock, 5 energies universe? The corresponding realm for the 5 energies universe was the Brahman Sea realm. There were 8 thresholds in the Brahman Sea realm. Every connected meridian vessel meant that 1 threshold had been surpassed. The 5 energies universe avatar meant that Conk had connected at least 5 meridian vessels. Whether it was the female cultivators from the derived Moon Palace, Panzhong, Zhou Jifeng, all of them were shocked speechless when they saw this sight. Little Yuaner's talent was already beyond their comprehension. But now there was Conk who had entered the Brahman Sea realm and connected 5 meridian vessels in just 5 months. What would the genius cultivators in the major sects, who spent decades to enter the divine court realm, think? Zhou Jifeng prided himself on being a genius. In the beginning, he was of the opinion that he was completely qualified to be a disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion. He was the first disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect and had some accomplishments in the sword path. Those who entered the nascent divinity realm at his age were considered excellent. He remembered Lu Zhou once said that he had visited the Jiang family and was interested in recruiting him since he had good foundations. However, now, he felt he was no better than a pile of shit. Lu Zhou was inwardly shocked as well. Konk's speed of improvement was quite impressive. Even with his 1,000 years' worth of experience, he had never seen anyone with a speed like hers. He walked over and stood in front of Konk before he said in a low voice, "Show me your hand." Konk seemed to have expected this. She made a sound of assent and extended her hand after rolling up her sleeves. Lu Zhou placed 2 fingers on her arm. A moment later he withdrew his hand. Konk asked, "Master, I all right?" Brahman Sea Realm and 8 connected meridians. The Eastern Pavilion was as silent as a graveyard. What was a genius? There was a saying in the chapter called "Study Hard," in an ancient book that said a genius was an outstanding person. Perhaps what Konk had was not talent but some quality that surpassed the capacities of their understanding. Just as Mingshi had said, she was just awakening. This meant that she had already knowledge of everything but perhaps she had forgotten it. Now she was awakening her hidden knowledge and ability. When Lu Zhou thought about it, something stirred in his heart. The more he understood Konk, the more he was convinced of that theory. After all, it was impossible for someone to be gifted in tune or directly enter the mystic enlightening realm as soon as they were born. If they did not have knowledge at all, how could they string notes into tunes? In the end, Lu Zhou said, "You mustn't be too proud of yourself or rush things. Keep up the good work." "Thank you, Master." Konk nodded happily. "Congratulations, little junior sister." The others congratulated her as well. Lu Zhou's disciples had truly improved a lot over the past 5 months. Lu Zhou looked at the sky as Lu Ji's words suddenly appeared in his mind. If the 9-leaf stage could truly cause a great disaster, how was the cultivation world supposed to withstand it? Where was the mysterious 9-leaf cultivator inside the red coffin now? He rode on the coffin and came here 300 years ago from the northern borders. He traveled through the lands of the other tribes, stayed in Great Yen, and left the sword, high void, the runes, and the coffin behind. If that person was truly a 9-leaf cultivator, could he still be alive since he had the lifespan of a 9-leaf elite? "Konk, bring the Lantian jade flute," Lu Zhou suddenly said as he turned to look at Konk. "Oh, play the tune that you're most familiar with." Konk nodded and brought the jade flute to her lips. The melody began to fill the hall. Nobody knew what Lu Zhou's intention was. They only looked at him curiously. However, as they listened to the melody, they shifted their gazes outside the Eastern Pavilion. Concentrate. Move the notes with your chi. Playing the flute required the performer to blow into it. For mortals, that was all they did, but cultivators could use their primal chi to move the notes. Konk circulated her primal chi. As it passed through the Lantian jade flute, the sound changed. It became clearer and more melodious. The range increased several-fold as well. The birds in the forest took flight. "Nay, it's Ji Liang." At the midpoint of the mountain, the horse, Ji Liang, took flight and circled around the clouds. It seemed to be responding to the jolly tune. The other beasts are too afraid to appear with Ji Liang around. Lu Zhou saw Ji Liang as well. He was still clueless as to what ability Ji Liang might possess as of now. At the moment, its only advantage compared to ordinary horses was the ability to fly. He no longer paid any attention to Ji Liang. Instead, he kept his eyes on Konk. She seemed to have mastered the technique quickly. Condense your chi into energy. Only when the note is formed can the energy seal materialize. For ordinary cultivators, their primal chi would be condensed into energy once it left their bodies. However, for a music cultivator, another layer of conversion that involved sound was needed. Through the combination of their primal chi, sound, and energy seal, their attacks were known as the killing melody. Konk nodded when she heard Lu Zhou's words. She attempted to merge her chi with sound before turning them into energy. Konk focused her attention. Everyone looked at her, hoping she would successfully condense her energy. The flute's song sounded agitated now, no longer in harmony like it was earlier. The others thought Konk was going to fail when they heard a buzz in the air. Soon enough, energy seals appeared in the air. Conch had successfully converted her primal chi into energy. "That's amazing, little junior sister," Ming-Shirin said as he looked at the energy seals in the air. Sound, or music in this instance, was different from the Confucian, Buddhist, and Taoist sections. There were no special runes, script seals, and formation veins. Hence, the shape of the energy seal formed by sound was like the wind. If the rhythm was slow, it would be like the seed of the willow tree. If it was fast, it would become a storm. Everyone else exclaimed in shock. They were amazed by Conch's extraordinary talent and ability to understand things. She managed to improve just by exploring on her own every day. Under their master's guidance, she had easily and quickly converted her chi into energy. The energy flowing in the air spread into the surroundings like seeds of a willow. Although it was fast, it was not very effective as wind blades. Nevertheless, it was shocking enough that she could pull this off. "Just kill me, please. I'm impressed. I think Miss Tenth is the most talented one in the Evil Sky Pavilion." Even little Yuaner, who had been acknowledged as being highly talented, was shocked when she witnessed this. However, she did not seem jealous. On the contrary, she clapped her hands in delight and said, "Keep up the good work, little junior sister. You can do it." Conch was clearly motivated by little Yuaner's encouragement. Not only did she continue trying, but she increased the input of primal chi as well. She was in the Brahman Sea realm with 5 connected meridian vessels. When her primal chi surged, it seemed as though 8 screens were erected around her. Her melody rose to a higher pitch and sounded more rapid. Whoosh! 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 The others were shocked. They immediately activated their protective energies and blocked the energy sounds from their surroundings. Bam! 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 Everyone else was shocked. Lu Zhou was the only one who frowned. This was because he was the only one who caught a glimpse of red energy among the surging energy. In other words, what Conch condensed was red energy. Red energy was rare in the cultivation world. It was commonly perceived that the color of one's energy would only change when one cultivated certain arcane arts or if there was some mutation in one's cultivation method. For example, Fiend Zen made energy seals turn black, barriers made from air were blue, and healing powers from nature were green. Apart from these colors, no other colors were heard of in Great Yan's cultivation world. This was Lu Zhou's first time seeing red energy. He placed his hand on the Lantian jade flute and pressed on it lightly. Stop! The music stopped abruptly. Before the energy could take its full form, Lu Zhou did not want too many people to know about the existence of red energy. The Eastern Pavilion fell silent. Ji Liang returned to the forests of Golden Court Mountain and vanished from sight. Master! Conch looked up. The others wanted to see how much potential Conch had. The sudden interruption left them puzzled. Why was Conch's appraisal suddenly interrupted? Lu Zhou said, "Let's call it a day. Nobody is to breathe a word about Conch to anyone. If anyone goes against this order, I won't forgive them." The others immediately realized the gravity of the situation. They bowed immediately. "Yes, Pavilion Master. Yes, Master." What did a genius fear the most? It was being killed in the cradle before their wings had fully sprouted. As expected of the Pavilion Master, they were impressed by his foresight. Naturally, they were unaware that Lu Zhou only did that because he did not want anyone to know about Conch's red energy. Now that the appraisal ended, everyone left. Lu Zhou returned to the Eastern Pavilion and thought about Conch. At dusk, Lu Zhou looked at High Void and felt slightly troubled. The person inside the coffin, a red lotus, the diary, and a woman with the surname Luo. They were all related to the 9-leaf stage. All these clues pointed in the same direction, and that was to not attempt the 9-leaf stage. He could employ the help of others to investigate these matters. But who could investigate Conch's red energy? Red lotus, red energy. Could it be that there are people cultivating red energy and forming red lotuses in the world? Did Conch come from the same place as the coffin's owner? Inside the Evergreen Palace in the Imperial City, the divine capital, the study was heavily guarded. The internal attendant came to the study as always. "Your Majesty," The results are out. The internal attendant did not sound confident. Come in. When the door was opened, the internal attendant felt a peculiar surge of heat wave. He nearly choked from it. Lu Gu sat on the floor with his legs crossed. Hot air was surging out of his body at this moment. The internal attendant dared not look at the emperor. He lowered his head at once and respectfully kneeled on the floor. The retired emperor brought Su Shang and Gu Iran to the Evil Sky Pavilion. It's been confirmed that they have all fallen in battle. After the internal attendant finished speaking, he prostrated himself on the ground, not daring to move. A moment later, Lu Gu opened his eyes. Contrary to expectations, he did not lash out furiously. He merely said tonelessly, "I see." The internal attendant was confused. Were they not father and son? How could the emperor remain unaffected by the retired emperor's demise in battle? He could only entertain these thoughts in his mind. He would not be so bold as to give voice to them. Seeing that the emperor was not angry, he said tentatively, "Your Majesty, the officials have presented a collective memorial. Currently, only Yen Province and Ji Province haven't been conquered by the Nether Sect. It seems likely that the Nether Sect's forces will surround the divine capital soon. The officials wish to invite Your Majesty to the imperial court and discuss countermeasures." Upon hearing this, Lu Gu said indifferently, "What do I have to discuss with a bunch of trash about the things I want to do? This is my decree. The Crown Prince will lead an army. He may pick anyone from the 8 great generals. Tell Wei Zhuoyan to give up on the borders garrison and attack Liang Province. Tell the divine capital's Imperial Guard to strengthen their defenses. Nobody else is to be allowed into the Imperial City. If there are uninvited guests, they are to be killed without exception." The internal attendant shuddered and dared not ask any more questions. He hastily said, "Understood." Then he rose to his feet and respectfully left the study. At this moment, Lu Gu opened his eyes again. He flipped his palm. Whiz! An avatar materialized above his palm. There was no golden lotus. Only 7 blades of leaves could be seen spinning around it. The 7 leaves were bright and lush. He clenched his fist. Lu Gu nodded in satisfaction. "I'm almost back at the 8-leaf stage, and the 9-leaf stage is almost at hand. Why would I need to fear the Nether Sect or the Evil Sky Pavilion?" He raised his hand. The magistrate brush hovered in the air. The hair of the brush was white, but the tips were red. The red looked extremely glaring under the illumination from his primal chi. Soon enough, the hairs of the brush sank into the ink and turned black. The general's mansion in Yu Province. Hua Chongyang carried sheets of information and entered. "Sect Master, Mr. 7th, the results of the investigation are out. Yen Province's main city is guarded by General Ma Lupeng. He's one of the 8 great generals of the Imperial Guard, the general of the Southeastern Gate." Yu Zhenghai laughed when he heard this. "Indeed, the imperial family is out of options. Your plan of surrounding the divine capital is splendid. Wise brother." Si Wuya said, "The imperial family has no other choice. If they didn't send anyone to defend the city, it would only expedite their demise. Even if they did, without its 8 great generals, the divine capital doesn't amount to much." Hua Chongyang said, "You're right, Mr. 7th. Of the 8 great generals, Han Yuyuan, Xiang Lai, Gu Iran, Wen Shu, and Su Shang have died in battle. Ji Qingqing, who was Han Yuyuan's replacement, has disappeared. As of now, only Wang Yu, Shen Jingyun, and Ma Lupeng are left." "She fled." Si Wuya frowned. He had always thought about things differently than Yu Zhenghai. He viewed these seemingly insignificant details with more importance. Ji Qingqing is the only female general of the 8 great generals. It's rumored that she was on the mysterious elite's hit list and fled overnight out of fear. Yu Zhenghai and Si Wuya remembered the sight they saw when they attacked Yu Province on the flying chariot. The mysterious elite is only at the 5-leaf stage. How could he do anything to Ji Qingqing? Yu Zhenghai wondered out loud. "I don't know. Wise brother, could this mysterious elite come from the imperial family? Unlikely. This elite is elusive. He doesn't behave like a 5-leaf cultivator. Perhaps he lowered his avatar's strength on purpose the other day, Wuxia replied. Yu Zhenghai frowned slightly. He remembered what Ming Shi'in had said. Yu Shangrong was in Yu province. If that's true, why is he helping me? Old second, oh old second. My archenemy for life is giving me a hand? Impossible. At this moment, the Nether Sect disciples rushed into the palace and said, Sect Master, Mr. Seventh, things are not looking good. Yen Province's main city has activated its main formation and closed itself off. What's the reason for this? Wuxia asked. To capture someone. Said that they've found the mysterious elite. Yu Zhenghai, Wuxia, and Hua Chongyang exchanged a look. Your shoes will certainly get wet when you frequently walk by the river. This comrade of ours is in a pickle, Yu Zhenghai said with a sigh. Wuxia asked, where is this elite now? According to our sources inside Yen Province City, the mysterious elite was last seen at Fenglai Street. However, the elite is elusive. His current whereabouts are unknown at the moment. Wuxia nodded. He turned and said, Eldest senior brother, shall we rescue him? Yu Zhenghai was sitting, his back straight. He drummed his fingers lightly as he pondered on it before saying, Of course, we must rescue him. Why do you think I managed to bring the Nether Sect to such great heights? If we leave him to his demise, how would our brethren in the Nether Sect be willing to work for us in the future? That's brilliant, Sect Master. Hua Chongyang bowed. That's sound judgment, eldest senior brother. Wuxia bowed. At the same time, inside a certain inn in Yen Province City that was surrounded by soldiers and cultivators, the nearby streets and buildings were filled with cultivators hovering in the air as well. There was not a single commoner in the area. The entire Yen Province City was silent. In the skies, the huge barrier enveloped the entire city. Senior Sword Devil, give up. From the moment you set foot in Yen Province, my men already had their eyes on you. Everything you see here today was prepared for you. The skinny Ma Qing said calmly as he looked at the green-robed swordsman sitting across him. Cultivators filled the inside of the inn as well. I'm certain that you've already severed your lotus. Your cultivation base must have deteriorated greatly after you severed your lotus. You're no longer an 8-leaf elite. You're confident, but it's this confidence that led you to your doom, Ma Qing continued to say. However, the green-robed swordsman sipped his tea in a carefree manner, enjoying the scenery outside the window. Ma Qing could not help but feel that he was being looked down upon. He frowned slightly and said, Aren't you afraid? The green-robed swordsman smiled. Why should I be? You don't, I'll kill you? If you can kill me, what good does being afraid do? If you can't kill me, then there's even more reason for me to be unafraid. Yu Shangrong replied in a gentle voice. Ma Qing was rendered temporarily speechless. Senior Sword Devil, I don't think you understand me. He waved his arm. Zing, zing, zing. The cultivators inside the inn drew their swords. The cultivators outside the inn moved closer as well and tightened their enclosure. This was a checkmate. There was practically no route of escape. Yu Shangrong said, If Ma Lupeng were here, perhaps, it would be slightly difficult. Alas, you're the one who came. Ma Qing had cultivated with his elder brother, Ma Lupeng, since he was young. They were of similar age. Yet, Ma Lupeng's talent was on another level, and he had a profound cultivation base. Everyone knew about Ma Lupeng, one of the 8 great generals, but nobody knew about Ma Qing. He had always lived under the protection of his elder brother, Ma Lupeng. As time went by, Ma Qing wanted to prove himself as well. Today, trapping and killing the legendary sword devil, Yu Shangrong, was going to be a great chance for him to prove himself. I alone am enough. I admire your bravery, Yu Shangrong said lightly. We all have our own masters to serve. The Nether Sect is in an advantageous position right now. Moreover, it's supported by the 9-leaf old Senior G. It's only a matter of time before Yen Province falls, Ma Qing said. If you know how it'll turn out, why aren't you running away? Ma Qing chuckled and said, I will, but only after I kill you. That way, I'll be rewarded by the imperial family, and my name will be renowned. What does Yen province or the empire have to do with me? At this moment, one of Ma Qing's subordinates ran up the stairs, cupped his fists, and hurriedly said, "General Ma, the Nether sect is launching its main attack." When Ma Qing heard this, his eyes widened immediately. Then he heard a crisp sound ringing in the air. He saw the sword devil, Yu Shangrong, forcefully swinging his sword. "General! General!" the others exclaimed in shock. Ma Qing wasted no time in summoning his avatar. Whiz! His six-leaf avatar stood before him. Boom! The second floor of the inn was blasted away by the avatar. Shrapnel and miscellaneous objects ricocheted everywhere. The golden avatar planted itself before the longevity sword. There was a blast of energy as Ma Qing retreated. He distanced himself from the building and hovered in midair. The others swarmed forward. Ma Qing was still assured of his victory, certain that Yu Shangrong's attack would miss. When his vision began to swim, when his men ran up the inn, they blocked his view, causing his already blurry sight to lose focus. He hastily focused his gaze and forced himself to be more clear-headed. When his sight finally focused, he saw three figures were coming at him from the left, the center, and the right. The green-robed swordsman wore a faint smile on his face as he wielded the longevity sword in his right hand. A faint red light swirled around the blade as it was held at a 45-degree angle. Grand technique. Return and enter three souls. Yu Shangrong swung his longevity sword with a calm expression on his face. A crisp and familiar sound rang in the air. An obvious and neat cut appeared on Ma Qing's avatar. This, Ma Qing's eyes widened in fear. His instinct spurred him to grit his teeth and flee. Yu Shangrong remained composed as usual. He sheathed his sword. The longevity sword slashed at the cut on the avatar again as it returned to its scabbard at lightning speed. Yu Shangrong did not even deign to look at Ma Qing as he rose into the sky. At the same time, the cultivators who swarmed into the inn discovered their target was nowhere to be found. They turned around at once and saw Ma Qing standing outside. "General! General! Kill him!" Dozens of cultivators charged out like flies. Yu Shangrong moved swiftly in the air. Leaf-like energy seals spun around him. What are those things? Yu Shangrong adjusted his direction. Boom! Like a gale, he charged at the others as the leaf-like energy seals spun behind him. The golden leaves slashed and stabbed at the cultivators who obstructed Yu Shangrong's path. Then corpses began to fall from the air one after another. They did not stand a chance at all and had died immediately. The others were sent flying backward by a blast of air like scattered petals. Lotus leaves. Lotus leaves from the golden lotus. Look out for the lotus leaves. The cultivators gave up on their chase. Ma Qing hovered in midair and lifted his hand to press it against the wound on his chest. However, it seemed to be futile. He saw countless leaf-shaped energy seals behind Yu Shangrong. They gradually faded and scattered in the wind. Eventually, only 6 leaves were left before they merged with Yu Shangrong's body. Ma Qing opened his dried mouth. He said incredulously, "S6 leaf? After the lotus is severed, the leaves can be used in this manner." Alas, realization dawned on Ma Qing too late. He dropped from the sky headfirst. Blood gushed out from the wound on his chest onto the stone slab, forming a red river. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 1,500 merit points. Naturally, Yu Shangrong could not hear the system notification. He continued unleashing his grand technique as he sped toward the city's gates. Killing Ma Qing was nothing to brag about. His elder brother, Ma Lupang, was the difficult opponent. Since Yu Shangrong had exposed his whereabouts, he would have to leave Yen province as quickly as possible. The formation had been activated, and a barrier surrounded the main city. Could he get out before Ma Lupang arrived? Yu Shangrong shot past the buildings. He kept going until he saw the city walls. At this moment, he looked up and saw a huge black flying chariot hovering above the city walls. The Nether sect? Resounding cries signaling a charge against the city walls reached him from the other side of the wall. The barrier beyond the gate boomed as though it was being hammered. Attacking the city at this time? Utter foolishness, Yu Shangrong remarked indifferently. In his opinion, the formation was at its strongest at the moment. It was slightly foolish to attack the city now. Yu Shangrong stopped flying. He landed and looked at the distant city walls that were so tall that he could not see the top. He waited for the barrier to be weakened. At this moment, a massive energy saber dropped down from the flying chariot. The jasper saber shone with a blinding golden radiance as it dropped down toward the barrier. The great dark heaven memorial, the dark heaven starlight. The huge spinning energy saber descended. Boom! The sound of the impact resounded through the main city. A huge ripple appeared on the barrier. The sound of the impact when the jasper saber's great dark heaven memorial hit the barrier resounded in the skies. The noise alerted the remaining civilians in the city. Many of the civilians had been evacuated, but there were a few who remained. Yu Shangrong swept the streets of the city with his eyes, and he saw the civilians running toward the western city gates in groups. At this moment, a large number of soldiers appeared near the western gates. There were also cultivators flying into the city at a low altitude. Hold it! Nobody moves. Anyone who leaves the city without permission, be it men, women, the elderly, children, cultivators or not. Execute them on the spot if they try to leave. The cultivators' voices were gruff and powerful. They immediately pushed the civilians who were trying to take shelter at the western part of the city back. With this, the civilians of the city could only run eastward. The cultivators in the air kept an eye on the civilians that wanted to run away. Boom! Another loud noise rang in the air. The jasper saber's great dark heaven memorial unleashed the dark heaven starlight. It was dazzlingly bright, like fireworks during the day. The starlight energy hit the barrier over and over again. Boom! 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 Soon enough, the energy saber faded away, and the ripples on the barrier faded away as well. Yu Zhenghai stood proudly on the flying chariot and looked down on the entire city. This barrier was much more powerful than the one in Yu Province. He had cast the great dark heaven memorial twice, and yet all he managed to do was create ripples on the barrier. It did not show any signs of breaking. Si Wuya said, Ma Lupeng will certainly be drawn to the huge commotion here. That mysterious elite who mimics second senior brother must be skilled. I think he'll be able to escape. I hope that he's not that stupid. Elites are usually confident. Since he's mimicking second senior brother, I'm sure he's a confident person as well. I'm just worried he'll be stubborn and continue to fight, Si Wuya replied. Now that you mentioned it, wise brother, I have a feeling he's a stubborn character. Yu Zhenghai frowned. He's as much of a pain as your second senior brother is. Yu Zhenghai pushed his palm forward. The jasper saber spun again for the third time. Unlike before, Yu Zhenghai extended his arms and flew up. The jasper saber hovered in front of the flying chariot and shot out countless energy sabers. Sovereign's Descent. The energy saber, which resembled the jasper saber greatly, stabbed downward. The garrison soldiers hurrying over stopped in their tracks and looked up at the dense array of energy sabers. Even experts were respectfully fearful when they saw this. The only person under the heavens capable of unleashing this skill was the master of the greatest fiend sect, Yu Zhenghai. The great dark heaven memorial, the Sovereign's Descent. If Yu Zhenghai had been lacking a kingly aura during the battle in Radiant Cloud Forest, he had enough of it now. Inside Yen Province's main city, anyone who saw this stopped in their tracks and looked up at the horizons. The storm of energy sabers continued raining down. Bam! 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 The barrier shook. The collision between the energy sabers and the barrier resulted in a turbulent flow of energy. The civilians inside the city thought that the barrier was broken. The spot where the Sovereign Descent attacked caused ripples that traveled across the entire barrier. The Sovereign's Descent lasted for quite some time. Under its fierce attacks, the barrier dimmed slightly. The cultivators who were initially enthusiastic about helping to defend the city threw all their valiant thoughts out of their minds when they saw this. Why was the Nether sect the greatest fiend sect under the heavens? How did the Nether sect conquer the 9 provinces of Great Yin? Everyone had their answers at this moment. In the flying chariot, Hua Chongyang gulped. Your saber techniques are truly first-rate, sect master. You're the role model of my generation. Yu Zhenghai landed and lowered his arms. His jasper saber returned to his hand. He looked down at the barrier arrogantly. The barrier is slightly weakened. I'm sure Ma Lupang is greatly shaken by this move of yours, eldest senior brother, Wuxia said. Yu Zhenghai was also pleased with his technique. It's only a barrier. It'll break after 3 more strikes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ballistae above the city walls fired countless projectiles toward them. The sound of the arrows sailing through the air resounded across the skies. The garrison was fighting back. When Hua Chongyang saw this, he said, Sect Master, leave this trivial matter to me. Go! Hua Chongyang leaped down and summoned his 7-leaf golden lotus avatar. Whiz! It swiftly increased in size. The arrows were repelled. Yu Zhenghai nodded. He ignored the ballistae and looked down at the garrison soldiers on the city walls. After 3 strikes, if Ma Lupang still doesn't show up, I'll break the barrier and have your heads. His voice descended as a forceful sound wave. It was so loud that even the deaf could have heard him. At this moment, a gruff and imposing voice rang from the western part of the city. How grand, Sect Master you! Everyone looked over. The garrison soldiers bowed. Greetings, General Ma. The people hovering in the air and standing on the city walls bowed as well. General Ma was skinny and did not have a big build. Yet, his presence was imposing enough. He was none other than Ma Lupang, one of the Imperial Guard's 8 great generals. Ma Lupang rose into the air with his hands behind his back, looking as majestic as a king. Yu Zhenghai looked at Ma Lupang disapprovingly. Ma Lupang, if you're a man, come out and fight me. Yu Zhenghai and Wuxia were relieved when they saw Ma Lupang. This meant that the elite who was secretly helping the Nether sect was now safe. Ma Lupang said, Sect Master you, if you're man enough, break this barrier and fight me. Both opponents faced each other. Yu Zhenghai was about to say something when Wuxia pulled his arm and said, I think Ma Lupang has reinforcements. We need to take a more cautious approach to conquer Yen province. Reinforcements? Yu Zhenghai was puzzled. Wuxia said, Shuang Jingyun and Wang you must be guarding the divine capital at the moment. Those 2 and the 10 elders of the Big Dipper Academy have knowledge about the divine capital's 10-terminal formation. They won't leave so easily. Lu Gu doesn't seem to have left the 10-terminal formation at all. The presidents of the 2 great academies and Wei Zhuoyan, the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, are more likely to come. Didn't you say Wei Zhuoyan is an imposter? It doesn't matter right now. It doesn't change the fact that he has the power to mobilize the 3 armies. He's not a particularly skilled man, but his greed has gotten the better of him, Wuxia said. That bastard. Where would he be today if it weren't for Master? It's difficult to fathom a person's mind, Wuxia said. Which reminds me, wise brother. Yu Zhenghai had already used much of his primal qi. It would take him some time to break the barrier. At that time, he would no longer be in his peak condition. He walked to the edge of the flying chariot and looked down haughtily before he said, Ma Lupang, I won't break the barrier today, out of consideration for the civilians in the city. He did not give Ma Lupang the chance to retort as he released a sound wave and said, Since I founded the Nether sect, I've always had a firm rule in place. Civilians mustn't be harmed. Alas, today the garrison army is using the people as hostages. This is despicable. Although I'm of the fiend path, it's not a path for villains. I will never do something as revolting as this. He paused before continuing. I'll tell the world about this, so that the people can see you for who you truly are. All of you. Retreat. The Nether sect's flying chariot turned around and flew away slowly. The Nether sect members outside the city walls gave up attacking as well. The throng of people retreated. Ma Lupang was as stunned as a wooden chicken. He was dumbfounded by this maneuver. The cultivation world had never dragged civilians into their fights. This was because cultivators understood the most basic principle. They were all human once. It was easy to kill a single 100 or 1,000 people. However, annihilating everyone in a province or nation was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Ma Lupeng was still stunned. People in the streets broke out in an uproar, screaming and shouting. The imperial family doesn't treat us commoners like humans. This is outrageous. Even a fiend sect like the Nether sect knows that civilians shouldn't be dragged into this. Yet, the garrison general took us hostage. What an abomination! How audacious! Are the lives of the officials more valuable than the lives of commoners? What logic is this? More and more began to join in. Soon enough, their voices rose to a crescendo. Ma Lupeng's eyelid twitched. Although he was strong enough to kill all of them, his rational mind told him it was not a wise move. At this moment, a voice entered Ma Lupeng's ears. "General, Deputy General Ma is dead." Ma Lupeng's eyes widened when he heard this. Then, he glared at the civilians and said contemptuously, "I'll cut down anyone who keeps making a ruckus." The sound wave rolled out. The shouting stopped immediately. The civilians looked at Ma Lupeng in shock, too afraid to make a sound now. Some of the commoners even wished for the Nether sect to conquer their city sooner. Ma Lupeng said expressionlessly, "Keep an eye on them. Kill those who try to leave without permission." Understood. Meanwhile, in a nearby alley, Yu Shangrong looked up at the flying chariot that leaving. He started walking in the other direction with his arms crossed. Inside the Evil Sky Pavilion's eastern pavilion, Lu Zhou had been meditating on the heavenly writing scrolls for an entire day. At this moment he finally opened his eyes. A voice rang from outside. "Master, a letter from 7th junior brother." Creak. Lu Zhou emerged from the room and saw Mingshi standing respectfully at the door. He waved his arm, and the letter flew into his hand. After reading it, Lu Zhou said disapprovingly, "Does he take me for a fool?" Mingshi had already read the letter, so he knew the situation. He said, "Master, with your cultivation base, why don't you march into the divine capital and bring Lu Gu away? That way, eldest senior brother won't have to go through so much trouble." Lu Zhou was speechless. "I'd love to do that, but my strength won't allow it. The divine capital is defended by the 10-terminal formation. It's not that easy." Mingshi smacked his forehead. "You're right, Master. I forgot about that. We'll need the Nether sect support to destroy the 10-terminal formation." After all these years, the imperial family had remained undefeated. Apart from the numerous elites in the palace, the 10-terminal formation played a great role as well. It was not an exaggeration to say that more than half of the elites in Great Yen were in the divine capital.